variables are important to consider when you are doing state comparatives, as well as doing your modernization and harmonization approaches. It allows you to use the data responsibly and put it into the context not only of the nation, but also as you're applying it to the state. So often when we have states coming to us about what is the data to use, we begin by looking at the nation, but then also looking at a deep dive into that state itself, comparing the state to itself to be able to show trends and changes because of the specific context that is allowed. And so we're able to identify things like, have we seen more folks in nursing homes in a particular state over time? When we compare our states in fiscal effort, we don't rank them by the amount expended. We rank them by how much change has occurred over the past 2 to 3 years, depending on our comparative. And so we would say, you know, there was a 30% change in a particular state. So we want to see the shift. We want to see the overall global trends in what is occurring. And so the third point is, in addition to considering those contexts, considering what is going on in other states, as you ask states, what are they doing? How do they apply? You have to consider how that's going to apply, specifically in your context. I'm not sure if I just lost the team. I lost the room on my screen, but I will continue. I'm going to go to the responsible data utilization. And it's important to understand in that utilization how to be responsible in data applications. Great, thank you for that notice on the chat. The limitations for any data set has to be considered overall. So for our data specifically, we track on a 2-year basis. That is because our data use real expenditures and we use national administrative data to back that up, meaning that there may be some lag in the national data occurring that you have to consider for modernization now. An example is certainly COVID. Our data tracks, our most recent data, will be collecting 2021 data, which will mean that we'll just start to see some of the implications. So some of this happens over time. The real visual of what we see in policy can take some time to be demonstrated through the data. The other thing to understand in the data is that while we have data for a state, it may not be representative of different counties or different areas of a state. So we can say one state may be overall good in employment. That doesn't mean every area within that state is going to conform to that. The other area to think about is analyses are only as good as the data systems that provide it. And so we do our best. We do a lot of technical assistance, as do all of the data projects, to be able to capture the data to as robust as possible. And so that's something to consider as you're looking at the responsible data user. And finally, we look very carefully at, I see in the committee room, there is data. There are connectivity issues. Thank you. I hear we can still hear online. I'm holding.
It's out. I got a copy of it.
I can hear the committee room. I see the committee room.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Forgive me. I understand from the chat that you could still hear me but not see me. Is that true in the committee room as well?
We can see you.
But could you hear me before? Could you hear me before?
No, where did she end? point 3.
Point 3. That was great that I was at a point.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes it real easy. Let me go back to point 3. Thank you. Point 3 is about being responsible data users and understanding the data that you're applying to come to your conclusions. So for our data is on a 2-year cycle, meaning that we capture data on actual expenditures. And so we will be collecting our data in 2021 this year, which means that we will have captured some of the items of COVID within that year. But it takes time to see the impact of policy within that state. The other thing to keep in consideration when you are looking at data and applying it to a larger whole is that statewide data that we collect, as well as larger entities, may not be fully representative of all areas within that state. And so while a state might demonstrate increases in, say, employment, that doesn't mean it's happening in all areas of that state. Much of it comes down to what is applications on the ground. And many times when we review what are waivers, we only see what has been expended for. That may not mean it's reaching the ground level. And so those are considerations as you're looking at implementation of policy and practice. Also understanding that the data is only as good as the reporting entity. And so while we do a lot of technical assistance, we still rely upon others for that data utilization and that data governance in providing that data, and that's something to keep in consideration as well. And finally, due to the diversity across states, the complexities of policy, fiscal and programmatic variations, all of that needs to be considered when you are looking at trends from other states and applying them to your own state. So recognizing that within the state itself, there are complexities that need to be accounted for when borrowing or looking at other state plans. And so understanding finally that what do we use our data for? How is our data used successfully? And this comes for projects of national significance. Our data is used for developing and measurable goals for mobilization and systemic change, evaluating the impact of state policy and programs over time, identifying what are trends within the state as well as within the nation, validating some inequities that we may see, health disparity inequities, as well as utilization inequities over time, identifying what would be innovation. So seeing where there may be changes in the data over long terms of time because of an innovation that was created within a policy or a practice. And finally, describe the nation and state as part of a larger whole. Looking at what other data sources can help provide that global context and applying our data as well as others to paint a larger picture. You can't have a single data set that tells us all about everything. Using multiple data sets to be able to mobilize and set forth a plan in modernization, looking at language specific, is going to be very important for this committee as you do your hard work over time. So I want to end by what we see are frequently asked questions, and this is understanding data, understanding our data as well as others. What are the frequently asked questions we receive? Well, number one is, I'm moving to a state. What is the best state? Where should I go? What does your data tell us about the best state to live in? And the answer is, it depends. There are a lot of variables that contribute to success in a state. We can show what are increases in investments over time, but ultimately it's going to depend on a full system to see success. It's even going to depend on that case manager in that office who's going to be able to provide what are waiver services as a menu of services to an individual. And so we caution folks when we do ranking pretty significantly across states, because there are variables that contribute to those outcomes. Another is how has COVID impacted? Again, recognizing that data is going to take time to demonstrate impact. We have to have an impact and then see how it transpires over time. We expect many blips in our data over the last 2 years, but recognizing that the impact may take time to see what is occurring. And then finally, can we break our data down by race, ethnicity, etc.? We have begun that data collection effort within doing it, but again, it takes, I will say, about 5 to 10 years to successfully have all of the states adequately reporting new variables due to data disaggregation within the state level, various data sources, as well as understanding terminology. And so while we have begun that process in many of our data collection efforts with other variables as well, that also takes some time for acclimation to new data variables when we're looking at a nation with very diverse, complex programs. And so with that, I will leave you and say I'm pleased to be able to help with anything that you have as this committee, questions that you have. I will be joining you over time. You have a great slate of states that have been recommended to be able to learn from, but our resource as projects of national significance are here to help you and aid you as you look at your waiver modernization, harmonization, and looking to the future. So thank you for your time, and we will be here if you need it at the University of Kansas.
Very good, Emily. Thank you very much for
Sure.
being here. And I understand you'll have written testimony at some point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Committee, are there any questions very quickly? Representative Barker.
Emily, a very good presentation.
Thank you.
And you've got a lot of data. But do you have data on workforce availability? I mean, we could expand the services or eliminate the waiting list, but is there any data that says we have the workforce available from the providers to be able to give that additional services? So you have that data?
Our project does not collect that data. Our colleagues at the University of Minnesota have been collecting data on workforce, what is turnover rates, long-term sustainability. In terms of current data being able to be applied at this moment, so what is the workforce at this moment? Minnesota is going to be your best resource for that. I don't have that off the top of my head, but it is a concern. Certainly, we are in a direct workforce crisis. There are ARPA funds that are being applied across the nation in terms of upskilling, reskilling, and maintaining those workforce. But there has to be more done as a collective systemic whole to ensure that long-term we have that workforce. So our data, I would say our data doesn't collect specific workforce, but our colleagues at the University of Minnesota in their Institute on Community Inclusion and possibly Mary Sowers may have some of that data in her presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions of Emily? Representative Ruiz.
I was, Chair, I was just wondering if we could have in written form the three
Sure.
areas of focus
Absolutely.
for this research.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions? Well, Emily, it looks like you're off the hook. Thank you very much for
Sure.
the presentation. It
Sure.
was like drinking from a fire hose, but we'll try to get our arms around this. So very good. Thank you very much.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, next we have Arida, and she's going to give us a rundown of some of the information that we have in our packets. Arida, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I just wanted to point out some of the research that's been provided to you. There's a lot of information here, and I'm not going to take the time to go through it, but please feel free to ask us any questions that you might have. The first document is an informal 50-state spreadsheet that has information regarding each of the states with IDD waiver programs. We have described the different programs, their services, the waiver type, the approval date, effective date, expiration date, and also the Social Security Act section and notes that are applicable there, as well as the IDD waiver waiting list for each of the states is reported as of 2020, which is the most recent available nationally. And so it looks like this, pretty good sized document. We also have provided a memorandum that provides select states detailed information regarding their various IDD waiver programs, and we selected Alaska, Colorado, Indiana, Kentucky, Minnesota, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin. We copied the portion of the spreadsheet that gave the information about the waivers, and that appears in each section above those states so that it's all in one location. Those states were selected as, because they were recommended by several stakeholder groups, and KDAD says possible states to review that have programs that appear to have some promise. Additionally, we have one long, that's this sheet is the memorandum. Then you should have this one included in your pack as well. And this is the Home and Community-Based Services IDD historical wait list, and it also has the waiver expenditures for FY 2012 through FY 2023, and that was put together by our fiscal staff. So if you have questions, please let me know, and Dayton can help you with that one. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, thank you. Okay, very good. Next we have Mary Sowers, are you on board?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Mary. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for having us. I've got two colleagues joining me today, Mr. Dan Berland and Ms. Janine Zalaki, who will be available for questions after my presentation as well. Let me start by saying thank you for your attention to supporting and modernizing supports for individuals with disabilities and their families. We're pleased to be a resource to our members within Kansas, Laura Howard and Amy Penrod, as well as the directors across the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico. I'm going to share a presentation, let's see if I can do this successfully, to go over a number of the trends that we're seeing at the national level. Again, I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of State Directors of Developmental Disability Services. Our members oversee the IDD systems in the states I just noted, and really account for about a third of the nation's long-term services and supports budget nationally. Are you able to see the slideshow?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm grateful for Dr. Tanis for setting the stage with the data that she presented. We will be going over several data points as well. As indicated by Dr. Tanis, about 1.3 million people receive long-term services and supports who have intellectual and developmental disabilities across the nation. But that's really a fraction of the total number of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that live in the United States. Of the individuals served by state IDD agencies, about 46% of those are adults with IDD and 11% are children with IDD. And I'll talk a little bit more later in my presentation about the variation across states, even in how services and supports are structured organizationally within states. Importantly, it's essential to understand where individuals really receive supports when they're and where they live in the communities. The vast majority of individuals with IDD live with family members. A total of 85% of the total number of individuals with IDD. And almost 60% of individuals who actually receive formal supports from the service delivery system live at home with their family members as well. As Dr. Tanis mentioned, there are huge state variations. Every state has a different service delivery structure, a different service milieu, and while there are commonalities, there are some important differences that require some state-specific analysis as you're really looking to learn the patterns of utilization across various states. So I'm extraordinarily heartened to see the lineup of other members of the NASD's community who will be sharing their state-specific information with you later today. And this is just some additional slides. I've pulled data from the Residential Information Systems Project, which is led by the University of Minnesota. And again, as Shay Tanis mentioned, is another project of national significance there. Importantly about the state systems of support for individuals with IDD, there's not a monolith across the country. State IDD agencies are diverse in structure. They are diverse in the number of ages, the ages of individuals served, the population served. Some states serve only individuals with intellectual disabilities, while some serve intellectual and developmental disabilities together, and some have a very broad umbrella of serving individuals with developmental disabilities. And of course, the services that are offered within the states vary tremendously as well. The home and community-based service system, the institutional footprint that may still exist in particular states, other Medicaid services, including state plan benefits. There's also the other systems of early intervention and vocational rehabilitation. And to really get a sense of the state's overall ecosystem of supports for individuals with IDD, it's essential to truly understand all of those different moving parts and how they interact with one another. And of course, the service delivery system variances across states are also something important to consider. While many IDD service systems still offer services within a fee-for-service environment, there are a handful of states, of course, including your own, that offer services through a managed care service delivery system. And understanding the introduction of that tool in the delivery of services also has an important impact on how you might analyze or compare and contrast service delivery systems across the country. The organizational positioning is widely variable by state. It's hard to even say there's a particular trend in how IDD systems are organized. There are some states that have the IDD system within the same department as the cabinet level department as Medicaid. Other states group into IDD systems with mental health and substance use disorders, and in some instances, aging services. And sometimes they're all in a cabinet level department with Medicaid. And there are also a couple of examples where there's a cabinet level department specifically for intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I think just as an observation from the national perch, we don't see that the organizational structure itself as a clear indicator of portending success in a service delivery system and the outcomes, importantly, for individuals and their families. But we do see that the importance lies in really strongly cultivated relationships across agencies in whatever organizational structure that they exist. So making sure that the IDD agency has strong connections and relationships with the Medicaid agency is threshold, as well as those relationships with mental health and substance use, child welfare, juvenile justice, all of those particular elements that might come to bear in the life of an individual over time. The other piece that's probably obvious to all of you, but important to state, is that state IDD systems are Medicaid systems. We certainly, within IDD service delivery systems, unlike some other service delivery systems, our systems tend to be almost single payer, in that there doesn't tend to be a ton of private pay contributing to the services for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The vast majority of individuals themselves are Medicaid eligible who are receiving supports and services through the IDD system. In fact, across the country, of all the 1915C waivers across the country, 3/4 of the expenditures were spent on individuals with autism and intellectual and developmental disabilities in 2019. As calculated by CMS in their LTSS expenditure report. So as we thought about what trends and patterns that we might highlight for the committee as you're contemplating opportunities for change, I think it's important to note that states are really seeking to increase opportunities for individual choice and autonomy within their service delivery systems. States are attempting to grow a continuum of options to enable individual choice and control, including opportunities for self-direction and relationship-based supports, such as shared living models. States are also deploying technology as a tool to support individuals and are exploring options for paid family caregivers, with an important balancing act of ensuring that that's the best option for a particular individual and that the individual's choice and autonomy isn't hampered by that. But the other piece is that states are, as the compliance state for the Home and Community-Based Services regulation around settings approaches, states are really looking to build infrastructures that embody the spirit of that regulation and to establish a continuous quality improvement so that they've got ongoing eyes and visibility into the outcomes that individuals are experiencing as a result of the supports and services that are being provided. And I was grateful for the question at the tail end of Dr. Tanis's presentation around workforce. It is the biggest issue facing our state IDB systems in the country right now. We do have data, which I'll follow up with the committee. The National Core Indicators is a national experience of care survey that also has included a staff stability survey for the past 6 years. And nationally, the turnover rate with 26 states reporting staff stability data, the turnover rates hovered at 43%. And we know that that's been exacerbated by the labor market right now, and certainly was made all the more visible through COVID. So states are working hard and feverishly to institute strategies to not only attract new folks to the workforce, but to keep the workforce, retain those strong contributors within our systems, because frankly, without the workforce supports, we don't have a support system. Of course, our members are also facing multiple other challenges as well, and all of these are made more challenging due to the workforce issues. So the individuals with complex support needs, including those with co-occurring mental health support needs and IDD, those with medical complexity, challenge our systems to do better. And that often requires cross-system collaboration and really individually tailored supports. And our members are striving to identify scalable practices to meet those needs. Of course, many states, as Arida mentioned earlier, also have waiting lists for supports and services. And that's often made even a bit more challenging because of the definitional issues across the states on how states really track waiting list data. And as again, Dr. Tanis alluded to, whether or not that some of that data or the data systems used are reliable. States are also really wrestling with the equitable access across diverse communities within states. And so making sure that they've got eyes toward diversity, equity, and inclusion within the support services that are delivered. And importantly, data availability and utilization to inform policy direction it remains a challenge for many states. Our state systems have not had, up until the American Rescue Plan Act funding, a significant infusion of funds for infrastructure development within the state IT systems in many instances. And so states are doing a bit of catch up now to ensure that they've got the necessary data to inform not only sort of future demand for supports and services, but also information to inform initiatives related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And many states are using their ARPA spending plans to propel several of the initiatives that we discussed in the trends and patterns and services, but they're also using those resources to address the challenges noted above, among others. So one of the cautions that we would make is that sort of designing Medicaid solutions really requires state-specific considerations. Really taking a deep dive into the service delivery system considerations, the state plan benefits, the infrastructure and data considerations. Really identifying the best Medicaid tools requires significant investment of upfront research and understanding for issue identification. But this next slide, I hope you can see it. It's just a visual that we often use to give a visual representation of the Medicaid program. But much like the usual quip is, if you've seen one Medicaid program, you've seen one Medicaid program. And so really understanding what tools and levers that might be available within Medicaid to achieve your particular objectives really have to be informed by your own ecosystem, represented here by the tree. And so understanding the eligibility groups that you're currently serving, the mandatory and optional, the optional benefits in particular, and the scope of the mandatory benefits that are provided within your state, and not just sort of the coverage within the Medicaid program, but the provider capacity, as well as, you know, the resources that have been set aside for funding those services, rates, et cetera. And then understanding the waivers and demonstrations that have been implemented in your state to provide with additional tailored flexibility for state decisions. And then to the extent that you've got individually directed goods and services, as well as individually designed services, really understanding the opportunities there. All of those things should form the basis of your as-is as you sort of map forward what will be the most desired service delivery option for yourself. So as we know, the committee is interested in support waivers, and as I mentioned, you'll hear from a number of our colleagues nationally later on their specific experiences with these. But just to ground us in the common language, the term support waivers usually refers to the 1915C Home and Community-Based Services Waiver that offer an array of services and supports that don't include provider-owned and operated residential service options. Beyond that, there's a lot of variability in that term support waivers, and we're going to dive into some of that variability in just a moment. Nearly half of all states currently operate one or more support waivers, and they are not monolithic. There's great variation on the types of services that are offered within them, the target groups who are identified and supported within those, the availability of participant direction opportunities, and great variability on budgetary limits if they're applied within the support waivers, which many states do elect to do. And their design and implementation is very uniquely state specific, informed by the service delivery circumstances, some of the geopolitical climate within the state, certainly budgetary considerations, operational capacity, including provider capacity, and hopefully also informed by data analytics and made continuously better by quality metrics. And this is just a snapshot of the variation of support waivers nationally. And this is just an excerpt of a few of the support waivers, but wanted to provide you with some of the differences in how states have calibrated the funding limits across the different support waivers. You see some with very, very small support budgets within the 1915C, ranging all the way up to higher levels for support budgets. And again, this isn't an exhaustive list. But this is just meant to illustrate to you that support waivers by themselves don't present you with a monolithic view. You've really got to sort of dig deeply to understand what particular elements are going to best fit your needs. And sort of despite these differences, there are generally some objectives that states have wanted to achieve with the use of support waivers, including you know, hoping to leverage these waivers to increase access to services to more individuals within some budgetary predictability, to establish, importantly, a preventive intervention strategy as a tool to avoid or hopefully delay entirely crises. Many states use these to increase individual and family flexibility, as well as to incubate different service models of service delivery. But again, while these are broad objectives, how states have decided to move toward those objectives have varied greatly. We often discuss, as we're working with our member states, the important life cycle in the development of a Medicaid authority, really making sure you've got a clear picture of goal identification, that you've used to the extent possible, really a strong data analysis and system level review that can help you verify that the goals you've articulated are really the right places where you want to head, and will solve and that you've identified really what you're trying to solve for. And as you're thinking about those elements, that will lead you to which particular Medicaid authority is going to be the best tool in the toolbox to meet your particular state needs. But even before going through the authority development process, you'll also want to do some deep dives on your internal state infrastructure to make sure that you've got the bandwidth and capacity to meet that. And that would be important just in the operational details, as I'm sure you'll hear from many of our colleagues later today, thinking about the capacity within states to oversee and ensure compliance with all of the requisite assurances. Really, it does take some intentional planning, and then making sure that you've got the provider community to meet the needs that you're laying out. And that, again, is significantly impacted by the workforce issues we discussed earlier. And as promised, I will follow up with the committee on some data from our National Staff Stability Survey. And then, of course, there's a really thoughtful process that's required to detail the policy and procedures, the readiness of the programs before launch, and that you've instituted a keen quality oversight process that not only looks at the fiscal fidelity of the program, but most importantly, that it is resulting in quality outcomes for individuals with disabilities. And I'll draw your attention to the middle of this life cycle. Stakeholder engagement and meaningful conversations with individuals with disabilities and their families is essential at every step of the way. And hopefully it's not something that's once and done, but instead an ongoing conversation, so that you're really ensuring that you're designing something that's going to meet the needs of the communities you're trying to support. And this is just a reiteration of that. Really, I think our members are getting much more sophisticated in their ongoing discussions with a wide swath of individuals with lived experiences to make sure that the goals and the vision are truly reflective of the needs of the community. So I'll stop there, but certainly I'm happy to both take questions, and if there are any follow-ups necessary that could support the committee's work and our members in Kansas, we're very happy to undertake that.
Very good. Mary, thank you, and thank you for the time that you've taken to put this together for us. I know it's both of you, Emily and Mary, have been, this is a lot of work. And I just got through telling the committee that this would be very simple. And I'm not sure that's a fact after your testimony. So anyway, thank you very much for being your committee. Are there questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your presentation, you referred to the looking at the ARPA spending plans. Would you expand further on why would you be looking at the ARPA spending plans?
Certainly. The American Rescue Plan, as you know, provided a significant amount of resources that were intended to improve or augment home and community-based service systems across the country. And so many of our members, as they've been designing their spending plans, have used those funds for initiatives that really both address the challenges of workforce, of deploying both technology to support individuals as well as information technology to inform program management, and in some instances to improve rates to really for the end goal of increasing the direct support wages across the country. But there are many initiatives underway through those ARPA spending plans nationally that are aimed at sort of shoring up or addressing some of the challenges that are most stymieing for our members right now, but also as a tool to propel some of the innovations that our states are hoping to achieve longer term for individuals with disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I keep using the excuse that I'm relatively new to this. That's probably going to run out eventually after having been around 20 years or so, but or maybe it's because I have a poor memory. So, but I have a question, philosophical, and it may relate to why there's so much variation from state to state, if there is. But I guess one of the questions I hadn't really thought about was the populations of IDD in different states. Are the populations, in your experience as a national director of directors, are the populations generally the same? I understand there's great variation in terms of how the states deal with the programs and delivery of services, but are the populations basically the same? Are the number of, for example, autistic children about the same percentage-wise from state to state, and the other disabilities? Just
Well, it's a great question. And there's almost nothing in state IDD systems that are monolithic. So it really does require a state-by-state analysis. In some states, there are different divisions within the state that provide supports to children. And so the state IDD agencies, for example, support adults. And then depending on those definitional issues, some states' IDD systems are specifically for intellectual disabilities. And so while the ID system might not support individuals with other developmental disabilities, there may be sister agencies that do that. So I certainly don't mean to evade your question, sir, but I think it's difficult to say that there's a general, that I would feel comfortable saying that generally there's the same population, because it really does depend on how the very specific state definitions have been crafted and how those service systems have emerged to support those individuals.
so I'm sort of concluding then that the variation is less about the populations and more about the political and economic and government decisions that have been made state to state and within the states on how to deliver to various populations. Is that an accurate summary?
I think that's fair.
But it would seem to me more likely that the populations are similar from state to state, and that the needs of those populations would be similar, and that the difficulty we've gotten ourselves into on this committee looking at waiting lists is a whole history of how each state has evolved differently in developing their service delivery. Is that a reasonable conclusion then?
I do. I think that's a reasonable conclusion. Each state has its own history and evolution of service delivery systems. And through the data that Dr. Tanis and the University of Minnesota has, you can see large national trends. But it is so important to go under the hood for each particular state to really understand how that evolution has occurred and the different contributing factors to that, for sure.
And then I think my final potential conclusion is, as much as on other committees I serve on, I like to say, well, why reinvent the wheel? Let's look at some other state that did this and did it better and maybe hopefully cheaper. And I hear you sort of saying that simplistic look at a solution to the things we're looking at in Kansas may not be there just because there's so much variability.
I'd ask my colleagues to weigh in if they disagree, but I think that's a very sage conclusion, sir.
Okay, thank you. That actually doesn't help me on this committee, but it does help me clarify my own thinking. Thank you very much.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess going back through this is, we all come to the same question, whether it's this committee or it's other committees. In any of your research or studies, have you seen any creativity in order to resolve the workforce issues?
I think there's an emerging body of work, and as Dr. Tanis mentioned, we've got colleagues at the University of Minnesota, as well as some other national organizations who have been doing some good research on strategies to create a level of professionalism within the field of direct support workforce. States are striving, of course, to increase the wages. That's, while the wages are essential to make the positions competitive with other positions, it's not necessarily sufficient to ensure that we've got a long-term stable workforce that really is held in the regard that the important work that they do pretends. I think more and more states are realizing that they need to create a career path to ensure that individuals see a bright future for themselves as they're supporting individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. But there's also a lot of creative activities that are happening with investments through those ARPA initiatives, and I think we can certainly follow up with some of those examples as well. But surely, I think ensuring that there's a career path, there's certainly competency strategies that are to help keep individuals trained and on the cutting edge. But and of course, wages are essential.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, and this would, be a question, I think, for staff, and I think we've also got the right players out here in the audience with us as well, is I think as we progress through this process, and not only will it help this committee, but others, we probably need a chart that shows what are these wages so that we can look at it together, because as we've been increasing our rates, which is great and wonderful, the private industry and other industries are also raising their rates. So we may not be gaining a whole lot of ground. So we need to see if we can start doing some apples and apples comparisons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mary. Quick question, way back toward the beginning of the presentation about the percentage of service recipients living with family members. I didn't see Kansas listed on the graph. I'm curious how many in Kansas live with family members. That's my first question. I got a second follow-up.
Sure. I might turn to Dr. Tanis to see if she's got that handy. I think some of the data situations across this country are hampered by data collection challenges. Many states that have moved to managed care are sort of finding their way with the discrete level data on the settings in which individuals live. But I don't know, Shay, if you've got that.
Emily, are you there?
I'm pulling it up right now. Our data collects what is those living with family supports. Let me pull it up. It'll take me 1 sec.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No worries. I'm just can't type it fast enough.
I would have to ask that question, right? Tough one.
I think it's a very important question. I noticed that too.
Yeah. Well, while she's looking, if you would like, think about the second part of my question here really is, some states like Maryland, Alaska, Texas, Oklahoma have a very low percentage of people living at home. And then some of the other states on the other end of the spectrum have a very large number living at home. I'm just curious about the differences in the delivery services and if we can draw any conclusions from that and where Kansas falls on that spectrum. That's a very broad-based question, but it may give us some guidance as to how those services are delivered and how much we rely on the family to fill in the gaps, and what those states are doing who deliver more versus less, put more burden on the family or less burden on the state, what kind of conclusions we might draw from that.
Thank you, Senator. It is a really important question. Our data shows for Kansas in the 2019 hovering around 72% of those individuals that are receiving service are receiving them in the family home. Now, that is consistent. What is the percentage around nationally? Generally, it's around 70% nationally. So Kansas is right in that area. The other thing to consider that we capture within our data is how many of those individuals are living with aging caregivers. And when we talk about aging caregivers, we talk about those who are 60 years or older. And understanding that means we have a new challenge in terms of waiver systems, which is not only addressing the individual, but that transition of care over time. And so within Kansas, we have around 24% of those aging caregivers are those 60 years or older. So thinking about what the continuum of care is and transitions of care can be over time. And that population is only growing in terms of aging caregivers nationally. So in addition to knowing that the majority of people do live in the family home and receive supports in the family home, understanding what that dynamic is also going to be very critical in considering waiver services as the family is implementing many of those direct services themselves. And I'll be happy to provide you with our state profile for Kansas, which is on our website, but I'll send it directly to the committee.
Just one last, if I may, Mr. Chair, and then I know with regard to some of those services and the families, I know that because of experience of one family member who I have, who's IDD, that there's certain times of the year, and he's younger, he's high school age, where they don't need as many services, and then other times of the year, like in the summertime, where there's less services available. I mean, is varying the service time possible to help balance out some of these needs? And again, these are just broad questions.
Certainly, many states really take that into consideration. The cycles of daily life change over the course of the year, and many states, through a strong person-centered planning process, really devise individually tailored strategies that meet the needs of the individual and the family over the course of the year. And so for individuals who are of school age, that often will result in more service utilization during the summer months or on holiday, and sort of less because there are those educational supports in place during the school year. And you see those sort of ebbs and flows of services across all ages, truthfully, depending on the very particular and person-centered approaches, for sure. And just to go back a bit to your question on, why some states may not show a large number of individuals living with families. One, I suspect in some of their self-reported data, they might have misstated the number of individuals, especially with the case of Maryland, just knowing that they support many individuals within their family homes. But also, depending on the service delivery structures, and there are a number of states that until recently, their waiver program was solely for out-of-home supports and services. And so often the system was only capturing information on individuals who were living in out-of-home settings. That's changing pretty dramatically rapidly, but there may be some remnants of that in the data that you're seeing.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hawks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Landwehr struck a thought on the creative workforce solutions. And I just wondered if there's any data or any creative solutions. I don't have a good sense of what benefits are for people working in various levels of service delivery, and whether they have retirement benefits, healthcare benefits, transportation kinds of benefits. Do we have any sense of that in terms of having an impact on workforce?
I think there's an emerging body of work to support that all of those things are important in attracting and retaining a strong workforce. And we're seeing through a number of the ARPA investments, states really recognizing that the workforce itself is often in need of supports. And so states are making investments in childcare stipends or tuition reimbursement and transportation, as you noted, strategies. And so I do think we're really on the cusp of seeing states implement some creative approaches that hopefully cobbled together will start to chip away at the really erosion to the workforce that we're seeing. We'll follow up with some of the ARPA initiatives I'm referencing to.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Seeing none. Well, thank you, both of you, for being here and taking your time to help us through this process. So thank you very much. Very good. Okay. Next, we have Craig Knudsen. Craig is with the Kansas Council of Developmental Disabilities. Thank you, Craig, for being here.
Okay, trying to make sure this is on. Okay. Chairman Carpenter, well, I'll wait until we get the PowerPoint up. Okay, thank you. Chairman Carpenter and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Craig Knudsen, Policy Analyst for the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. Along with my presentation today, I have submitted written testimony that offers a little deeper dive and analysis of the questions that the chairman asked the council, and I'll be referring to it throughout my presentation today. The council is led by family members and self-advocates. Our mission is to empower individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families to lead systems change, build capacity, and advocate for inclusive, integrated, accessible communities where everyone belongs and thrives. The council serves people with intellectual and developmental disabilities through advocacy, public policy, and education. Next slide, please. DD councils have been in existence for over 50 years. They are federally funded and are currently authorized by the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act of 2000, otherwise known as the DD Act. The Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities is also established by Kansas statute. In short, the role of the council is to ensure that people with disabilities and family members have the opportunity to help shape the support and service systems that impact their lives through advocacy, systems change, and capacity building. When we look forward to modernizing our current IDD waiver supports and services so that we can hopefully impact and eliminate the current waiting list that now totals over 4,800 Kansans based upon the numbers that were presented at Bethel earlier this week, we must consider our threefold challenge. Number one, we must ensure that families and self-advocates are part of the solution, embracing the independent living philosophy of nothing about me without me. When systems change is guided by self-advocates and families, the changes we make will better meet their needs. Secondly, we must be willing to step outside our comfort zone and explore new ideas and approaches to supports and services. Kansas has long been a beacon of innovation. We need to lean into this history so that we can explore and welcome change to better meet the needs of Kansans with IDD. And thirdly, we must pursue a true sunflower solution. We must resist the urge to simply copy and paste another waiver authority from a different state. Kansas has its own unique challenges which require unique Kansas solutions. We can borrow innovations from other states and take heed of their lessons learned, but ultimately, we need to modernize our current system of supports and services to better meet the needs of Kansans. When we look at modernization efforts, there are several key themes that must be addressed. Number one, we must fully fund the IDD waiver and any new waiver authority or systems change efforts. We must invest in Kansas. Secondly, self-advocates and families must be at the table to help lead systems change efforts. Thirdly, we must enhance choice and flexibility so that Kansans with IDD can choose where they live, work, and thrive. We need to expand self-direction opportunities and create new incentives for family caregivers. We need to explore innovations for supports and services that the current IDD waiver may not currently fund. Fourth, we must eliminate barriers to competitive integrated employment for Kansans with IDD and encourage income and asset growth. And finally, as has been mentioned several times, we must address the DSP workforce crisis. Chairman Carpenter had asked the council to provide a brief history of IDD modernization efforts. Kansas has historically been seen as a shining example of how to deliver state-of-the-art, individualized, person-centered supports and services. To summarize some of those innovations across Kansas history, I would invite you to look at my testimony, my written testimony, and Appendix 1, a brief history of supports and services in Kansas, which was adapted from the December 6, 2019 Becky Ross presentation at the Kansas Health Institute on the history of the Kansas IDD waiver program. Several key recent milestones I would like to highlight include in 1974, Kansas begins spending state funds for community services. In 1982, Kansas was one of the first states to actually apply for an HCBS waiver. In 1990, HCBS expansion results in the waiting list actually being eliminated in Kansas, and a new separate HCBS waiver was approved for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In 1992, the legislature authorized funding for a family subsidy program providing direct payments to families for additional expenses associated with supporting a child who has a disability in the home. And in 1994, the Kansas Developmental Disability Reform Act passed, otherwise known as the DD Reform Act. In 1998, the Winfield State Hospital closed, which was a landmark event. I would note that the closure of the Winfield State Hospital meant that the IDD HCBS supports and service system had to absorb those residents, and yet At that same time, the Kansas waiting list was effectively zero. However, by 2004, the waiting list had grown to 515, and by 2010, the waiting list was more than 3,000. In 2013, as we all know, CanCare went live, and in 2014, the IDD waiver services was carved into CanCare. And today, the waiting list stands at 4,814 individuals on the IDD waiver. In the span of 24 years, we've gone from no waiting list for IDD services to people waiting over a decade for the supports and services that they need. As noted in the history of the IDD waiver services, Kansas has historically been a pioneer in providing person-centered supports and services. Kansas continues to be a groundswell of innovation in terms of novel approaches to supporting Kansans with disabilities and their families. Today, I wanted to highlight a few of the ongoing innovations and systems change efforts. I want to emphasize that this list is by no means complete, and there are other pockets of excellence and innovation all throughout the state. The examples I've listed on this slide can be found in my written testimony, but I'd like to speak about two innovations in particular today. The first is the Employment First legislation. In 2011, Kansas became the first state in the nation to enact Employment First legislation. Kansas law is clear that competitive integrated employment must be the first option for individuals seeking supports and services. Data clearly shows that people with disabilities who engage in competitive integrated employment become more independent, have better health outcomes, have a higher quality of life, and are less reliant on traditional supports and services. Helping people obtain and maintain competitive integrated employment will be one of our most effective tools available to us as we address the waiting list issues here in Kansas. Secondly, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Charting the Life Course framework. For the past 6 years, Kansas has participated in a National Supporting Families Community of Practice utilizing the Charting the Life Course framework. The Council, along with its partners, has introduced the Life Course framework to thousands of Kansas families, educators, and professionals. The Life Course framework is firmly rooted in Kansas independent living and self-determination philosophy, drawing heavily upon the work of notable Kansans such as Michael Waymeyer, PhD, and Red Turnbull, for example. The Council believes that the Life Course framework can be used as a guiding principle and lens for the IDD Waiver Modernization Committee, as it represents a much more holistic view and approach to supports and services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. Thank you. While we have numerous systems change innovations that are currently active, we also have innovations that can best be classified as untapped and underutilized resources. Again, I want to emphasize that this list is by no means exhaustive, and for the sake of time, you can read brief summaries of these resources in my written testimony. I do, however, want to comment on the Supports Intensity Scale, otherwise known as the SIS. While the Supports Intensity Scale is not new, it is currently not used as an assessment tool for Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The Supports Intensity Scale is a strengths-based comprehensive assessment tool that measures an individual's support needs in personal, work-related, and social activities in order to identify and describe the types and intensity of supports an individual requires. If we are to modernize our IDD waiver system, we must begin with a fundamental change in our approach and philosophy as to how we can best empower and support Kansans in their community. We need to ask a fundamentally different question. Rather than asking, what can't a person do, we need to start asking, what supports and services does a person need to empower and leverage their own strengths and assets so that they can successfully live full integrated lives in their community. As a strength-based assessment tool, the SIS puts us on a path towards providing supports and services that empower Kansans with disabilities and their families. Next slide, please. Chairman Carpenter also asked the committee to comment on some Kansas-specific considerations as we look to modernize our IDD waiver and hopefully in our waiting list for services. For me, 3 things in particular stand out that can impact our understanding of the current situation. I believe our previous conference touched upon the first one, and that is, first and foremost, we need to understand that the vast majority of Kansans with IDD and who may be eligible for services aren't known to the system. The rate of prevalence for intellectual and developmental disabilities in any given population, conservatively speaking, is 1.58% of the population. Given our current population, we can safely assume that there is an estimated 46,000 Kansans with developmental disabilities. We know that there are currently 9,047 Kansans with IDD who are currently receiving services, and we also know that there are currently 4,814 Kansans who are on the waiting list. This means that there's an estimated 46,000 Kansans with IDD, and we only know about 30% of the Kansans who might be eligible for services. There is probably another 32,000 Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are not known to the system, or at least not yet. This statistic is crucial, especially when we look at our second Kansas-specific consideration. And that is, Kansas has a rapidly aging population, and many caregivers will be needing supports and services themselves. Many, if not most of the individuals who are not yet known to the service system currently live with the family caregiver. And 24% of all family caregivers of people with IDD are age 60 or over. If we are to assume that family givers over the age of 60 may not be able to provide supports within a 15-year time frame, this represents a potential additional 7,700 Kansans who will need supports due to aging caregivers alone. The upcoming waiting list study should provide more clarity into this situation. 2 more slides, please. 1 more. Thirdly, as a state, it is somewhat of an outlier, Kansas is somewhat of an outlier as it has a single comprehensive IDD waiver, resulting in over 98% of all IDD expenditures in the state being concentrated in the provider networks and public institutions. One unintended outcome of how we've chosen to invest our dollars is that Kansas currently lags behind the rest of the nation in how much we invest in individual and family support spending per capita. Next page, please. Kansas spends 1/50th of the national average on individual and family supports. That is not to say that Kansas has not invested in the IDD service system. We just haven't prioritized investing in individual and family supports. However, this hasn't always been the case. Next slide, please. Kansas historically used to invest in individual and family supports. Kansas's fiscal effort for individual and family supports, excluding supported employment, peaked in fiscal year 2009 when the state invested roughly $65.6 million in family supports with 4,074 participants. In 2019, the most recent data, our investment in family supports had dropped to $9.1 million with only 513 families being served. Supported employment realized its highest number of participants in fiscal year 1996 with close to 1,000 participants, and this correlated with over $7 million invested by the state that fiscal year. It should be noted that according to the CMS-approved Kansas IDD waiver, it was estimated that the state would only spend $93,278.25 annually on supported employment services at a base rate of $3.25 per 15-minute billing unit. This represents a 99% decrease in the state's fiscal effort towards supported employment since fiscal year 1996. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, the data clearly shows that people with disabilities who engage in competitive integrated employment become more independent, have better health outcomes, have a higher quality of life, and are less reliant on traditional supports and services. As we look to modernize our IDD service system, we really need to examine how we prioritize our investment in supports and services. Equally important is that we utilize data-driven decision-making as we work to modernize our waiver in supports and service systems in Kansans so that we may ultimately eliminate the waiting list and ensure that all Kansans can live in the community of their choice. Moving forward, the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities applauds the state's decision to implement a comprehensive waiting list study and has full confidence in our DD network partner, the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities, and in that they can provide insightful data that not only shines a light on the problems we face, but also points us in the direction of potential solutions. A system for monitoring the needs of people on the waiting list and understanding their current and future support needs is critical for the state to effectively serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is especially true as people are on the waiting list for multiple years, and their needs change, sometimes extensively during this time. This waiting list study can support the state to address two issues that can cause added costs and contribute to ineffective services for people. Number one, the data can be used to better understand and predict people who will enter services through a crisis exception. And two, CDDOs and MCOs will have robust information to plan for future services and respond to changes in people's needs. Coming into the service system in crisis means that providers must scramble to provide services without a clear understanding of the person's current needs. Further, a crisis for a person with the IDD does not just impact the IDD provider system. Multiple other community health systems and other state and community resources are often impacted, including the foster care system. In closing, we need to understand that this is a complex problem without an easy fix. We simply can't copy and paste a waiver authority that might be successful in another state and expect it to bear fruit in Kansas. We can certainly borrow ideas from other states and take heed of the lessons learned, but we must ultimately lean into our own history of innovation and develop a true sunflower solution that meets the specific needs of Kansans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And we need to make sure that that families and self-advocates need to be a part of the solution, embracing the idea of nothing about me without me. And along those lines, the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas has invited me to extend an invitation to the committee to attend the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas conference this weekend at the Ramada Inn this Saturday, so that you can get some feedback from self-advocates in person. So, thank you.
Very good, Craig. Thank you very much. Committee questions. Representative Barker.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Does Kansas use the support intensity scale, or does it not?
It currently does not. I believe 39 states currently use the supports intensity scale. Kansas currently uses what's called the basis assessment, and the basis assessment is, rather than a strengths-based assessment, is a deficits-based assessment. And I think we'll hear from some conferees today talk a little bit about the basis. Oftentimes it's described as being dehumanizing and traumatic. There is a lot of concern by families and self-advocates about the use of the basis in Kansas.
But a number of states do use the
yes.
intensity.
And one of the reasons why I included it is one of the authors, Jim Thompson, who unfortunately passed away here in the past couple weeks, was based at KU. So, we have solutions in our own backyard.
Okay. Just one other follow-up. My understanding is we're an employment-first state.
We were the first state in the nation to pass employment-first legislation. We were the first
one to do that. But we spend less on that.
Yep.
Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding as well. And if you take a look at the waiver, what we've allocated for supported employment, we're probably last in the nation in that.
Last in the nation. All right, thank you. But we were the first.
I will say this: we were the first. I know KDADS has plans for part of their ARPA money to invest $2 million in employment first initiatives to kind of explore, ways that we can enhance, that promise of turning the dream of employment into reality. So I think that's really exciting. But, we have a long ways to go.
But you would agree a job is important?
I would say it's probably one of the most important things we can provide people with disabilities. And the reality is, if you take a look at the employment situation in Kansas and how many open positions we have, there are a lot of really neat and innovative ways to support people in employment. There's the use of technology. There's this use of potentially what's called co-working agreements, where employers could act as job coaches and be reimbursed for those services. There's just so many different things. And using technology and things like co-working agreements wouldn't put a strain on our current workforce. In fact, it might help address some of those workforce crisis issues.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Representative Ruiz.
how many, is there going to be a course, very small group of people who are, and I understand what you're saying, you know, we can find places to fit them in. I'm just getting a sense. It sounds to me like there's a very large percentage who can be employed, who can contribute, blah, blah, blah. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many are just probably on that far end of the spectrum that you think it would be very difficult. Just
There's
from
a
a
difference between
funding,
very
from a
difficult and
funding
impossible.
standpoint,
So
yeah.
I'm one of those who don't believe in impossible.
Okay.
I'm someone who enjoys a challenge, and so I appreciate finding difficult
Right.
people. I'm reminded of an individual. His name is, I believe, is William Powell. He's in Oregon, and he has a very significant disability. But they were able to find a job with him in a bookstore, and the only movement he has is with his head, and he's able to use his head to press a button to help sort books for the bookstore. He's getting paid a competitive wage, and he's a valued member of that community and that bookstore. And so initially, if you look at the guy, you say, no way, can't get a job. But they were very creative in their approach, and I think that's something we can do in Kansas, be really creative in our approaches.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Almost everywhere you go, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation. Everywhere you go, you see, I don't care what shop you go to, what restaurant you go to, in front of the building, it says hiring. It'll say $15 plus and everything. And so I went in some of those and say, well, how many people actually come in? And they say, some, but they're very particular. Well, before it was like we couldn't find a job, or because of COVID, we lost a lot of jobs. In your estimation, whether it's disabilities or just an able-bodied person, where are all of these people that, what are they doing if they're not working?
I think a lot of people are, participating in day habilitation programs, which is, again, I want to be very careful about this because there are a lot of pockets of excellence in Kansas, but really not engaging in community-based activities. I mean, the buildings in the community and not on an institutional ground, but the reality is we just haven't provided, I think Mike referred to it during Bethel as the chicken and the egg problem. We haven't put the investment in supported employment. If you provide providers with an opportunity to actually fund these supports and services, they'll go to where the money's at. I mean, that's, but we just haven't made that investment. And so once we do make that investment in supported employment in Kansas, I think we'll see a dramatic shift in the number of employment numbers we see here in Kansas. But yeah, like you said, where are these people? And I think that's a real problem because, they aren't in the community. We don't see them.
So is $15 an hour not enough?
Are you talking about the workforce, or are you talking about the people being employed? I mean, the people with disabilities being employed?
Well, the workforce, those people that we're not able to attract, or the people that are actually leaving the jobs they have. Now, we know part of that could be burnout. We know the other part is that they're not making $15 an hour.
Right.
So are they going to move over to that job? I would think not, because they're trained or they want to do this particular job. So is it our business, as a state, up to us to try and raise that so that they stay in that area and we don't have a shortage in nursing homes and we don't have a shortage in independent care or people trying to find somebody, which we heard yesterday from Askia Adams, he's hard to find someone because of the money, or you have different programs that will raise it and months later, they put you back where you were. Well, no one wants to go back to that situation when they have it. So, I mean, I don't want to say whose fault it is because I don't believe in just blaming.
Right.
But in your estimation, you've given us this, but what can we do, from a state point of view? Because we certainly can't tell businesses what to do.
Right, right. So this is a really complex problem, and I think Representative Landwehr mentioned the other day that, prior there was a real focus on, not only what your salary was, but what the benefits were, but now the focus seems to be on what your salary is. I think that's true for people who are under the age of 26 who can still get benefits, health insurance from their parents. But once you cross that threshold of 26 and you no longer can, get insurance from your parents, then the benefits become more important. And so what I think we see, and I don't really have the data to support this, but this is just an inkling and intuition, is that, oftentimes we see, especially in like college towns, the younger workforce are okay maybe working, for a little higher pay without the benefits. But then when a person can no longer access, health insurance because of their parents, they need to move to another type of vocation that provides those type of benefits. I did direct support for quite a few years. It's an incredibly tough job. And, my hat is, I tip my hat to everyone who does that. They're my heroes, really. But yeah, it's, like I said, it's a complex problem. It's, we need to get really creative. And it's not necessarily we have to find more bodies to do the work. We have options such as enabling technology, which allows us to reallocate our workforce resources. We had a demonstration project down in Sedgwick County with the CDDO there for a little while. And some states have technology first initiatives that look at using enabling technology so that people become more independent and less reliant on in-person human supports. I think Kansas has done some really interesting employment innovations. We provided a tax credit for businesses who hire people with disabilities. If we couple that with like those co-working agreements, so that the business is not only getting that tax credit, but may be able to draw down some of those Medicaid dollars by providing the employment supports, maybe we don't need to hire as many support staff and leverage some of those resources in the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Many further questions? So on this employment issue, what can we do as a state? I know our job coaching reimbursement is horrible.
That's the first thing. I mean, that's low-hanging fruit. In fact, I think that that perhaps the reimbursement rate that's shown on the actual waiver might be a mistake. I think that the supported employment rate may have been supposed to be added on top of the day habilitation rate to make it at least somewhat competitive. I mean, but when we talked to other states this afternoon and some of the conferees, and you can ask them questions about their supported employment reimbursement rate. Some states are, reimbursing at a rate of, $40 an hour, and we're at 12. You can't run a business successfully to do that, especially when you consider that oftentimes supported employment requires one-on-one support. And when you're looking at day habilitation, you can do 3 or 4 people with one staff. And so it doesn't make any business sense if you're getting reimbursed more for the rehabilitation rate and being able to get reimbursed for multiple people versus supporting an individual and not getting reimbursed as much per individual.
Many further questions? Craig, thank you very much for
Absolutely.
the presentation. That
Thank you.
gives us some things to work on.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, committee, next we have presentations by individuals and providers. Kathy Keck is first up. Kathy, you've been busy this week. You were here earlier this week. Thank you for being here.
And don't forget Jacob. I'm going to see if he wants to say a few words after. I didn't list them separately because I'm sure his remarks won't only take like a second.
Okay, and I might remind everyone that we'll have 3 minutes. We've got a lot of folks to go through here, and so you'll have 3 minutes. They'll show you a slide up there that gives an idea of your time, okay?
All right, thanks, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Kathy Keck. I'm a mom of 5 kids, 3 with complex medical and developmental disabilities. Thanks for allowing me to come today. In 2007, I adopted my son, Jacob. Prior to that, I worked in the field of IDD since 1992. My experience in the field gave me confidence in adopting a young man with complex medical and developmental disabilities. However, becoming a parent has been an eye-opening experience, revealing many deficits that exist in our current system. I'm also a former foster parent, and I've had several children with dual diagnosis of IDD and behavioral health issues. We can probably all agree the waiting list is out of control, and one of the reasons we're here. So I'm going to focus on other issues today that are negatively impacting our systems and areas to be considered as we look at modernization and flexibilities. I also come because families like ours are often underrepresented of our needs because, like my son Jacob, can't speak up for himself and advocate, and so he relies on his family. So the ongoing care crises, we've been talking about this. It's existed since before COVID. It's been exacerbated because of the pandemic. But this affects individuals like us who self-direct our care, as well as agencies. But for people who self-direct, there's low benefit. There's no benefits, as you asked earlier. Workers that work with my son, they get a low wage, no benefits. There's no health insurance. There's no sick days. There's no vacation days. Network capacity. We lack options for people with 24-hour care needs who have profound developmental disabilities and behavioral and complex medical needs. There's also a lack of capacity for children and adults who have dual diagnoses of IDD and behavioral health needs. Each system works in silos and doesn't provide holistic care treatment. There's complex systems. Let me not forget about this. The lack of capacity and programs for school-aged children. That was a real issue when Jacob was in school, and it is extremely hard when they're single parents and there are absolutely no after-school programs for individuals that have developmental disabilities or high complex needs. Our systems are complex, and it makes it really difficult for individuals and families to navigate to get the necessary supports they need. And there's hardships that are created for families who are providing primary support, including those with multiple children requiring support and those in foster care due to red tape or policies that don't provide the choice of family or as caregivers. So some possible solutions: develop a career ladder for individuals who provide direct supports for individuals with IDD by increasing training and advanced skill requirements, and also include benefits for those who do the self-directed care. Develop a statewide impact campaign to highlight the critical roles that DSPs or personal care attendants provide to individuals like my son Jacob and to our family. Create a work group made up of individuals of the IDD system and behavioral health system to analyze and make recommendations to improve the supports and services available for individuals with dual diagnosis. Cross-collaboration, training, and evaluation, in addition to exploring braided funding options, should be considered. And then partner with existing after-school programs to determine what funding or other supports would be needed to allow children with disabilities to participate in programs alongside their non-disabled peers. And then another idea is to fund a HCBS navigation team at the state level who could At this question, he has one word, but apparently he's not going to say it today. So, all right, and usually that word is poop. That's what he thinks about the system right now.
All right.
Anyway.
Very good, Kathy. Thank you very much for being here. Next, we have Matt Flesher, Executive Director, Interhab.
Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me, I feel compelled to address two inaccuracies in previous testimony before I begin my testimony, if that's okay. First, about a decade ago, both KDADS and its predecessor, SRS, and community providers spent, I believe, a couple of years taking an intensive look at the supports intensity scale, SIS, examining it for a potential fit to the IDD service system. It was determined after a great deal of examination not to be a good fit for the Kansas IDD system. So we moved on from SIS about a decade ago. And currently, we're examining another tool at this point in time. It's known as the MIFI. I don't know if it will ultimately serve as a good replacement for BASIS or not. I can't tell you that. But they're in the middle of examining that currently. So just wanted to let you know that about SIS, that was looked at and determined not to be a good fit for Kansas. Second, I also want to let you know that the discussion about center-based employment, or otherwise known as sheltered workshops, that was not accurate information that you received. 14C certificates, otherwise known as sub-minimum wage certificates, those are issued by the Federal Department of Labor. They require a great deal of oversight from the federal government. There are only about 24 of those remaining in the state of Kansas, so that is a subset of sheltered workshop settings in the state of Kansas. Each of you has a sheltered workshop or a center-based employment setting in your community that is serving persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. They're doing outstanding work each and every day, and I encourage you, if you've not visited them, and I believe you all have, to stop by and see the work that they're doing. Center-based employment is a tool that provides pre-vocational skills training. It's part of a spectrum of employment supports. So I would encourage you to keep that in mind as we continue these discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you, and thank you, members of the committee, for this opportunity to embark on this opportunity with you to explore the challenges and the opportunities that face the IDD service system here in Kansas. We have begun many years ago the work that you are about to undertake through the passage of the Developmental Disabilities Reform Act in 1995. In many ways, it sets the guidepost for you all through the establishment of the outcomes that we are to achieve in this system: productivity, inclusion, independence, and integration. Those are the words in the statute. There are some other words in the statute as well: adequate and reasonable funding. I'd encourage you to keep those in mind as we continue to explore this together. I'll keep the rest of my testimony short and sweet. I have 4 suggested pillars for this committee to consider as the basis of its considerations over the next 3 days. Pillar 1, financial adequacy and certainty. This system has never had adequacy or certainty. It's never been funded to the degree that it should have been from the very beginning. It's had really a steady kind of starvation, if you will. The past few years have been, in many ways, the exception to the rule, and that is largely due to the folks sitting on this committee and your peers who have taken it upon yourselves to move this system forward. Past legislatures and past administrations did not take that type of leadership. And because of that, we are far behind where we should be. But adequacy of funding is a serious concern. It's a big part of the discussion about workforce and why we cannot retain an adequate workforce in this system. I'm excited as well about the discussion earlier about professionalization. There are a lot of exciting concepts about professionalizing this workforce. Interhab just introduced a registered apprenticeship program for direct support professionals that I'd love to tell you more about at some point. Perhaps we can do that over the next 3 days of hearings. In addition to adequacy, we need certainty in this system in terms of funding. Other systems have been able to come up with mechanisms that provide some degree of forecasting for their systems. Now, I know that we can't compel future legislatures to expend resources. I understand that, but other systems do have mechanisms that allow for some degree of forecasting. I would encourage us to examine that together. Pillar 2, modernization through the development of service alternatives. My friend Nick Wood is going to tell you about one such alternative that you'll see in a number of states is a vehicle that they have selected. It's called a community support waiver, and we think it has a lot of merit. Pillar 3, we've got to evolve this system to serve the complex needs of the individuals who are currently in this system. We have individuals with serious behavioral health challenges, serious age-related illnesses such as aging and dementia, and individuals with very complicated physical health care needs. These were individuals who were not in this system when it was designed in the late 80s, early 90s. We've got to change the system to meet their needs. And the final pillar is just as we begin to turn our sights towards the horizon and the waiting list, we've got to initiate a locally driven process to address the waiting list. We have to put providers, the gatekeepers, the CDDOs, and families in the driver's seat so they can identify how best to meet the needs of those waiting for service. A one-size-fit-all approach, a top-down approach, will not work. And with that, I will pause and stand for questions.
Thank you, Matt. I think, how do we want to do this? We want to call people up at the end for questions, or do we want to ask questions now? Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Next, I have Nick Wood. Oh, time's up.
Wow, okay.
Chair,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Chair. Members of the committee, I'm trying to go through I won't read my testimony.
I did tell Nick earlier we were going to start charging him and Matt extra for both of them to appear from one organization.
No problem, no trouble
I just
there.
think Matt took his time, so anyway.
I will try to go through it quickly. I've been in front of most of you probably several times before talking about a community support waiver. And you heard this morning from Mary Sowers, of all people. She's probably one of the best experts across the country you could have here today. I'm very grateful just to be able to be present for that. But she described what a community support waiver is and isn't. There's a lot of variation, but typically they just don't provide that 24/7 residential care that we have in our comprehensive waiver. You're also this afternoon going to hear from Commissioner Penrod at KDADS, and she's going to describe a 1915C waiver, which is what these community support waivers typically are, and the quality assurance framework, which I think is really important, just from a management standpoint and for protections for beneficiaries, frankly. So I'm going to skip ahead to what. In kind of the work that I've done, the core services on this waiver that I think are important and would make it successful. So on page 2, it says community support waivers can meet a variety of needs. Now I list 4 services. There are also state plan services, rehabilitation services, behavioral health services, and targeted case management, those are state plan services. These would be waiver services. State plan services, typically, if you have a medical card, if you have Medicaid and you're eligible, you get those services. These would only be for people who are eligible for this particular waiver. You have to have IDD. So services and goods, that's sort of an individualized budget that families could use to spend on basically anything they need, but the catch is that the item or the service must decrease the need for other Medicaid services and or promote inclusion in the community and or increase a participant's safety in the home environment. And one really nice thing about that, other than just being extremely popular with families, is that it doesn't rely on personal care staff. So it helps to alleviate that. The same with assistive technology. Again, families would have a budget for assistive technology. We're looking for types of technology that help them be more independent, learn independent skills, not be dependent on staff. There's a longer description toward the back of my testimony. Those are requirements sort of under Medicaid, and some of that language is taken from other states that do those services pretty well. The other thing I want to point to is and I've presented this before, the social services budget, is what we would estimate the cost to be. So in this estimate, I think it's the bottom of page 3, we estimated it would be about $11,000 per participant for kids 21 and under, and around $18,000, $19,000 for people over that age. So if we combine those two populations, that's the numbers that you see there are people on the waiting list, the average cost would be a little bit lower.
Very good. Perfect timing.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. Okay, next we have Joan Kelly. Joan, welcome to committee. Joan is no stranger to our Social Services SSB committee, and we'd like to have her before us. So very good. Thank you, Joan.
Thank you, Chairman Carpenter. Members of the committee, my name is Joan Kelly, and I thank you for working towards resolving the systemic challenges facing individuals with IDD. My husband, who's with me here today, and I reside in Gardner, Kansas. Our interest in this committee's work is related to the lifelong care of our grandson, now age 32, who's affected with profound autism. He's nonverbal. He routinely exhibits dangerous and unpredictable behaviors, and he functions cognitively as a 3-year-old. We are interested in state policies which may adversely affect Aiden and his peers. Individuals on this end of the IDD spectrum have no self-preservation skills, and they endure lifelong conditions that require 24/7 care. My testimony is based on 30 years' experience as an advocate, including more than a decade of navigating the fragmented HCBS system. As one who experienced repeated community system failures, and as a guardian for a loved one who's received care at the Kansas Neurological Institute for 14 years, it appears that the goal of many presenters is to slant thinking towards the misconception that inclusion must occur only in scattered community settings. I would remind the committee that the very definition of waiver is waiving the right to facility or institutional care. Institutions are referred to in a very disparaging manner under the prevalent ideology. This misguided ideology has been used in the state of Kansas and in many other states that frankly have overridden the informed choice of dedicated families and blatantly ignores the complex support needs of profoundly affected individuals. There's a long history of undermining comprehensive care, which is carried out at K&I, and we see our grandson every other week, so we know what it's like up there. It is not isolating, and it is not an institution like they were 50 years ago. Data collection, research, and analyses created by numerous organizations, including those represented here, exclude data that would clearly reveal the rising number of HCBS tragedies occurring across the nation. You know, I think it's heartbreaking to continually hear testimonies before the Bob Bethel Committee that reveal that little has changed in 19 years. And even though our DD Council discovered that back in 2003, that Kansas was experiencing an HCBS direct support staffing crisis. I want to thank this committee for allowing me to express my concerns today. And our request specifically is that any changes to our policies will not negatively affect or negatively impact the comprehensive centralized care that our grandson and others like him receive at K&I. I invite you, if you've never visited K&I, I invite you to visit there, and if it's been a while, please revisit and refresh your memory as to why K&I exists. I appreciate your public service, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Very good. Thank you, Joan. Next, we have Rick Elskamp. Yes. Very good. Rick, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks. I was here Monday. Didn't feel I did a very good job speaking. I'm totally new to all this, so just want to kind of hit on a few points, and I really had a lot more thinking this morning on some of the presentations. Basically, we have a daughter, 21 years old, has IDD. We knew early she had delays, went through the system. We actually sought out a case manager because we had issues finding a good daycare for her after school. Both me and my wife work. We were lucky enough to have good benefits at our job, so we did okay. Wasn't until really a teacher mentioned something about the IDD wait list, and we started asking about that with the case manager, and we're actually told, don't get them on there too soon. If she comes up to the top of the list and is offered services and we don't need it, which really all we need is day service. She's cognitively a 6-year-old. She can't be left alone at home, it's not possible. So anyway, we were told to get her on the wait list about 2013. It was a 7 to 8 year wait, and it would coincide very well with her aging out of high school. And at the time, there was a plan. We worked very close with her teacher who has 35 years experience in the field, and said, there was a plan that was very good to transition, keep kids in school for between 18 and 21 and get them ready for that transition. And somewhere around 2014, that seemed to derail for whatever reason. We really had no interaction or proactive action by our case manager or the CDDO as far as getting ready for this transition. We started asking questions. Where are we at the wait list? And found out recently that, it's gone from 7 to 8 years to 10, possibly 15 years. So, that puts us in a bind. We explored crisis funding, and in Monday's testimony, a lot of focus on crisis funding submissions was abuse, neglect, and exploitation. But there is another requirement, either or. It doesn't have to be both. If she is a person at significant risk of harm to themselves or others, she's definitely, like I said, we can't leave a 6-year-old at home by herself. I don't want the house to burn down. So we explored that, but what was really frustrating was when we mentioned that, the case manager said, those are near impossible to get approved. And we need to do something. We need to have a meeting with the CDDO and try to see what our options are. And they even said, almost laughed at us. It won't go through, but you're welcome to do it. And please follow up with me afterwards if you have any questions. I'd love to speak with you more about this, but in hindsight, fix the wheel. Help educate parents that are coming up through the system that this is an issue, and do what they need to do at the time when their kids are younger. And with all due respect to Mr. Knutson's testimony, gainful employment is not a solution for her and for a majority of people with IDD, I think. I mean, it's great that there could be that solution out there, but that's not a fix. I hope we don't really focus and go down that path, because that will not work. But sorry to go over time. I appreciate it.
You're fine. Well, thank you very much. We'll read your testimony.
All right.
And we may call you up for questions here in a little
Absolutely.
bit.
Sorry, I'm so nervous.
Oh, you're good. Just relax. You'll get better at it. Very good. Thank you again, Rick. Okay, next I have Rachel Mast, and I think she is going to be playing a video.
Yes, sir. I'm pulling that up right now.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Just feedback there. I apologize, sir. Well, it's more or less the audio.
I'm 23 years old. I live in Waiver. I'm a
Try the flash drive there.
We do. We could go on to the next person, and maybe we can get that figured out. Would that work? Okay, very good. Just relax. We'll get it. We love technology. Okay, is Jawanda, is that correct? Good guess, huh? Thank you very much for being here today. We'll get it figured out on the video there real quick. Very good. Thank you.
Loud. My testimony kind of piggybacks on my daughter Rachel's testimony, but so y'all will just have to trust me on some of that. But I want to thank you for your time today. I'm Jawanda Mass from Olathe, Kansas, and I'm the manager of grassroots.
Jawanda, do you want to wait then until we get that?
No, it'll be fine.
Okay,
Because they have the written testimony.
All right,
It'll
very
be
good.
fine, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that option, though. I'm the manager of grassroots advocacy for the National Down Syndrome Congress, but more importantly, I'm mom to Rachel, whose testimony you have, and who I hope you're going to get to hear her sweet little voice soon. The reason Rachel isn't here today testifying is because she has a job. And she's working, and we all felt like it was more important for her to be at work than to come to Topeka today when she could provide video testimony. And I bet most people in this room would agree with me that that's a great reason for her not to be here today. Really, I shouldn't say much more beyond what Rachel said. If I were smart, I would shut up because what she has to say speaks for itself. In her video and in her testimony, she talks about her dreams. And she deserves to be able to live her dreams. She deserves to be respected and treated with courtesy. She deserves to be kept safe. She's right about all those things. It's unfair that she is often treated poorly by a system that is supposed to support her and provide the supports that she needs to work in the community. I'm not going to read my testimony, but just touch on a few of the high points. You've already heard people talk about the basis assessment. I sent along a copy of the basis assessment with my testimony. I'm not sure you received that. But when you hear my daughter's testimony, you will hear her say that she cries and is embarrassed when she's subjected to the basis. The basis instrument is 13 categories of behavior that you're supposed to monitor 365 days a year. I'll be happy to send copies of that to all of you if you did not get that. I want you to try to imagine what it might be like for a 23-year-old young woman with an intellectual disability who is vulnerable to have to talk to people she doesn't even know about subjects such as toileting and do you wipe well. Then I want you to think about what it's like for her. We had her basis assessment this past Monday. I want you to think about what it was like for her to have to answer such questions when the assessor was a man that she did not know. Then we move on to even more personal questions like, do you smear feces and what sexually inappropriate things have you done in the last year? Granted, she does not have to stay for that, but we do not have guardianship of my daughter, and she wants to be present because it's her life, and she has the right to be able to give input and talk about her life. So those are the kind of things that she's subjected to, and she does cry. Can I say just a couple more things? Thank you. I see your faces right now, and I can see how you are horrified by what I just said. Well, imagine how horrifying it is for her, and imagine what it's like for our family and hundreds of other families in this state that have to go through that every year. As a Southern woman, there is no adjective I can politely use to adequately describe that assessment. So I'm just going to say it's humiliating, disrespectful, and outdated. I will also say there are other options. The CIS that was talked about is an option. I can't speak to and don't understand why it's not appropriate in the state of Kansas when it's used in 39 other states, and it was developed right here in the state of Kansas. You all can read my testimony, and I didn't want to go over too much on the other issues that I wanted to discuss, but one other thing two other things I want to quickly say are, transportation is a nightmare. You can read our stories, and they're not the exception, they're the rule for what people have to go through. Transportation is not provided through the Medicaid waiver, through HCBS Medicaid waiver services in Kansas. Well, if you want to know why people aren't working, there are a lot of people that could probably work if they had dependable and safe transportation. Another thing no one has spoke about that's very important to me is I wish we had individual budget control, or what I call a consumer-directed waiver in the state of Kansas. Rachel is approved for support hours that are not necessarily what she needs most. What she needs most is transportation and other things. If we had individual budget support with oversight from the person that should be making decisions about their life, her and her family, we could use the funding that provides support people that we have a hard time finding and don't benefit us the most. We could use that for transportation and take care of our own transportation. So with that, I'll read my last paragraph because I know I'm over on time, but my last paragraph is on another page that I left at my seat. So I will just say, I want to say thank you to you all for assembling this committee and for listening, and I will be happy to answer questions when it is appropriate. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Joanda. Next, we have Ron Fugit. Very good, Ron. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, Chairman Carpenter and committee members, and for the opportunity to share with you my thoughts this morning. And also thank you for helping to pass the waiver rate increase. I'm Ron Fugate, and this is my son, Nick Fugate. He can't be with us today because he's with his job coach looking for a new job. Nick was born 48 years ago with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In May of 2015, he was placed on the waiver wait list. And at that time, we were told that it would be 7 years before he would receive funding. Then it became 8 years, and then 9 years, and now it's 10 years, we think. Today, Nick has 763 positions from the top. In the meantime, we are paying out of pocket for his support services that he receives through Lake Mary Center in Olathe. As you know, there are 4,800 Kansans on the wait list, and most families cannot afford the private pay. Even if they can, providers sometimes lack beds or go out of business. A friend left her medical practice to stay at home with her son who was intellectually and developmentally disabled, and it was 7 years before they could find a provider. And we've heard plenty about the problems and how they impact families throughout the state, causing disruptions in their relationships, in their marriages, and in their careers. It's a double dilemma. We must get people off the wait list, but at the same time, we have to make sure that there's adequate capacity to support them. Now, we've heard a lot of promises over the years. Privatizing Medicaid would save enough money to eliminate the wait list. Well, we're not sure that CanCare is even saving money, but that's a whole nother subject. Nearly 50 years ago, we learned that our baby would be born with disabilities. We had choices. We chose life. Do we regret it? Absolutely not. But here's what we do regret, and that is the endless struggle to get state support so that Nick can live his life with dignity and respect. You know, as I draw closer to the edge of eternity, I fear for Nick's future. It's what keeps me awake at night. Now, I believe each and every one of you has a heart for our special needs kids, or you wouldn't even be here. I think you feel that our sons and daughters matter, that they deserve to live their lives and function the best they can in their communities. And you hold the power to pave the way towards solving this shameful dilemma. Now, we parents and guardians stand with you. In return, we ask that you stand with our loved ones and with us. Thank you.
Very good, Rick. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Gail Richardson. Gail, thank you for being here.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I have watched you, and you are all very attentive, so we appreciate that. My name is Gail Richardson. I am the mother of a 50-year-old son with developmental disabilities. His name is Rusty Richardson, and he receives services through JCDS, which is the CDDO in our county, and from Lake Mary. And I am on the board of both of those organizations. I'm also an accountant, and I'm the head of the Audit and Finance Committee at Lake Mary. And the reason I tell you this is not to, for you to think I'm wonderful, but to say that there is a whole lot of testimony here from the experts about what we should do, but nobody asks the families whether they think this is going to work. I'm part of the old geezer squad, and I have been around enough to see initiatives that look wonderful in theory, but don't work in practice. And if you ask the parents, they could probably tell you that's not a practical solution. There are people who have said that my son should not be in a sheltered workshop. They're calling it a training center. And my mother once said, well, he's been there 25 years. What are they training him for? So training center is not the right wording. It is supposed to be better than sheltered workshop, but I'm telling you that he cannot survive with community employment. He has inability to speak. He has autism, severe autism. He has behavior. He's a tough customer, even for the people who serve him. And we want to tell you that I've heard so many schemes for let's get him employment, and we've tried them, and I think that would be neat. I think my son would love to work in the community. He is not able to, and I hope you will keep in your minds that not everybody can do the employment first. I don't want to criticize anybody who says we can, but we families we know what works. And I had a whole bunch of different points I wanted to make, but I didn't want to make that clear. And so I probably have 1 minute to talk about everything else. We need 4 things to at least get started on stabilization of the IDD system. And that's something that the parents worry about all the time. How stable is this organization? We need wage increases for our case managers. They are an essential part of the system. Parents interact with them frequently, and I think it was an oversight of the legislature, they were never included. May I have just a couple more minutes? They were never included in the HCBS increases, so they've not had a raise for 10 or 11 years. I know you hate this word, but we need annual COLA adjustments. If you don't like that, think of some other word, because in the budget passed last spring, Kansas legislators recognized that wages for our kids' caregivers had fallen so far behind the marketplace that providers could not find employees willing to work in these complex jobs. We're very grateful for the job increases, and we ask you to protect these rates with a legislated annual increase so we won't fall back behind again. And maybe you won't have to see my lovely face anymore if we get enough funding. The third thing is behavioral supports, and you've heard a lot of testimony about that. Boy, is it needed. My kiddo needs behavior supports big time, and so do many more of our folk. The last thing is the new community support waiver. I think it will be a money saver and allow us to serve more people on the wait list, and will give providers more flexibility to tailor their waiver services to their clients' actual need. So I am a proud Kansas citizen, and I'm confident that the legislators and the families and K-dads will design a proud Kansas solution. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Gail, thank you. Next, I have Jerry Sickles. Jerry, are you here? Very good. Jerry, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Jerry Sickles. I work remotely as insurance biller for a local medical provider. My husband, John, works for the Douglas County Sheriff's Department. We're the parents of Jackson, who is a high school junior with intellectual disability and autism. Jackson was officially diagnosed with autism shortly after his 3rd birthday. Through Tiny K Services, we registered for the waiver. We are now 15 years into what was supposed to be a 7-year waiting list. We, my husband, our older son Nicholas, and myself, did our best to bring Jackson along in milestones and general life skills. We don't have family and friend support to speak of, so it's really just the 2 of us now that Nicholas is on his own. Even pre-pandemic, our social lives were limited, as it's difficult to find a competent sitter for someone Jackson's age who is nonverbal and not toilet compliant. It is also prohibitively expensive, on average $20 an hour. We take turns getting out of the house with friends, so one of us is always home. We have many issues affecting our quality of life. The most urgent issue is that of toileting. Jackson's sensory issues prevent him from having bowel movements in the toilet. Instead, he uses the deck, his bedroom closet, the bathroom sink, or the living room floor. Basically, wherever there's not a parent around to interfere. He uses anything he can find to clean himself, so we have daily towels, bedding, and laundry to spray clean by hand before washing. We scrub BM off the walls, sink, and flooring every day. We scrub BM off of Jackson sometimes 3 and 4 times a day. It's physically exhausting and emotionally devastating. It is also very expensive. Our water bill tops $300. When Jackson started high school, we discovered he was no longer on the waiting list. We don't know when or why he was removed. We have received no information from either the CDDO or the state of Kansas. We reapplied, and now Jackson is back at the bottom of a list that has a minimum 9-year delay. This was a crushing blow. We believed respite assistance was imminent. Jackson is going to be 17 in October and will not be eligible for the waiver now until he is at least 24. That's a full 21 years after we first applied. This is especially devastating because this spring I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. This is a condition that leaves me in chronic constant pain and intermittent weakness. There are times when the rigors of caring for Jackson leave me barely able to function. This situation is not going to improve. It's only going to get worse. By the time Jackson is 25, it's likely I'll be physically unable to provide the same level of care for him that I do now. My husband is 54 and has his own mobility issues. It takes both of us to meet Jackson's needs. The waiting list is not an inconvenience. It's a barrier to my son receiving the support he needs to remain in his community with a decent quality of life. There's no end in sight and no real estimate for when Jackson will receive the services to which he is entitled under Medicaid. We cannot adequately plan for his future. We need help, but there's no hope unless this legislature and this governor act. We don't need assistance years from now. We need it now. Thank you for your attention.
Very good, Jerry. Thank you very much. Next, we have Stacy Crow, and I believe she's virtual. Stacy, are you here?
Yes. Did you hear me?
Very good. We can.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and committee members, for letting me speak today. I'm actually just going to kind of read my testimony, and hopefully I can get through it in 3 minutes. Behind me, though, I have pictures of my daughter, Taylor, Samuel, he goes by Ricky, and Chelsea. And those are the 3 children I'm going to be talking about today. So I'll start out with, my name is Stacy Crow, and I'm the parent of 3 children with intellectual, physical, and medical disabilities. Our journey into special needs began in 2014 at the adoption of our daughter, Taylor. Taylor is now 23 years old. She is an amazing young woman that needs constant supervision. Then we adopted Ricky at 8 years old in 2016. Ricky is turning 15 next week. He not only has intellectual disabilities, but severe physical disabilities as well. Ricky will need lifelong care. We are currently in the process of an adoption of our little girl, Chelsea. We have fostered her for over 3 years now. Chelsea is 13 years old. She has intellectual needs, severe physical needs, and medical concerns. All 3 of the children have brought great joy to our family. One of the main concerns I find difficult and very frustrating in the process here is that getting CanCare to cover some of the children's durable medical equipment, it literally is like moving a mountain. I spend hours on the phone filing appeals, grievances, getting needed documentation to make sure the children's needs are met. I'll give it an example just because it's so fresh on my mind, because we just did get Ricky's wheelchair. We started the process over a year ago to get new wheelchairs for both Ricky and Chelsea. They both have quadriplegic cerebral palsy and rely on a wheelchair 100% of the time. The chairs are their legs and gives them any sense of independence. It's true that both chairs weren't old, by no means, but as we all know, during puberty, children grow quickly, and Ricky and Chelsea had grown 10 inches and almost 40 pounds in just the last couple years. The seating couldn't be grown in their current chairs, so their wheelchairs were extremely uncomfortable for both of them. Ricky's feet went clear to the ground, if not on the foot plate, and Ricky's knees were up in the air when his feet were positioned on the foot plate, leaving his legs, they didn't make contact with the seat. This would create pressure sores if he was left in the chair any length of time. We had a seating clinic in Colorado, as we live in the Kansas-Colorado border. We're right on the Kansas border. So all the kids' care is done at the Children's Hospital of Colorado and their providers. The orders for new wheelchairs was put in for both children, and both were denied. Chelsea's was denied because it hadn't been long enough since she received a chair. And Ricky's was denied because it wasn't a Kansas seating clinic. We had always used Children's Hospital New Motion and Aspen Seating in Colorado for our evaluations, but this time it didn't work. Let's see. I filed appeals and grievances, but I also started making the phone calls to get Ricky and Chelsea into a Kansas seating clinic. It was scheduled several weeks out, so we had to wait longer. They only had one opening. I took it. It was a 10-hour drive to take Ricky in to have a seating clinic done, to be told the same thing, that his chair is extremely too small, as well as his seat. And so now here we are 5 months into the process with no end in sight. We ended up going, am I good? Can I keep going?
Kind of please try to wrap it up.
I'm almost done. Thank you. We ended up going through an organization to help with Chelsea's because I was afraid that no matter what, we would never get approval for hers because her chair just wasn't that old. We went through a special agency. They accepted the Colorado Seating Clinic, and we were able to get her chair. It took 9 months, start to finish. We knew that Ricky's was a little bit older, so we were hoping that we could get CanCare to cover it through Aetna. We actually drove clear to Wichita. We did the seating clinic. We got approval. We got the chair ordered, but in my disbelief, we found out after the chair was ordered that the seat wasn't approved. So now we had no seat for the new chair. At the time, I filed more grievances, more appeals. I pleaded because not only did this make it impossible for him to even attend school or go out in the community, I mean, this was his only form of independence, mobility, even to get out of the house. Finally, on September 1st, we did win that appeal and grievance, and his chair and his seat were provided, and Ricky did get his new chair on September 1st. I can see how some parents would just give up because the process with appeals, grievances, the hours on the phone, I mean, they're not just overwhelming, they almost feel impossible. It takes many, many hours to connect all the dots. And I just, as a parent of children with special needs, I just cannot imagine why any child would ever be denied something as crucial as a wheelchair or any other durable medical equipment. We're not trying to hoard medical equipment. It takes up a lot of room in a home. So I don't see the reason why we would be denied something that's so crucial for a child. And I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Very good. Stacy, can you email or write your contact information so that we can get in touch with your MCO? I don't want to say it I don't want you to say the MCO's name over the internet here at this point in time, but can you email her that so we can get in touch with them and try to correct this situation?
Yes, I will. We did finally get the chairs. It's just the frustration of the time involved and having to file appeals and grievances and make additional trips to places that are going to tell you the exact same thing.
Sure. Well, I think we can look into that for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Committee, next we have Matthew Horn, and he is a video also. Very good. Matthew, can you hear us? Oh, it's a video. Oh, never mind.
Don't you love it? Right. Determination and everything else.
I think there may be someone sharing that video from the other side. Can you stop that or however that works? I'm kind of IT challenged, but That seems to be our problem.
I can go check here. Right. Go to settings. The sound is.
Yeah, we're ready anytime.
Audio settings. Let's get it out here. I'm just gonna put it down. Right now. Oh, she left. Never mind. There was something. But I did share a computer. Type in volume. We're just going to have Matthew read it to you instead of play the video.
Oh, good idea.
Yep.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Hey guys, this visit members of community. My name is Bobby Horn. I have been going to Inclusive Connections possibilities since my mom, Debbie Horn, started the organization in 2013. I like to play field games like of Call of Duty. I like go to church. I have been going to the same church for 20 years. I like powerlifting and playing tennis with my friend Ben. I got a one dog at home is taken care of. Possibilities takes no government funding and has given me the skill to have two jobs. In later, I work at Streamline and Doctopia where make my own paychecks and feel proud about being part of a team. And I like paying taxes. I also have Down syndrome. This is disability, but never change. The system should hit me in cases it's too hard for both my parents and me. I need my support and service to help me walk, help me live, and help me be the person who I am. No matter where I live, I should have the flexible to use my waiver because it's my waiver. It's my choice. And the government should not tell me where to live, who to live with. And the most importantly, my friends, I should have to wait for 10 years in cases to get service. At Inclusive Connections, we are building a new inclusive campus called Belong KC. Belong KC will be inclusive world-class campus where I live. Belong KC will be affordable, fun, and a place where I want to live. Have my own apartment in a place that will support me so I can have transportation to my two jobs. And others that help remind me to take my medicine have a job course, activities, and so much fun. I want to live at Prevalence, KC, so that I can have my own bar, weightlifting. I will have weights in my apartment. I will do laundry, dishes, vacuum. I would make my own food because I know how to make a meal. I would have friends over and serve them food to have my own apartment would to make me feel great at my apartment. I would have a sculpture room where I can make sculptures. I have trash and wood. I would have a golden retriever at my apartment named Two Sharks. When we need this community to make changes to allow me to live at Prevalence, KC. Use my service is to live at Prevalence, KC and make my own choices. Thank you.
Very good, Matthew. Thank you for that. Good job.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay.
Very good. Kathy Pine? Kathy, are you on?
This is Katie Pine's testimony. It's another video. We will try to make it work, but if you're not able to hear it, then we will move on to the next, which is Kyla.
No.
Were you able to hear that?
No. We were not.
You have her script in front of you, so if you would please read that for us, we would appreciate it. We'll move on to Kyla.
Mr. Chair and members of the community. My name is Kyla Murphy, and I like to hang out with my friends. I like to go to dinner at Red Robin. My mother is making cheeseburgers. I like to listen to music, pop music. My favorite singer is Ed Sheeran. My favorite song is Perfect. It reminds me of my boyfriend. I like to hang out with my family. With my family, I go bowling. I am very good at bowling. I have 2 dogs. Abby and Coffee are their names. One is part lab and border collie. The other one is part lab and Weimaraner. We are getting a foster puppy soon. I also have 2 sisters. My favorite thing to do at Possibilities is to do the orders. I like to package the jumbo treat orders. I also like to cut out treats in the kitchen. The hardest thing I've had to do here is sniff meds, but I can do it. I do the markets with Possibilities, and my job there is to use the iPad to help customers check out and tell about the products. My favorite product is the Good Girl treats. My dream job is to work in an office organizing things. I feel like Possibilities has taught me skills that will be helpful with organizing orders and organization in general, so I can be good at my future job. I would love to live at Long KC because then I can do fun things with my friends and hang out with my boyfriend and watch movies like Harry Potter. It's important for me to be able to enjoy the benefits of community with equal access to amenities and group activities facilitated by staff. I would make dinner and I would clean the apartment. I'd probably have one dog there because two is too many. I want a German Shepherd or maybe a Husky. I need support to help me remember my medicine and to shower. I also need help with cooking because I've never done it on my own. And takeout is expensive. I need this support to help me live independently. I know that Long KC will help people that need a little support. This is almost impossible to find anywhere else. Without Long KC, I would forget to take my medicine. It's my dream to live there, and I know it will be just what I need. Thank you.
Very good, Kyla. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next we have Kathy. Are you there still?
It's Katie.
Okay. Katie. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I guess we'll move on. Next we have, were we able to do anything with Rachel Mass' video? Were we able to come? You could work on that for a minute, and we'll interrupt Mike if you get it fixed. Mike Burgess, come on up. Thank you. Mike's a frequent person here, and I don't mind interrupting him. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm Mike Burgess, the Director of Policy and Outreach at the Disability Rights Center. And as Jawanda just said as I was walking up here, I would always defer to Rachel anyway, so I'm happy to do it to her video as well, if that works. So I appreciate everyone's time and attention today. I think, as you've heard some of the speakers earlier and as you get to the agenda later on, this is a complex issue, and I appreciate your interest in this. And I think it's going to take all of us in the room, remotely, all of you, to help arrive at this solution. As you look at the mental health modernization, it was really neat to hear the updates, of that 2-year process and the level of detail and how many of those recommendations are moving forward and making progress. And I think this is going to hopefully be the starting point of kind of that kind of a process too, to get into the weeds, because as you can tell, there is no magic bullet. Deferring to yesterday, it's going to take a lot of individual and specific efforts. There's no one policy piece that's going to solve it. Obviously, the 800-pound gorilla in the room is the waiting list. As you've heard from folks, it's 10 years or more in a lot of cases now, but in reality, it's probably a crisis list. I mean, people are going to be on the waiting list until they have a crisis, and that's none of you like that. None of us like that. It's unfortunately not the best way to help serve those needs. And so I think, I think there are things that we can begin doing immediately, and then developing the plan to address it long term. And looking forward to participating in that discussion, and more than willing to help any way I can, Mr. Chair. So I also want to echo some of the things that you've heard and that has been in the testimony from some of the individuals. As you heard, I was appalled when I heard and saw what the basis, the types of questions and in the deficit. I think we definitely need to have that discussion. The transition to the MIFI, that started before I started at DRC 7 years ago, and I'm not sure where that's at. I think there's some challenges there. It probably would be good to revisit looking to a strengths-based assessment, whether it's the SIS or something else. There would be, I think that would be a good discussion to have. And then the other kind of big issues that we need to delve into are transportation, housing, and employment. And I think there are specific recommendations and things that can be done to help on those fronts. And as Nick mentioned in his 2 individually directed goods and services, I think that would be another important piece to consider. So we definitely need to, as we're developing this and having the discussion, as you can see, there's a range of needs out there. We do need to help the system evolve to help individuals with complex needs and behavioral health needs. But there's a lot of things that can help, and I look forward to hearing Rachel's testimony when that comes, to help Rachel's and the others to have what they need, and they have different needs, and I think we can accomplish both. But I appreciate having this discussion, and I'd be happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Very good, Mike. Thank you. Committee, I might bring your attention to there are.
It's Max.
Did you get it? Okay. All right. We have Rachel Mast.
I'm 23 years old. I live in a Waiver. I'm a patient queer at KU Mind. I love my job. Every year we meet with people I do not know to different basis. It makes me very anxious and nervous. I have to talk about private things with them. It's embarrassing. It makes me sad and it makes me cry. It does not talk about things I'm good at. It does not say anything about my smile, or how hard I work, or that people say that I'm good at comforting others. It does not say that I love my wife. It makes me feel like people don't think I'm smart. I love the job at KMN. It's hard to get there. I started taking the YKC Freedom. I've been raped 3 times. Yesterday, they did not never show up. This makes me anxious. I want to be a good employee. Some days, I wait over an eye for them. Afternoons are the worst. It may take 2 hours to get home. There is not an app. I can use an app. If I need an app, I could see when they're coming. I have to pass the April apps. I testified before the Kansas Children and Seniors Committee. I opened the first Kansas Able Savings account. That makes me very proud. I love my wife. I want to get married and do living pink house. I need help to do that. I do not think the basis is a good way to decide to help me. I should not be treated this way. It's just because I need help to live my dreams. Thank you.
Very good. Rachel, very good.
See why I said I should just keep my mouth shut and let her talk? I mean.
You should have. Very good, very good. Okay, committee. Do we have any questions very quickly of some of the conferees that we just had? I hope a lot of us took notes and of questions that we can get from staff and get them to staff for the next meeting. Are there any questions from anybody? Okay, very good. I know.
Not a question, but just a comment. First of all, I want to thank all the family members who've come here today because it gives us a unique perspective on what their challenges are. And I think we have to understand those before we can make any kind of solutions with this. But I appreciate their attendance here today, and I know it's a big sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Representative Ballard.
Thank you. And actually, I was anxiously waiting for Rachel. So, Mom, you're absolutely right, you know. But I do want to thank them, especially for having the opportunity to hear them read, because that's even more personal in many ways. And I, too, would like to thank you very much. I thought the testimony was very compelling, and I hope we will seriously look at basis, because maybe there is a better instrument that can judge and maybe do more in terms of looking at capabilities and other than just answering questions. And I don't think we should be administering anything that's embarrassing to people. Maybe privately we can ask that if we really need to know. But I hope we'll look at that, because that seems to be more harmful than effective. And that's not what we want to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Molly, question? Senator Baumgardner, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. First, want to say thank you for the parents and for the Kansans that spoke up so far this morning. Quick question for Jawanda Mast. With regard to the individual budget control, that budget oversight, is that being used in other states that you know of?
Hello, Senator Baumgardner. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
It is being used in other states. I do not know all the states it is used in. I know it is used in California and New York, and I would have to, and I intended to research that before I came, but I do not know all the other states that it's used in. Does anybody else here know? Sean, you have?
I think Florida does it. I think Missouri might do it from a family perspective. Those are a couple I know of, but
I'll research it and find out.
Yeah, we can.
States that do.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be something that would be helpful between now and our next meeting if our legislative research could get us a little background information on that.
Very good.
Thank you so
Senator
much.
Senator Baumgardner, any other questions?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, I want to say just that I think that the consumers and parents and all your participation is so important in this process for us to work, and that's why you're invited here, and we appreciate your time and your effort and to help us make this truly a waiver that is beneficial to everybody. So anyway, thank you all. If some of you can come back this afternoon, that's fine. If not, thank you, and stay in touch with us, and email or write up with questions or anything like that, and we'll see if we can't get you some stuff figured out. With that, we're going to adjourn just here for 15 minutes and grab lunch. Lunch is out there, I believe, and we'll be back. Thank you.
I want to
Was that working that time? Okay, very good. Unusual for me to talk softly, but sometimes I do. Yeah. Okay, for this, after lunch, we will introduce the roundtable members. And for that, Hina Shaw will introduce them, and she is on WebEx for us. Hina, are you there?
I am. Do you hear me?
Very good. Thank you, Hina, and thank you for all the work that you've done helping us put this committee together. We really appreciate it, you and KHI.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chairman Carpenter and members of the special committee. As introduced, my name is Hina Shah. I'm a senior analyst and portfolio strategist at the Kansas Health Institute. KHI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan educational organization based here in Topeka. It's right across the street from the Capitol building, and we were founded in 1995 with a multi-year grant from the Kansas Health Foundation. So while I'm joining you remotely from Virginia, my colleague Cynthia Snyder is present in the committee room. Thank you again for this opportunity to invite and facilitate a roundtable of experts. Roundtable members will participate each day of the special committee meetings, so you'll see them today in October and November as well. And hopefully their experience and perspectives may be leveraged to inform discussion and deliberations among the committee members. So with that, Chair Carpenter, I'm going to ask each roundtable member to introduce themselves. I know we have some online and then we have some actually present in the room. So I'll ask those in the room to be prepared to walk up to the podium, and we'll go in alphabetical order as provided to the committee. I have asked them each to kind of limit their remarks to 60 to 90 seconds just to preserve time. And so we'll start with Mike because he's got, you know, the last name that starts with a B.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Hina, for helping organize all of this, and thank you, the chair, for doing that. So as I previously introduced, I'm Mike Burgess, Director of Policy and Outreach at the Disability Rights Center in Kansas. And kind of, I think, following on the theme from earlier, you know, I think just going through this process and having this part of it where you have opportunities to get feedback from self-advocates, I mean, that's the key piece that sometimes we do focus. Families are important too, and that they're an important part of this, but we also need to make sure that the self-advocates are there at the table. So I'm excited for some of the folks who are able to participate, and they're on this list. They're good friends who are, I think, have a wealth of knowledge, and they live this every day. And so I think getting their voice to the table is going to be a key piece in helping arrive at those solutions. And Mr. Chair, I think I was remiss. I meant to do it during my 3 minutes earlier, but I want to piggyback on the invitation. The Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas is having their conference at the Ramada Inn this Saturday. And so if you want to, again, a further opportunity to kind of delve and have informal conversations with self-advocates, there's no better place to do that than at the Ramada this Saturday. So thank you much, and thank you, Hina.
Thank you. Now, Amy is not able to be present today. She'll listen to the meetings, but will be present for the October and November meetings. Next, I'll call on Melody.
Hello, this is Melody Dowling. I'm with United Healthcare. I'm the Health Services Director with the Kansas Community and State Plan, and I'm looking forward to participating in the committee and learning how we can best support our state partners and the members that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Hart-Weir. I'm the incoming Executive Director of the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities, but I've been in the field for about 22 years, started my career off as a DSP, was the CEO of the National Down Syndrome Society, the largest human rights organization for people with Down syndrome in the world, a caretaker to my late best friend who passed away of COVID about a year and a half ago, who happened to have Down syndrome and autism. I'm really excited to be here and part of the committee. I will be on and off a little bit this afternoon. I'm participating in a roundtable with Senator Jerry Moran this afternoon in Washington. So look forward to being part of this important discussion and all of the change that will happen going forward.
Thank you. And that's important to note that I should say last names. Sarah Furtick.
Thank you, Hina. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Sarah Fertig. I am the State Medicaid Director with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. KDHE Division of Healthcare Finance is the single state Medicaid agency for the state of Kansas. So we lead, we have ultimate oversight and ultimate responsibility for operation of the Medicaid program. We work very closely with the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, who administers all of our home and community-based services waivers, and they're also the state agency experts on behavioral health and long-term care. I look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Fletcher?
Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Matt Fletcher, Executive Director of InterHab, the state's largest and oldest disability association. We serve 43 organizations across the state of Kansas that serve or arrange to provide services to thousands of Kansas children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I began my tenure with InterHab in 1999, stepped away in 2015 to work in the IDD service field in Johnson County for about 3.5 years. Came back to InterHab to become the executive director in 2018, and been here ever since. Appreciate the opportunity to serve on this roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Flower?
Hi, I'm Mandy Flower. I work at KDADS. I am the Assistant Commissioner of Long-Term Services and Supports. I oversee our quality, our FMAP initiatives that we've heard about earlier today, and our program integrity staff. Look forward to working with the committee and hearing what everyone has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Hall?
Hi, I'm Jean Hall. I'm the director of the Research and Training Center on Independent Living at the University of Kansas and also the Institute for Health and Disability Policy Studies. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate on the roundtable and participate in this very important conversation, and I really appreciated hearing the testimony this morning. It was very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Height? And I think Shane was joining us from California, so might not be on. All right, let's move on to Linda Heitzman-Powell. She was also going to be in and out, so I'm not seeing her online. Mark Hind, I believe he's in the room.
There, we got it. I'm Mark Hine, President and CEO of Southwest Developmental Services Incorporated. We're usually referred to as SDSI. It's much easier. We're the community developmental disability organization for 18 counties in Southwest and Central Kansas. We have an office in Garden City and an office in Great Bend. I look forward to working with this group and seeing how we can move this waiver forward in a positive way for individuals being served. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Hartsmith?
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you here today. I think I'm here because I'm one of the last people standing who's been involved with this, as I looked at my own resume, oh my God, 35 plus years. I do think I'm here because I've had the unique opportunity to be involved with this system, not only as a state employee, but as an academic researcher at the University of Kansas. And so I deeply appreciated the fact that as a lawyer, Matt Fletcher read back my own words from the DD Reform Act, because at that time in my career, I was working for what was then the Kansas Association of Rehabilitation Facilities, which is now InterHab. And so it does give me great pleasure to know that that act is in place still, and trying to do what we intended it to do all those years ago. And so I do, as I told Arida, who I've known for many, many years as well, I am here to be a resource because I think I was in most of the rooms all of the time, smoke-filled or not. So I'm here to provide that to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Jackson?
Hi, my name's Brenda Jackson, and I'm going to
keep this within a minute and a half, hopefully. I am from Fredonia. My husband is from Fairview. He went to high school in Hiawatha. And just so you all know, we live in Representative Barbara Ballard's district. We own 2 small businesses in the state, and my husband is right now the interim dean of the Washburn Law School. Now, why in the world am I telling you all this? Well, I design healthcare programs. I am what's called a recovering CMSer. So I was at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for 10 years. We live in Lawrence, and on all of my career, I have designed healthcare programs for complex children. So children with IDD, behavioral health, et cetera. Lo and behold, I have a 22-year-old son on the IDD waiver. So it's very unique because one of my good friends, Mary Sowers, talked to you all this morning. She and I work together. You're going to hear from 8 states later on today. I've worked on all of those programs at one way or the other, either at CMS or in real life, even at real life after CMS. And so as we work through this, we just want to make sure that you hear us say, if you need a parent's perspective, a CMS perspective, a lived experience, I design programs. I've actually writing waiver amendments, HCBS waiver amendments for community supports waivers. I've worked on many of these. So I come at this from a little bit different perspective. I am on this panel as a parent. I am not being paid. And if you need anything, let me know. Some of my best friends work for Sarah Mercer, but we don't say that, right, Sarah? Yes. So the other thing to keep in mind is my son also is on vocational rehab. And so we live the employment system here in the state. He lives at home with us. He has mental health and autism and behavioral health concerns as well as IDD. And we were on the wait list for 10 years. So we've lived this system. We've also won 2 state hearings against the state of Kansas because we would agree there's just a lot of things that because we are a little bit more sophisticated, we know how to work the system, but we also work with disability rights and make sure they have our cases. So I'm telling you all this just so you know we're here. I'm here as a resource, not as a paid advocate, but just to kind of help out. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Kathy Keck?
Hello, Kathy Keck again. I'm a parent, and that's what you guys mostly see me as a parent. And obviously, I'm here, have a lot of skin in the game. But before 2007, when I adopted Mr. Jacob, starting in the early 90s, I worked in the system of IDD in many different roles, from direct support, case management, day service manager, residential settings. And then I've also had a lot of experience working at the state level at SRS, when there was SRS, doing income maintenance and employment programs through that avenue, as well as working with KDADs, with behavioral health services, looking at community behavioral health programs, as well as with DCF in the role of, with VR, vocational rehabilitation, doing Independence Kansas, which was an employment program trying to help the most severely disabled individuals find employment. So while you always see me with my role with Mr. Jacob and before I had to leave my work as a state employee, helping with systems, that's what I did, a lot of systems work. I like systems thinking. And so like the lady that just talked before me, I'm here just as a parent advocate. I don't work for any provider group, but we do have a lot of lived experience, and I have unique experience because I understand a lot of our systems that intersect each other that are so complex and complicated for families, including those that are served by the IDD. So thanks for allowing me to be parts of the solution.
Thank you. Craig Knudsen?
Thank you, Hina. My name is Craig Knudsen. My official title is Policy Analyst with the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. But when I'm out doing trainings or presentations, I tell people I think a more appropriate title for what I do is that I'm an innovation evangelist. And I think that really follows what the councils were created. As I mentioned in my testimony, councils were created been in existence for over 50 years. And really, councils are an innovation lab for the states. They are originally created to help people transition out of the institutions and live productive lives in the community. And so I'm really excited about this opportunity to work with this committee and to ensure that self-advocates and family members have the opportunity to create systems change, advocate for the supports and services they need, and help build capacity. So thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Brad Lindenkamp? I'm unable to see. Is he in the room? Okay. Jawanda Mast?
I'm Jawanda Mast, mother of Rachel, most importantly, but I am here as a parent. But my other job is I am the manager of grassroots advocacy for the National Down Syndrome Congress. And I worked myself into that position because I had a prenatal diagnosis and started advocating for inclusion of individuals with Down syndrome, and people liked what I said, and I started doing policy work, and so now I get to help people around the country learn how to use their stories and their voices to impact change. But I'm here as a parent representative on this committee, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Jerry Mitchout?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jerry Michaud. I am the, get this thing to work somehow. I am the President CEO for Developmental Services of Northwest Kansas. We started as an organization 55 years ago from parents and families who wanted more for their children. I carry on that mission. In my work, we represent both the network CDDO perspective as well as a provider's perspective and a rural perspective. And I'm honored to be invited to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you, and I'll file your name away as well. Rocky Nichols.
Thank you. I'm Rocky Nichols, Executive Director of the Disability Rights Center of Kansas. We have attorneys and advocates on staff who provide free of charge, legally based advocacy services in Kansas with all disability, including those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'm also the father of an adult son with cognitive disability caused by traumatic brain injury. His cognitive impairments are so severe that he qualifies for Social Security disability. So I am both professionally and personally familiar with navigating the complex and confusing maze known as Social Security disability, Medicaid, voc rehab, and all the other alphabet soup acronyms of programs, all while trying to support employment opportunities and self-determination for my son. What I hope to accomplish is to have this committee follow the successful model of the Mental Health Modernization Committee. A key reason why that Modernization Committee was so successful was because that legislative committee set up subcommittees and assigned topics to stakeholders and disability groups who acted as experts, advising that legislative committee on specific changes that need to be made. The self-advocates, the parents, and the people on this roundtable are the experts. They live these challenges every single day. These experts are the roadmap that will get this committee to a successful outcome. And I hope as the days go by and the weeks go by with this committee that as topics come up and you need issues examined outside of these committee meetings, that you follow the successful lead of the Mental Health Modernization Committee and set up work groups and subcommittees where these experts can vet all these challenges and provide this committee with options that can create solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Olnick?
He had to go to another obligation.
Okay. Thank you. Is Nan Perrin on? Or in the room? Is Stephanie in the room in her place then as a delegate?
Yes, I am here.
Terrific. So we do have some designees.
I'm so sorry. I'm Stephanie Rasmussen. I'm the Vice President of Long-Term Supports and Services for Sunflower Health Plan.
Thank you. Jerry Sickles?
I'm Jerry Sickles from Lawrence, and I'm here as Jackson's mother, first and foremost. And I think it's very important to involve parents and family members because as every parent in the room, no matter if your child is typical or not, literally the worst thing on the planet is when they need something that you can't do for them or help them do for themselves. So this is very important. The other reason I'm glad to be here is that for much of my professional past life, I was essentially a project process manager. So my job was to fix things that are broken. And I've seldom come across something that is more broken than this IDD waiver. So I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you. Brenda Soto?
Hello, everyone. I'm Brenda Soto. I am the Director of Medicaid and Children's Mental Health for the Department of Children and Families. And my past life, I worked in the residential setting of an IDD provider. And then, of course, on the front line of foster care and for the MCO, running a foster care plan. So that would be my history and what I bring to the table. Thanks for calling this together. I'm very excited to be here.
Thank you. And Carly isn't able to join us, but she does have a designee, Marie Moore.
Hello, I'm Marie Frazee Moore. I represent Aetna, Better Health of Kansas, MCO. Also, on a personal level, I did shared living with an individual on the IDD waiver for 6 years. I am a guardian of 2 individuals on the IDD waiver, and I have lived with a 12-year-old who is diagnosed with autism and is legally blind and has profound disabilities, who is not yet on the waiver. And I've also, through these different avenues, have had to navigate IDD behavioral health and numerous legal difficulties with one of the individuals I'm guardian for. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Shay?
Hello again. Thank you, Hannah, and thank you, Chairman and other members of the committee. Again, I'm a professor, Shay Tanis, at the University of Kansas Center on Excellence in Developmental Disabilities. My focus, actually, I received my degree from there also in self-direction, self-determination, and family professional partnerships. I am the PI of the State of the States in the Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Longitudinal Data Project of National Significance, funded for over 35 plus years. I also am the previous director of the Coleman Institute for Cognitive Disabilities, where for over a decade I helped address and look at catalyses and advances in technology to support folks with cognitive disabilities to improve quality of life. But finally, and most importantly, what I haven't heard representation from is I'm a sibling. Having geared some of our guidance towards national sibling leadership and being the next kind of generation of caregivers as well. That is what leads my work, my passion, and the support of my brother. And I look forward to the opportunities to look forward to not only modernizing the waiver, but creating a waiver that will last and sustain over time. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Chris Tesdorf?
Not in the room.
Not in the room? Okay, not online. All right, so that is your list of roundtable members. There's about 26 members. We also have designees. Some you have met. Is Dr. Dean on by chance?
Seen him in the room earlier. I don't know if he left.
I'm here.
I'm Evan Dean. I'm an Associate Director of the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities. So I work with Shay Tanis and Sean Swindler and others in the room. I'm also the lead researcher on the waiting list study. We're partnering with ks.gov, so I'm very excited about that. I've worked in the field for 20 years, both in adult services organizations as well as research. My research focuses on studying effective supports and services for people with intellectual disability, employment, and community services as well. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. And to round out their team, is Sean available?
Hello, I'm Sean Swindler, and I'm with the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities. I've been involved in our DD system for over 20 years. I started as the coordinator for the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas, and then worked for SRS on a couple projects. I was director of an agency that provided case management, and then since 2008 have been with KU, with the Kansas Center for Autism Research and Training, and KU-CDD. I am also, more importantly, the parent of a 21-year-old with intellectual disability and autism who is on the waiting list. Thank you.
Thank you. And then there are two alternates for Jean Hall. So is Dr. Goddard on? Or in the room?
No.
Okay. And then Dr. Carrie Wendell Hummel?
No. Not
All right. Well, then that is your list of experts that are in the roundtable right now. And I hope you had a chance to kind of note, and I've taken many notes on the multiple hats some of them wear, whether it's work experience, whether it's lived experience, you know, as caregivers, as parents, as siblings. You can definitely think about, you know, how you would like to utilize these roundtable members to really inform and deliberate on topics. So with that, I request Chairman Carpenter and special committee members, as you reflect on presentations from this morning, and you'll be hearing from the state agencies and other states this afternoon, again, it would be really helpful to provide this group of experts direction on how they can best support your committee's efforts to modernize the IDD waiver. KHI is happy to facilitate collecting specific targeted information between committee meetings from these experts, and you know, we could even specify which hat to respond from, you know. Is it their research hat or is it their caregiver hat? Is it, you know, parents that you want to hear from, or is it advocates you want to hear from? So there's a few topics that we've heard this morning around workforce wages or types of assessments, employment. You know, if there's any specific items, you know, for in the next 10 minutes, if you'd like to maybe hear more from the roundtable or give them some guidance, scope, or charge, I would appreciate any reflection on that.
Very good. Thank you. So what is our next process here, Hina?
So the next process is, as you have a chance to listen to presentations, thinking through kind of what topics or areas you would like the roundtable members to really dive deep in. We have about 2 weeks between this meeting and the next meeting, so a few topics could be discussed among the roundtable members through a survey or some other tool to collect that information, and then KHI could provide about a half-page summary on kind of comments and perspectives is one way to do it. So it would be helpful, though, either by the end of this meeting or by tomorrow to have kind of focus areas that you would really like the roundtable members to be able to prepare for the next meeting or be able to provide input before the next meeting that could be shared.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Committee, are there anything that Representative Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no one on this committee that's an expert in this area. We do have the experts out here, and I'm impressed with the number of them that are here. You know, being an old judge for 25 years, the last thing judges want to do is make decisions. We would like for them, the attorneys, to come to us with a solution. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm suggesting, we have these experts out here by the next meeting, because they've got to be some parts of this waiver that they all agree on. And there will be parts of it they disagree on. Those are the decisions that we, as decision makers, we need to make. But if they could come up with some agreement that this waiver should, have this in it, or that, whatever it is, what they can agree on, and then we would only have to make decisions on the ones that they disagree on. It's like doing a divorce case when the attorneys say, hey, we've got it all settled except this issue on the dog here. So, Judge, we want you to make the decision. And I'd say, no, if you bring that one to me, everything goes on the table. And normally they would go back and say, we've resolved that issue. So the less we have to decide, you're the experts. What I would ask, Mr. Chairman, is that by the next meeting, they get together, come up with the things that they can agree on in a waiver, and then the things that they can't agree on, and let's address those issues. With that, I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Representative Barker, I think that's the plan. And I was just getting ready to thank the work group for the hard work that they're going to do in the next 2 weeks. And I'm not saying that lightly. I'm just saying that we're on a compressed time schedule here, and you're going to spend some serious time on WebEx or Zoom or however you can get there, which a lot of our meetings you're able to do that. But you are going to spend some serious amount of time going over these issues and looking at these waivers. And the only thing that I would say on that is, as you heard with testimony today, there are a lot of issues out there. I know that, and I don't know all of them even, but I know there are a lot of them as in my position. But what we really want to try to focus on and stay focused on is the waiver. A lot of the issues that we've heard today will in fact go away or be addressed by a change in the waiver, a more flexible waiver. So let's try to stay on. I know it's going to be very difficult, but I want to try to stay on the fact that we need a more flexible waiver and how to achieve that. What waiver it is, we'll have all kinds of testimony here about different states and what flexibility, and of course, you heard some testimony this morning that said, throw that out the window because you need to adapt it to your own state and what we do, and you can't just blueprint another state. So, but that's my task of you, is try to stay on track to get a more flexible waiver, and that I'll get off my soapbox. But anyway, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You kind of set everything into motion here, and I'm glad to hear that there's going to be like some work groups maybe that could tackle some of these areas. And there were a couple of things that seemed to stand out. There's many. I've got at least 12 here that stood out, but 2 to 3 that really stood out to me and was the assessment tools that is being used. Issue of transportation, that seems to keep coming up. We heard that a lot just in the last 2 days about transportation. There's some discrepancies, I guess, so it would be great if we had a chart of all the different types of transportation that are provided and paid for and who pays for that kind of a thing. And then of course, the workforce issue, continues to be, it's a major area. So those two, the assessment and the transportation piece, seems to be something that really stood out.
Very good, thank you. And thanks to Representative Landwehr here, we do have a great boilerplate to operate off of in the Mental Health Modernization Committee that we've done over the last couple of years. And we plan on using a lot of the tools that we used in that through work groups and then also categories. Never mind, don't use words you can't spell. But anyway, and putting these into groups so that we can finalize them and look at them. So we do have a great blueprint. We had great testimony yesterday of follow-up on these issues through the mental health, and so these issues don't just go away. They're continually worked on and refined and made sure that people are making some headway on those issues as best we can. So anyway, that's going to be a good thing. Many of you may have been involved in that mental health work group or at least familiar with it. So, committee, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here. And just to kind of dovetail on some of the previous comments from some of the other folks, and I will have to plead ignorance also because I'm not an expert on this, but I would like to know and maybe have the group discuss ways to reduce the wait times by prioritizing the wait list. It sounds like there's a lot of flexibility. I heard a lot of the parents and the family members saying that things could improve with a more nimble and flexible way to approach some of these problems. And maybe it's a structural thing. Maybe we need a separate agency that deals with IDD only, and something that can be more responsive. I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking about that. And I think the assessments are important because that will give you this broad spectrum of, who needs this most critical, services first. How can we get that to those people? We've got some higher functioning people that could probably wait a little bit longer. We're just trying to, I would like to hear some of the response from the round table on some of those things, just to clear it up for me, because this is fairly new to me. But there's a lot of stuff we can talk about, but I think the big deal is getting these people off the wait list and getting them served, and how do we do that the very quickest and most efficient. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Committee, further questions? I might add just very quickly, we've kind of have a little bit of the cart before the horse in the fact that we are studying the wait list. And you heard many people that are involved with studying that wait list, because we don't, in fact, know and have a good inventory of our folks out there. But the fact of the matter is that time is the essence. It'll be another year probably before we get the results of that wait list. And I think we can still have the policy in place to address what we need to with the waiver and then look at the wait list. But time-wise, it's just time is going by. We're adding 200 or 300 people a year on the wait list. And if we waited till we had the wait list study done, we'd be another year behind. So we opted to start it now, and we'll deal with that the best we can. Further comments? Representative Rees.
I just have a question of you, Mr. Chair. Are we primarily, are we restricted to an age group, or, because I'm thinking about the 0 to 3 population of kids? And, certainly children can be diagnosed with a developmental disability very early on. And I've not heard anything yet, well, maybe a little bit, about that population as to what kind of services might be available for them. And that could be just a huge other bigger topic, but I just wanted to ask that question.
I think we could probably get answers to that, but Matt, are you wanting to elaborate on that?
Well, Mr. Chair, you have a provider within the Early Childhood Developmental Services Network with you today that provides services to children birth to 3 years old that could give just a short summary. Sorry, Jerry, to put you on the spot.
Very good. I think that'll probably come up in the roundtables. Committee, further questions? Okay, Hina, are you on still?
I am.
Any further direction before we start down through the afternoon's agenda?
No, just continue highlighting what topics you would like to hear the experts from, and then I will reconnect with you and Arida on next steps for the roundtable members between meetings.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Committee, I would ask you to email subjects that you want the roundtable to cover also, just like you're a member of the roundtable. And in fact, I will probably assign different legislators to a roundtable group when we figure out exactly how many we're going to have as far as that goes to participate in that roundtable. And you'll be able to do it, obviously WebEx or Zoom or something like that. But just, if nothing else, if you don't participate, it's just nice to hear the, I zoomed in on a lot of the mental health stuff, and I just listened to where the direction was going, and that is very helpful a lot of times. So anyway, very good. Senator Thompson.
Will we email those questions to Arida?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Okay, I guess we'll get moving on. We have a presentation by Amy Penrod, Commissioner of Long-Term Services and Support. Amy, no stranger to the microphone in front of me or many people in this committee. So very good. Thanks, Amy.
Yeah, good afternoon. Again, my name is Amy Penrod, Commissioner for Long-Term Services and Supports with KDADS, and I've been asked to provide you an overview of the IDD waiver in Kansas and what that structure looks like. And then I also will take the opportunity just to identify the importance of the waiting list study that is commencing here shortly. Kansas, I guess I should start on slide 2. Home and community-based services first became available in 1983 when Congress added a section 1915C to the Social Security Act, giving states the option to receive a waiver of Medicaid rules governing institutional care. So a 1915C enables states to tailor services to the needs of a particular target group. So within these target groups, states are also permitted to establish additional criteria to further target the population to be served on an HCBS waiver. For example, the population can be targeted by age or diagnosis, such as autism, brain injury, physical disability, or intellectual and developmental disability. Eligible individuals must demonstrate the need for a level of care that would meet the state's eligibility requirements for services in an institutional setting. States can also choose the maximum number of people that will be served under an HCBS waiver. If funding is an issue, a cap can be placed on the number of individuals being served, which is the situation we have currently. Kansas operates 7 1915C home and community-based service waivers, one of which is the intellectual and developmental disability. Currently, that waiver serves individuals age 5 and older. Those services are designed to help individuals maintain their physical and mental health in their home and community. On slide 4, I have listed for you the services that are currently offered on the IDD waiver. As you will see, services range from adult day supports, overnight respite, personal care services, specialized medical care. Those are the 13 services individuals on the IDD waiver have available to them based on their needs. And I will note that the last item on that list, targeted case management, as has been mentioned earlier today, it is not a waiver service. Technically, it is a state plan service. So it was not impacted by the rate increases that were provided over the last couple of years for the IDD waiver. So that has been stagnant for many years. In looking at the eligibility process on slide 5, the first step is for an individual to go through a functional eligibility process that looks at an individual's need and diagnosis to see if he or she is eligible for the waiver, if they meet that level of care for an institutional setting. For the IDD waiver, CDDOs, or Community Developmental Disability Organizations, conduct the assessments. Kind of the next step looks at an individual's eligibility for CAN-CARE to pay for that individual's services. If an individual is approved for an HCBS waiver, then the financial eligibility portion looks at the income and assets of the person who will be receiving services. And then finally, as to start and maintain services, an individual will select an MCO who will work with that individual to assess their needs and develop a plan of care. Individuals, generally speaking, individuals that are enrolled in an HCBS waiver must use at least one waiver service monthly, participate in their annual assessment to assess if needs have changed, participate in their person-centered service plan at least annually, and then, of course, renew the CAN-CARE application as needed and necessary. On slide 6, the eligibility, further eligibility process information. There is a single point of entry in Kansas for the HCBS IDD waiver. That is the Community Developmental Disability Organizations. They evaluate the functional and programmatic eligibility. They also play a key role in working with participants and their families to access services from a variety of community service providers in their area. And then I've once again listed the criteria for eligibility for the waiver. On slide 7, I will go on to the role of CDDOs in Kansas. As required by the Developmental Disabilities Reform Act, a Community Developmental Disability Organization, or CDDO, has been designated for each area of the state. CDDO has several distinct responsibilities. That is to provide a single point of entry for services, to provide information and referral services, evaluate eligibility, maintain a network of affiliate providers. They play an important role in our capacity planning and maintain contact with individuals on the waiting list. For your reference, on slide 8, I've provided a map of the 27 CDDOs and their catchment areas. As you have heard many times this morning, the number of individuals on slide 9, the number of individuals we are serving as of August is 9,039. We currently have 4,814 individuals on the waiting list as of August. That waiting list is 10 years old. The individual who has been waiting for services the longest was added on August 13th of 2012. Approximately 70% of the individuals on the waiting list do have a CAN-CARE medical card. So they are able to receive physical health services. They are just not able to access the menu of services that's available through the waiver. On slide 10, I've provided a little bit of demographic information that we do have on the waiver and the waiting list, broken down by age. And then just briefly wanted to touch a bit on kind of an exciting opportunity, and you've heard folks speak about it earlier today. KDADS is really excited about the waitlist study that has been commissioned. So we are using the some of the funding from the 10% FMAP enhancement funds to finance this study. We do have, since we have over 4,500 individuals on the waiting list, we we know what their needs are at the time they are placed on the waiting list, at the time they are assessed. But given that this waiting list is a 10-year list, their needs can change significantly during that wait. And we really don't have a solid way of ensuring we understand what those needs are as time goes on and being able to plan for the capacity needs for the system as a whole and individuals. So this opportunity for a waitlist study will not only give us current information about what individuals need on both the IDD and the PD waiting lists, but will also help us gather information that can be predictive and help us formulate some strategic planning to build capacity in the right areas. On slide 12, the goals, of course, of the waitlist study are to be able to provide data with which we can make data-driven decisions. We do have the ultimate goal of reducing or eliminating the waiting list. We want to support capacity building and improve outcomes for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Some of the benefits of this project we expect will be able to document the needs of people coming off of the waiting list and to potentially identify and prevent crisis situations leading to immediate service needs. The ability to predict service needs at the system and the CDDO level, both now and out up to 5 years. The ability to track important trends like health and employment status of people on the waiting list, trying to understand their support needs and potentially future needs. The ability to monitor and understand the support needs of people on the waiting list. Really, it's planning. It's all about planning and how we can build capacity in the right areas to support folks as they are coming off of that waiting list. So I know it's been said before, but I will say it again. I am proud to announce that KDADS is partnering with the Kansas University Center on Developmental Disabilities for this project, and we are anxious to get started with them, as I know they are as well. A couple of slides on the what has also been discussed a fair amount this morning as a community support waiver as a potential option for helping mitigate the waiting lists. Currently, the waiver that Kansas has is a comprehensive waiver. That means that an individual who qualifies can, based on their needs, can avail themselves of those 13 services that I listed. The Kansas pays a capitated rate per member per month for each member on the waiver. So when you're thinking about an alternative or creating another waiver, the cost and kind of how that might work out, what kind of services you decide to utilize for that waiver will kind of influence how the payment structure, what that per member per month might be. So a community support waiver in and of itself just generally is for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that provides a limited set of supports. Generally, it's for those who have a place to live in the community. A lot of times that is with family, and they do receive substantial unpaid support from family or friends. In designing a new waiver, if that's the route that is chosen, a support waiver can serve both youth and adults. There is that choice about the age range, so it could be a waiver that's from birth to really unlimited, or based on the needs of the state, could have other age ranges. Currently, our age range is 5 and up. Because the waiver would have a limited menu of services. A community support waiver would generally cost less per person to operate. And again, that would be highly dependent on the services that were placed on that menu, for example, of services, and how that might impact utilization. So I will finish my portion of this presentation by just pointing out a couple of things, and I believe you're already hearing some of that from some of your earlier conferees, but development of any solution, including a new waiver, will require some significant staff resources, as well as a lot of stakeholder engagement, and I'm really excited to see the group of people that have participated today, and we're looking forward to that work going forward. We do have to be somewhat realistic in our expectation of timeframes in order to develop and implement a new waiver, or to develop or implement any new process or procedure with this waiver. It will take time. That usually means a lot of drafting, a lot of back and forth, a lot of conversation with stakeholders, not to mention the more formal processes that come along with CMS, which I believe Director Fertig will discuss here soon. And then I would like to just to be sure that it is said and reiterated that creation of a new waiver in and of itself does not solve the current issues that we have with the waiting list. Provider capacity is really key here, and the provider network for any new waiver that serves individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities would likely be based off of the provider network we currently have for the IDD waiver, and we know that we need more. We know that we need to grow that network of providers and grow that capacity. So additional action and focus will be needed to build that capacity as part of this work in order for it to be successful. And I will turn it over to Director Fertig for the remainder.
Questions of Amy? Committee. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amy. One of the slides you mentioned, there's not a process established to gather information about current needs. Is there a anticipation of developing a web-based portal for the parents? So I'm assuming there's a lot of turnover of people who handle these cases, but a good way to consistently check in with them.
I believe that is one of the goals at least in a general sense for this waiver waitlist study, is to not only determine where people's needs are right now, but how can we build and maintain kind of a system for collecting and maintaining that information ongoing into the future. And then how can we use that data to better make decisions about where we need to focus our investments.
Because that to me seems to be key in determining, where the real needs lie. Yeah. So I'm just curious about that.
I would agree.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Okay, seeing none, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Next, we have Director Sarah Fertig with KDHE, no stranger to the microphone in front of most of these folks.
Very true, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, committee members, for having me in front of you today. So to piggyback on what Amy Penrod just said, we decided to combine both of our presentations into one slide deck for you. So can we switch to the next slide, please? So I only have 2 slides for you today. The first one kind of governs what the state agency responsibilities are when it comes to submitting a new home and community-based services waiver for approval to CMS. And then the second slide is going to be on what happens once it gets to CMS. Pardon me. So Amy just kind of went over all of the work behind the scenes that goes into the first bullet on this slide, which is actually developing a draft waiver application. Obviously, this is a process that would require a lot of stakeholder engagement, a lot of back and forth to make sure that it's designed in the best manner for the state within the resources the state has. So the first step is to draft a waiver application. If what we're talking about doing is replacing a current waiver with a new one, CMS also requires a transition plan. They want to know, how are you going to be able to transition folks on an existing waiver onto a new one? If we're not talking about replacing a current waiver with a new one, you don't have to submit a transition plan. And as a single state Medicaid agency for the state of Kansas, once KDADS has put together the draft waiver application, KDHE will review it and make sure that all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed. And then there's a public comment period. And typically what we do is we post notice in the Kansas Register, notifying anybody about the public comment period. There's also information contained in that register post about how to gain a copy of the proposed waiver. The most recent example of this, I pulled it off from the Kansas Register, is from June 16th of this year. KDADS posted notice of proposed amendments for various HCBS waivers. They also posted copies of the proposed amendments on the KDADS website. So there is a public notification process. And for our tribal nations partners, they are welcome to request an in-person consultation. That's a accommodation made specifically for them. And then after the public comment period, we update the waiver application with any input that we received during the public comment period, or we have to document the reasons why that input was not incorporated into the final waiver that's submitted to CMS. And then KDHE takes the reins and submits the waiver application and transition plan. CMS does have mandatory and preferred timelines here, and they're underlined on this slide. We have to submit it at least 90 calendar days in advance of the proposed effective date of the new waiver, but they prefer that we submit it at least 180 days in advance. The CMS backlog during the pandemic has really been pretty substantial, and so they're asking states for more time on their end. Next slide, please. And then once the waiver gets to CMS, some of this process is prescribed by law. So CMS will review the waiver. As Amy indicated, there's certain assurances that the state has to meet. And under that first bullet on this slide, we give some examples of those. For instance, CMS's review will include an assessment of whether the waiver meets whether we've demonstrated that we're taking necessary safeguards to protect health and welfare of waiver participants. We have to ensure that there will be financial accountability, that sort of thing. All of those assurances are prescribed in federal law, so they have to make sure those legal requirements are met. And then this has to be done within a 90-day period. So we call this the 90-day clock. After we submit the proposed waiver to CMS, CMS has 90 days to do one of the following. They can send the state what is known as an informal request for additional information, or an IRAI. An IRAI does not stop the 90-day clock, but it allows the state to answer questions while that clock is running. They can submit a formal request for additional information. If they do that, it stops the 90-day clock for CMS action, and that clock, once the state submits the additional information that CMS has requested, that will start a new 90-day clock for CMS action. Or they can deny the waiver application within a 90-day period. And on CMS approval, state begins its implementation efforts. We have observed since the pandemic started that CMS timelines have slowed down somewhat, and I think Amy alluded to this somewhat in her presentation as well. While some of these timelines are mandated by statute, there are ways to kind of fudge them a little bit. For instance, there could be more than one request for additional information period that slows down the timeline. CMS has been inundated with pandemic-related HCBS waiver amendments, and so they have asked the state for some patience as they process that. So In addition to the time it takes on the state side to make sure our waiver application really fits the state's needs, that it's well considered, that it takes into account the needs of stakeholders, what the data is telling us, we also have to be prepared for some time issues potentially on the federal side as they go through the approval process. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my brief presentation. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Sherry. Questions from committee? Senator Hawks, sorry.
I used to be a representative in the good old days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question may be for Amy too, I'm not sure, but how will we know whether this is a new waiver or a substitute where we'd need a transition? I'm not quite understanding. Maybe I need an example of what would be a new waiver and what would be a substitute, so you'd have to have a transition plan.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, I think I'm comfortable answering that. So we have 7 current home and community-based services waivers. So if the state was talking about, I'm just using this as an example, no one's proposing this, but if the state's direction was, let's take our current IDD waiver, phase it out and replace it with something completely new, that would be an instance where there would have to be a transition plan. If you are phasing out a current waiver and transitioning it to something new, CMS wants to know how you're going to transition gracefully for those waiver participants. So the state will know on the front end if what we're doing is replacing an existing waiver. That's not something CMS decides. It doesn't come as a surprise. It's the state actively making a decision. You know, we've got this older waiver, it's not working for us anymore. Let's phase that out and phase in something new in its place. If you're just talking about adding another HCBS waiver, that transition plan isn't necessary. So if the state decided we wanted to create an 8th HCBS waiver on top of the 7 we already have, that transition plan wouldn't be there.
And so if it was a new additional waiver, who would it serve? Could it serve some of the IDD people who are on the wait list?
Mr. Chairman, I think
assuming so, but
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's part of the charge of this committee to try and figure out what direction we go. But we do have some folks currently who could be eligible for more than one HCBS waiver. So it's not super uncommon to have folks who are functionally and financially eligible for more than one. So it is possible that if the state created a new IDD waiver, such as a community supports waiver, we might have some folks on the current IDD waiver who would also be eligible for that one. So there could be some overlap.
thank you for clarifying that. That makes more sense to me now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. I'm just curious because when you talk about waiver, is it a structure, exactly what's entailed in a waiver, so I have a clear understanding?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Senator, I feel your pain. When I first started working with Medicaid, I was confused by that term as well. So the waivers that we're talking about, they're under Section 1915C of the Social Security Act. And what we're basically asking CMS to do is waive normal requirements that would apply to Medicaid programs in order to address certain needs of our state population. That's what we're asking them to do. And kind of colloquially, we talk about it, you know, being on the waiver. That's kind of how we use that word in the Medicaid realm, but that's really what we're talking about, applying to the federal government for permission to waive rules that would normally apply in order to deliver a targeted set of services on top of what Medicaid would normally provide to targeted populations.
Committee, further questions? I just have a couple. So I know we can have 2 waivers in effect at the same time. So our end date for the current IDD waiver is July of 24.
Amy's nodding, yes.
Yeah. So would we renew that waiver and apply for another one at the same time? How does that?
Mr. Chairman, and Amy, if you want to comment, I will. You're certainly welcome to, but I think it kind of depends on the direction the state wants to go. If we're not talking about replacing the current IDD waiver, we would just renew it as is when it comes up for renewal. If we're talking about creating a new one, the state, as part of our submission process to CMS, we would have to tell CMS what date we wanted that new waiver to start. So I think it just depends on the direction the state wishes to go. Amy, is there anything?
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly have more than one IDD waiver. A lot of states do. And the second waiver wouldn't necessarily have to start at the exact same time as our current waiver is renewed. So they can be on different 5-year schedules.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you for that. I just think dealing with CMS for a transition period off of, completely scrapping our waiver now. Do you have anything to do for the next 2 or 3 years? I think it'll be that onerous dealing with the federal government through all that. Amy, is it not that difficult?
If I may, I would just, I think the lens in which I was looking at a community support waiver and potentially implementing one here in Kansas was not to replace the current comprehensive waiver, but to do it in addition to our current waiver in an effort to still maintain the support for individuals that need the residential 24/7 supports, because there are individuals that need that level of care, but then to also have another option that would allow the state possibly more bang for your buck, maybe the ability to pay for your investment. You would be able to serve more individuals, and would also be able to tailor those services to fit the needs of folks that are in the community in a little bit different way. So perhaps more involving transportation, which we've heard is an issue, maybe more investment in supported employment type services, things like that. So I certainly wouldn't, I would be uncomfortable going down a path where we're considering scrapping the existing waiver.
Very good, me too. All right. Committee, further questions? Representative Landwehr.
So, Sarah, if we were to make the change that we've been talking about from the 1115 to the other, that doesn't mean we have to change everything that we're currently doing.
With Mr. Chairman, Representative Landwehr, with regards to HCBS waivers? That's right. That's right. Our current Section 1115 waiver is an umbrella over all of our HCBS waivers. And if we change what umbrella we're talking about, it doesn't affect any of the HCBS waivers at all, except to the extent that we wouldn't be subject to federal spending caps on what the state chooses to do with those waivers. Nothing else would change.
Right, because I want to make sure that we're not getting information out there to folks to get them concerned on what we may do that will not have any impact on their services in our most vulnerable populations.
That's right. And Mr. Chairman, we're trying to really drive that point home. The choice of umbrella authority for Medicaid really doesn't affect the 1915C waivers. It doesn't affect them at all. If we did shift out from under an umbrella 1115 waiver, though, we wouldn't have to worry about federally imposed spending caps, and the state could choose whatever level of investment we thought was appropriate for that.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Sarah, thank you, as always, for being here. Next, we're going to move along to presentations from other states' ID and DD waivers by state agency, all virtual. First, we have Jordan Allen. Jordan, are you on? I do not see him. Okay, well, we can move on, and maybe somebody can text him or email him that we're ready. Kirsten Ahrens, Deputy Secretary, Office of Developmental Programs, Pennsylvania. I do not see her either. Okay. Who? The next one is on. Steve? Steve, are you on?
am. Hello,
Very
everyone.
good. Steve, welcome to committee. Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. Very good. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to visit with us about this, and you're up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the special committee for inviting me today to testify. This is a great opportunity for us to share what we're doing here in Ohio with you. I understand what the committee's purpose is, and so I've tried to craft our testimony today based on that purpose. So again, thank you to the chair, thank you to the committee for the invitation. My name is Steve Beha. I am the Deputy Director and Chief Policy Officer for the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities, or DODD. As a cabinet level agency, DODD oversees Ohio's statewide system of supportive services that focuses on ensuring health and safety, supporting access to community participation, and increasing opportunities for meaningful employment. Our mission is to improve the quality of life for Ohioans with developmental disabilities and their families through an integrated system that helps and empowers people to live their best life. I'll be reading today from my written testimony that was submitted. I will note that many of the topics are linked in that testimony if you want further details on any of the initiatives or waivers that I will be speaking about today. And I would also like to say that all of the data that I am using in the testimony is publicly available on our Data Ohio website. So please feel free to dig any deeper that you would like on any of the topics. In Ohio, we have more than 40,000 people with developmental disabilities across all ages enrolled in waivers. These waivers give them access to services while they're living on their own, with their family, with a roommate, or with paid caregivers. Here in Ohio, DODD administers 3 different home and community-based waivers. They are all 1915C waivers. We have the individual options waiver that we call the IO waiver. We have a level 1 waiver, and we have a self-empowered life funding waiver, which we also call the SELF waiver. The level 1 waiver is a good fit for people who may not need as many paid supports, who may just need support every once in a while, maybe community employment supports, or very little in-home supports. The SELF waiver is a good fit for people who want to be in charge of their services through participant-directed waiver services. This is a very participant-directed heavy waiver and was designed to be that way. And then the IO waiver is our comprehensive waiver, and that's a good fit for people who need a lot of help in their home or for people who need many different kinds of services and supports. As far as funding and caps, the level 1 and self waivers in Ohio have yearly caps of $45,000 for adults and $30,000 for children. Each of our 3 waivers has a component of self-directed services, so that provides the person more control and authority to decide who provides the services as well as how those services are provided. And the IO waiver, that is our uncapped comprehensive waiver, but that has ranges of funding available in it based on an assessment, along with a prior authorization process that would allow someone to go above any individual range ceiling. The waivers administered by DODD are not within a managed care environment, though recipients of our HCBS waivers do have access to choose an MCO or managed care organization for their state plan Medicaid services. To be eligible for our waivers, a person with a developmental disability must be eligible for Medicaid. They must have a developmental disabilities level of care, and they must be able to demonstrate a need for at least one of the waiver services provided in one of our 3 waivers. The need for services is determined through Ohio's assessment for immediate need and current need, and that tool determines if somebody has an immediate need that must be met within 30 days, a current need within 12 months that can only be met with a waiver service, or their needs are met by alternative or community resources that do not require waiver funding. So there are also no age requirements for any of the waivers in Ohio. Well, any of these 3 waivers in Ohio. In Ohio, we are a little different than a lot of other states. We have 88 counties in Ohio, and each county has a county board of developmental disabilities, and they have been statutorily created in our laws in our ORC. So these county boards kind of start the process for everything. The application process for waivers or the waiting list begins at the county level with that assessment for immediate need and current need. And that process is governed by an administrative code that we have called the Waiting List Assessment Rule. And that became effective in September of 2018. And why that rule is important is it's the first time that we standardize the process that county boards use statewide with a single assessment. And what that allows us to do is then to better understand a person's need on that kind of statewide level. The rule also defines what immediate need and current need are. So an immediate need is defined as a situation that creates a risk of substantial harm for a person, their caregiver, or another person if action's not taken within 30 days. A current need is defined as an unmet need for HCBS services within 12 months. So if those needs cannot be met by county board services or other community services, it's then considered a current need, and they are placed on the waiting list. The waiting list is then prioritized by the people with the most needs being selected first for waiver enrollment. And that is then matched to the appropriate waiver, whether it's the level 1, the IO, or the self waiver. If a person's enrolled in a waiver and they don't feel that that specific waiver is meeting their needs, they can request that the assessment be done again and then determine if the needs would be better met by one of the other waivers. And then I think it's important to also point out that Ohio has a unique funding model for waivers, whereby local county boards of developmental disabilities collect local tax levy dollars, and then they contribute those funds with a mix of state funds to provide the Medicaid match for the services provided. So I also wanted to point that out in a way that Ohio is different than a lot of other states. And then I know we were asked for a specific cost. I would just like to reference you to the testimony and the link in the testimony. Our overall cost for HCBS waivers, it's much easier to go to the website to see the visuals and the information laid out there instead of me trying to provide you with graphs and tables here. So there were 2 specific initiatives that I was asked to share today about. One was our Employment First initiative, and the other being our Technology First initiative. This year, Ohio celebrates its 10th anniversary of being an Employment First state. Our Employment First initiative was launched in March of 2012 by an executive order, and that established a statewide collaboration and coordination by creating the Employment First Task Force and Advisory Committee, and that made community employment the preferred outcome for people with developmental disabilities in Ohio. So for the past 10 years, provider agencies, schools, families, businesses, and people with developmental disabilities across Ohio have all worked together to shift those expectations and to ensure that access and the supports that are needed to have a job in the community is available and high quality. And many of those supports are provided through our waiver services. In 2011, Ohio became one of the first states in the nation to get approval from CMS, the federal government, to add technology to our HCBS waivers. And then in 2018, Ohio became a technology first state through another executive order, which made us the first state in the country to emphasize expanding access to technology for people with developmental disabilities. So under Ohio's Technology First initiative, we work with our local county boards to ensure technology is considered an essential part of all service and support plans for people throughout the state. What this has also shown a light on is how important technology is as a partial solution to the workforce crisis that we know is not unique to Ohio, is really a nationwide problem. So we generated a report defining how supportive technology is an asset in responding to the workforce crisis. That report sets 3 performance goals with the target of seeing an increased utilization of supportive technology across the state, and really emphasizes that we as a state embrace the possibilities that technology offers us, especially in the support of people with developmental disabilities and their families. As with many of Ohio's initiatives and programs, both of these initiatives were stood up with the input and feedback of all of our stakeholders. We have ongoing advisory councils as a part of both of these initiatives, and they're made up of representatives from many stakeholder groups, including people with disabilities and their families. These councils, along with DODD's continued outreach and feedback committees, help us ensure that the services and supports that are provided throughout the state are done so with the input of those who actually utilize them. So in conclusion, I'd like to again thank the chair, thank the special committee for the opportunity to share a little information about Ohio with you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Committee questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for taking your time. That sounds like a great program. One quick question I did have is, and probably there's a terminology difference here, but you have just developmental disabilities. Does that include the ID also? Just the terminology?
Yes, it does. Intellectual disabilities falls within the broader range of a developmental disability in our service definitions.
Okay, very good. I thought so, but I wanted to make clear. Many further questions? Okay, very good, Steve. Thank you. Do we have anybody else back on? Okay. Jordan Allen, are you there?
I am, Mr. Chairman. I also, we're joined by the Commissioner of the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities here in the state of Tennessee. And so if it pleases the committee, the Commissioner would like to give us a statement.
Sure, that's great. Thank you for your time and thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring greetings to you from Governor Bill Lee in the state of Tennessee. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about what we're doing on a very innovative level inside the state of Tennessee to help families with individuals that they love that have intellectual and developmental disabilities. As Jordan alluded to, we have a full department here in the state of Tennessee. One of the things that we've done that has really created a very unique environment and culture for our citizens is our department is actually a cabinet level position. I think we're one of the few states that actually has a cabinet level position for intellectual and developmental disabilities, but it's been very important for our community to feel seen and heard. And this was one of the things that was done about 12 years ago that has created a really strong synergy for us to work directly with our community and our population and making sure that their needs and wants are heard at the very highest level of state government. So as Jordan just said, Jordan's our Deputy Commissioner for Program Operations and Waiver Utilization and Service Delivery. We're really excited to be here, honored that we can partner with Kansas to share a little bit about what our experience has been and some of the things that we've done. Just a little background on myself. I'm also the parent of a child with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I take this very importantly when another state reaches out to say, how do we do better to help children like your daughter and being the best that she can be and making sure that she can live the life that she's envisioned for herself. So appreciate you taking the time out to hear from us. And with that, I'll pivot to Jordan and allow him to begin our presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the special committee, as Commissioner Turner said, we're honored to be here. I have a short presentation for you guys. I don't know if you can see the PowerPoint. Oh, it looks like it's up and running there. So I appreciate that. I'll just jump right into it to leave plenty of time for questions. If you could advance the first slide, please. So here in the state of Tennessee, we operate 4 different Medicaid waivers. We have 3 that are more traditional 1915C waiver programs. 2 of those 3 are full-blown waiver services, 24/7 supports, in-home supports, certainly focused today and thankfully post deinstitutionalization, a fact that we're very proud of here in the state of Tennessee. Our waiver programs focus very specifically on trying to provide people with the tools and skills that they need to live as independently as possible. So we have a statewide waiver and a congregate aggregate capped waiver, quite a mouthful, and then a self-determination waiver, all under the 1915C demonstration. And then we have a newer waiver that was launched in 2015 that is an 1115A demonstration waiver administered by managed care. Of particular note and quickly, I want to introduce program integration as a concept for us here on this slide and early on. Effective January 1 with approved amendments that we anticipate we'll get from CMS, all of our 4 waiver programs will fall in direct alignment under the managed care organizations and then under the operational leadership of this department. So if you were thinking about that from an organizational chart perspective, the state Medicaid agency and the State Department with whom we work hand in glove would draw a direct line down to the managed care organizations, who would then have lines down to each of their individual networks that provide services. So that's a little bit about how our program structure is set up. Intake is handled by the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities across all of those programs. Where needed, we provide access to applicable assessments. And then obviously, as people are identified for the waiver that they'll enter into, today that is the 1115A demonstration waiver, which is the only one of our 4 waivers that remains currently open. Then they're able to choose from any services in those waivers. Next slide, please. A quick highlights, 2 of the 3 1915C waiver programs that I mentioned are capitated. One is capitated at an individual level. About $190,000 is the maximum benefit allotment in the statewide waiver. And then we have that congregate aggregate capped waiver that's capitated also, but it's capitated at an aggregate level. That waiver was actually developed and formed as we were exiting out of a near 25-year lawsuit here in the state of Tennessee. Another byproduct of that lawsuit was finalization of closure plans for our remaining institutions. Again, something that we're thrilled to have achieved despite the painfulness of 20 plus years of litigation. People supported and what we call their circles of support, those are the family members, providers, clinical folks around them, manage those benefits in those capped waivers. I want to go back just a second. The self-determination waiver is capped at $36,000, and that's a smaller package of benefits that generally is directed to provide services to people who are living at home with family. So while we're not subscribed, some of you may be familiar with the formalized term of individual budgeting. That's got its own approach and methodology. While we're not subscribed specifically to individual budgeting, we do allow people and expect people in their circles to manage their budgets within those capitated environments. Rate methodology and the components of those formulas are developed in collaboration with our state Medicaid agency. And as we've listed here, they're typically inclusive of anticipated staff costs, benefits, administrative costs, where applicable, travel costs, and the like. Happy to answer any questions in more detail about those as soon as we wrap up these few slides. Average expenditures, I want to apologize for not getting those numbers in time, but the 1915C waiver program expenditures in the statewide waiver are roughly $400 million. In the congregate aggregate capped waiver, it's closer to about $250 or $260 million, with a total annual expenditure just under $800 million for all of our federal waiver programs. 1115A demonstration waiver program, average cost per person values are running right about $72,000. Average cost per person values in our 1915C waiver programs, if you average between our CAC or congregate aggregate capped waiver and then our statewide waiver, we're running right at about $119,000. Next slide, please. The most exciting part of this slide presentation, in my opinion, and certainly referenced by Commissioner Turner in his opening, is our foray into enabling technology. I jumped on and just caught the very end of materials being presented by Ohio. First and foremost, I want to give a nod to the good folks in Ohio. They were kind enough to consult with us, and we learned all we could from them as we began our journey into the enabling technology and technology first movement way back in 2017. Some things that I think are poignant about our program today is we're serving over 300 people. In fact, I got an updated number yesterday as I was working with another group, and inclusive of our 1115A program now, and counting all the people being supported with alternative support packages inclusive of technology, we're closer to 400 people today. Those service packages began in a pilot application for us after we had done research and met with vendors from across the country, tried to study the best approaches and risk mitigation techniques. As you guys, I'm sure, are aware, the first response that you usually get from families and coordinators and people not familiar is, well, any utilization of technology supplants a direct support professional, and that puts my son or daughter or loved one in danger. In fact, data bears out quite the opposite when you look at event management data or incident data with injury and the like. So we built in a best practice approach through that consultation of development of a technology assessment and a person-centered tech plan. Those plans identify what technology, what packages, what training, and what supports will be utilized. And then equally as importantly, what an emergency response plan might look like. Again, pending CMS approval for our amendments on January 1, enabling technology will, for the first time, become a discrete benefit across each of our different HCBS waiver programs. Today, it's available through our Appendix K, our approved Appendix K amendment. With the expiration of that amendment, which I'm sure everybody thinks about on a regular basis at this point, being anticipated sometime early or mid next year, we wanted to make sure that we had an enabling technology benefit available just to roll seamlessly right into the expiration of the App K. Next slide, please. We'll go through, I'm not going to read these to the committee. This is our definition for enabling technology. In fact, this slide and the next two give you an idea of how we defined it. I do think it's important to point out one thing that we learned early and then was continually reinforced for us through our evolution of implementing enabling technology is that it's very important to be able to differentiate enabling technology from the longer-lived term assistive technology, and they are quite different in what each is intending to do and what each is intended to purchase as a service. So assistive technologies are the more traditional wheelchairs, adaptive equipment, and things that are typically clinically indicated. That's a really important term for us and a really important description because with a clinically indicated service or product, obviously that requires a clinical level of review that can greatly elongate the process of submission and approval for someone. And a lot of times, a little bit of the enabling technology, services, or products can prevent crisis for people. We developed a program here that intends to anticipate when people may lose a primary caregiver or may be moving into crisis. And we use enabling technology in that assessment as a first approach to try to keep them in place even if the worst case scenario happens and their primary caregiver fails. So with that, I'll leave these slides with you guys. If we can go ahead and click through the next couple, these are just the expanded definition of enabling technology. Here are some of the products that we include, obviously, in the approved definition, and then we'll just go on to the next slide, and I'll kind of get into another innovative program design concept that we're bringing here to the state of Tennessee. So with about 5 years of experience now with enabling technology and the implementation of technology-enhanced service environments, we have not reduced the rates for provider agencies who are utilizing technology. That was of real benefit to us as the COVID pandemic began to settle in here in the state in March of 2020. Thankfully, at that point, we had a lot of providers who were already very familiar with utilization of technology-based approaches. And then we were able to very quickly utilize both the infrastructure within our network and then the staff that we had hired and the experts that we had trained through our consultation to get out to agencies and people supported to teach them very quickly how to utilize those supports as staff immediately became unavailable. I'm sure you guys experienced the same there in Kansas, but almost overnight, it became tenable at best and almost impossible in some cases to staff homes. So fast forward now 5 years, we realize that that's not sustainable to continue to pay on a per diem basis, as we do here in the state of Tennessee, what a rate that the methodology accounts for at least one and in some cases 2 full-time staff. But at the same time, we certainly didn't want to disincentivize utilization of enabling technologies because of the dramatic impact they have on quality of life for the people that they're supporting and availability of new levels of independence. In a lot of cases, what we've seen over and over is people who lost significant levels of their own independence in kind of a learned dependence orientation on waiver programming were able to very quickly gain that back. The flexible support rate is our first attempt. We feel fairly confident that it's going to work well at adjusting those rates. So obviously the flexible support rate won't be funded at 100% of the traditional rate because it takes into account the utilization of enabling technology for some portion of the day, but still providing significant financial incentive for agencies to continue to pursue skill building, knowledge, and understanding around flexible support benefits, obviously enabling technology being a primary component there. So the rate that we developed also includes a shared savings incentive. So our flexible support rate is 2/3 of the regular rate. Essentially, we came up with that after pulling data from 100 folks that are high users of enabling technology. We determined that it's about on average 8 hours per day where enabling technology is supporting someone rather than a direct care staff person. And then because we had the opportunity to work with our provider network and others, we pulled in actual cost and expense data from those providers and sought to achieve a shared savings portion with them that would increase their margin. Because obviously when you're asking provider agencies, some of whom are for-profit, others are nonprofit, to reduce their annual revenue, there has to be kind of a reward for achieving that. As you can imagine, going into a board meeting and trying to convince a board that's used to looking at annual percentage of revenue growth on an annual basis as an indicator of success, it's going to be more difficult to go in and talk to that group and say, hey, we're going to cut our annual revenue by somewhere around 20%, but that's a good thing. So we sought to develop a methodology through that shared savings incentive that increased their margin 7 to 10%. That's been very well received here. The remainder of that balance is money that is ultimately saved by the Medicaid waiver system here in Tennessee, by state taxpayers, and Commissioner Turner and other members of the cabinet, and not the least of which, including our state Medicaid agency, have agreed to allow us to reinvest that money in program advances, innovation, and services. Next slide, please. Utilization and cost effectiveness. This is just some data that we have pulled from our years now of implementation. Early outcome data shows that we yield a cost reduction of nearly 40% in many residential settings. So you just take the annualized cost of care in a residential setting, adding enabling technology, which again, I can't say enough, is a win-win for everybody because the person supported at that point is living a more self-directed, independent lifestyle. On average, you can expect to achieve about a 40% reduction in per diem costs to support that person in a better way, I would add. Comprehensively, statistically valid data. At this point, we would say we want to wait 2, 3, 4 years before we publish our first official report because enabling technology is moving out of our pilot environment and into our direct waiver service environment. So I just added this as a caveat. Once implemented, we think that a conservative estimate in the first year, in fact, we're right at about a 5% utilization trend already, We anticipate that we will increase by 5% in the following year. And so we kind of have a benchmark set of 10% utilization across the system at the end of next year. That equates to about a $3 million savings, again, for the state Medicaid program. As I mentioned before, we're committed to reinvesting those savings into programs and services for people. One caveat for the last bullet here in front of you is where it indicates a 30% savings to the IDD waiver system. What I meant to say is 30% per person supported on average. So this is not just residential settings. This takes into account enabling technologies that are facilitating travel independently in the community and independent community and employment services. When you look at it as a whole, roughly we're anticipating a 30% per person savings for all who are involved. Next slide, please. Tennessee's managed care environment, because there were questions specific about that, I added a few points. We've had more. This has been a little bit more of a growing pain for us, at least in the technology first approach in our managed care environment. And a lot of that really has to do with the traditional review models that are employed by the managed care organizations. As you guys well know, and I'm sure all managed care organizations would agree, typically you're looking at a medical model of care there, and the review processes have a heavy focus on clinical review and then approval of services based in that environment. Because enabling technologies inherently are separate, again, from assistive technology and don't traditionally require a clinical review component, it's been a little bit more difficult for our managed care organizations to figure out an effective review process. And candidly, it took us a lot longer to get buy-in from the MCOs relative to utilization of enabling technology. I think as much as anything, because it was a fairly new concept to them from a business perspective, but also from a philosophy perspective as it pertains to services. Next slide, please. Stakeholder engagement, I just wanted to touch very quickly. We started this right from the beginning, again, in consultation with some of the national experts. I know you guys heard from Shay Tanis earlier today. We've worked with her quite a bit over the years, but one of the things we learned is it's much better to educate yourself first and then to engage the community at large before we ever begun any programming. So that's the method that we took. We learned as much as we could. Thankfully, we were working within an administration that was able to fund and see the vision that we had for this. And by virtue of that, we engaged stakeholders once we knew what we were talking about across the advocacy community, people, families, provider agencies, and other, even forming this Partners in Innovation group I've referenced here at the bottom to come up with metrics and best practice implementation approaches. All of that effort on the front end led to a much easier and quicker buy-in at the point at which we made those services available. Again, happy to talk in depth about that stakeholder process if any members of the committee have any specific questions on that or anything else. I know I was talking very fast. I was told I had 10 minutes. I think I missed that by about 3, so I apologize. But that was a lot of information very quickly, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, if I can just add one thing real quick.
Sure.
I just want to say thanks again for including us in this discussion. It's important to us. Jordan does a great job. This is certainly not something that we want to keep to ourselves. We want to work with every state that wants to do better by people, recognizing their dignity, sharing in the independence, celebrating accomplishments. One of my old college friends happens to be the Senate leader there in Kansas, Donna Sykes. So it's funny how worlds collide sometimes like that. So we are certainly happy to be a partner. Please let us know what we can do to help Kansas in this journey, because we believe that the best path for anyone is celebrating independence and working together to get them away from unnecessary services and built into a system that actually meets their needs where they are. So thanks again for having us before we answer any of those questions.
Very good. Thank you. Committee questions. Jordan, I have a couple. You had mentioned, what was the figure you had mentioned? 800 million?
Yeah, our annual budget for all HCBS services is just south of 800 million.
Is that all funds or is that state general fund?
That's state and federal participation. So 1/3 of that is attributable directly to the state, while 2/3 are match dollars that we draw down through the waiver programs.
Very good. A follow-up to that is, how many folks do you have on your, do you serve?
So total enrollment is right around 14,000 right now when you consider all 4 of the separate waiver programs. We have some new programs getting ready to come online that we think will target transition age youth, that we think will add another 1,000 over the next year and a half. But we're at about 14,000 currently.
Mr. Chairman, if I may also add a part of that data point, we're also responsible for the early intervention system for children that may be born with developmental delays or some impact of disability. And those service deliveries that we provide are in the thousands for children in Tennessee. Right now, it's birth to 3. We're moving from birth to 4 this year, and hopefully next year going to birth to 5 to really create a full cycle of services that might be available based on the need of the child as they transition into adulthood. So I didn't want to lose sight of, not only are we serving adults, we're also making sure that we're very targeted and specific in serving the youngest of our population as well to meet them where they are.
Very good. Thank you for that. And one just follow-up question. Do you have a wait list?
So we do have some number of members on a referral list, but I will say this, in the single largest appropriation of funds in the state's history of waiver programs during the last legislative cycle, the governor and the General Assembly provided enough spots that we believe right now, I can't say it with certainty until it's all finalized, but I believe by January 1st of next year, we will have no waiting list here in the state of Tennessee. The reason I say that is we've reached out to every member that is on our waiting list or our referral list to let them know about the availability of services and a spot for them to receive those supports. What we found was that waiting list that was about 5,000 people. Now, again, that stretches back almost 20 years here in the state of Tennessee, that many of the people on that list had either developed a natural support network that led them to the point of not needing services, moved out of the state, or already been accepted into programs that were meeting their needs. And so we actually, for the first time in our history, believe we have appropriations for slots for more people than are waiting for services. If I could say that unequivocally or with empirical data right now, I'd probably stand up and shout it from the hills. But since I can, I'll stay in my seat and let you know that check back in a few months, and I think we'll be able to yell it.
Very good. Thank you. Congratulations on that. That's very cool.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have a question from Senator Hawks.
Thank you. Appreciated your presentation. On your enabling technologies, it looks like a lot of these may be broadband dependent. And I have my chair for my utilities committee sitting next to me, so I want to make sure he knows that I'm thinking in a wide range here. But do you ever have trouble in terms of having people in their homes have access to reliable or adequate broadband? And if so, how do you pay for that broadband for the clients that need these enabled technologies?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Great question, because that's one of the things that we've been challenged on. So there was also additional investment in a separate initiative from the governor's office and the state legislature around broadband expansion inside the state of Tennessee. Huge part of that conversation was around telehealth, was around service delivery, was around access in very rural counties in the state of Tennessee, very similar to Kansas. We do have some metropolitan areas. The vast majority of our population would be in areas that are considered rural. So this was an initiative from the governor's office very early on that they wanted to make sure that they invested back into broadband, working very closely with regional authorities, the federal government, working to provide the right investments that were sound, fiscally responsible, making sure that we're actually meeting the needs. That's a long answer to say yes, that we're aware that there may have been some challenges around that. but dollars were also allocated to make sure that that need was being met, and specifically being met before the COVID pandemic really impacted people working from home, accelerated health challenges as a result of that. So in some foresight there, that became a really early conversation. As a result of that, there has been funding towards that. And I would strongly encourage Kansas to continue to think about that because it has impacted in a very positive way the population of Tennesseans with intellectual developmental disabilities.
Thank you, and congratulations on that. And we're trying to move fast in that area in Kansas, too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for sharing that with you. That is a very positive story that we look to duplicate here in Kansas. So thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, did we ever get Kirsten back on? Okay. Kirsten, are you there? Kirsten?
Are you, I wasn't sure if you were talking, is Kristen Ahrens? Is that who
Yes.
you're? Okay, yes, I'm here.
We can hear you. Very good. Thank you. Welcome to committee.
Great. All right. Thank you, Chairperson Carpenter, members of the committee. It is really exciting to be here today. Very pleased to be speaking to you as I am essentially the DD director for the state of Pennsylvania. Our program eligibility is primarily intellectual disability and autism. So we are not considered a DD state necessarily, but an IDA state. And I really applaud your efforts as a state with a significant waiting list that we have put significant efforts in trying to manage to over the last number of years. Really applaud the efforts and applaud the efforts of the committee. So appreciate you having me with you today. I'll start with a little context about our program just so you get a sense of the size and scope and how we're organized. Pennsylvania has about 57,500 individuals enrolled for intellectual disability and autism services. That is individuals of all ages. So we serve birth to death. We have about 37,000 individuals that are enrolled in 4 home and community-based waivers authorized under 1915C. Our office administers those waivers in partnership with our counties, who we delegate a number of those responsibilities to. The waivers, generally the way they're structured, we have 2 capped waivers, sort of at different tiers. And then we have 2 uncapped waivers. The uncapped waivers include residential habilitation services, so the types of services you would see in licensed community homes or licensed group homes. All of those programs are not, they're in fee-for-service, so they are not in a managed care environment. We have a waiting list as of the end of July. Our waiting list was 12,295 individuals. One of the things to understand about our waiting list is it really is a tool to help us planning sort of 5 years out, anticipating the needs of individuals. So I think the really critical number for us is this next number I'll share with you, which is we've got about 5,234 individuals that are considered in emergency status. And by that, we mean someone who needs services now to 6 months from now. We characterize people by their urgency of need into what's called critical or planning status. Critical means that someone needs services 6 months to 2 years from now, but we should be planning for that and anticipating that as a system. Planning means they anticipate needing services 2 to 5 years from now. So that's been very instrumental for us in managing to and trying to get to the people in most need. So in spite of those pretty staggering numbers, I can share with you that I think we've got some very good news that we can talk about just in terms of approaches that we've taken to try to manage the waiting list and get to those needs for individuals with intellectual disabilities, autism, and their families. We have had both a significant reduction in the numbers of individuals waiting and the average time that people are waiting through some of our efforts over the Wolf administration, so over the last 6 to 7 years. And that while we expanded eligibility. So in 2017, we expanded eligibility to individuals with autism without an intellectual disability, just understanding sort of prevalence data and what is coming in terms of need for individuals with autism. We went ahead and expanded that eligibility. More recently, we have expanded eligibility to children with medical complexities. Again, that is without the presence of an intellectual disability. So added, expanded eligibility, and we've still been able to reduce the average time on the waiting list by almost half. We went from 4.1 year to 2.3 year. I think if we recalculated that today, it probably would be, we would have cut that in half. So a couple of the areas that I want to focus on today in terms of what's been very helpful in us really trying to most efficiently manage that waiting list, get to people who need services the most as quickly as possible, is around both the way we have conducted our data collection and analysis and used that in terms of informing both policy and procedure, and also a number of programmatic changes. And I think you're gonna, when you hear what Pennsylvania has done, you're gonna hear a lot of similarities from what we just heard from my colleagues in both Ohio and Tennessee. And I apologize if others have shared, those were the only ones that I was on the call for. But let me start first with data collection and data analysis. I can't emphasize enough how critical that has been for us really understanding what people are waiting for and when they are going to need it and the likelihood of them needing it. So we have an instrument that we've used for a very long time, for about 2 decades, called the PUNS, or Prioritization of Urgency of Needs. And I just described how it sort of characterizes people after the application, so that we have systematic ways of identifying people and understanding when they are likely to be in that emergency need for service. We recognized that instrument had some gaps in terms of what we could see using that, and we were probably not prioritizing people as effectively as we could. So in order to essentially provide us with better predictive quality of our data, we assembled a stakeholder group back in 2017 to take a look at some of the things that we suspected really drove when someone would need services, and to try to develop an instrument that was more effective at helping us identify people proactively for service rather than just constantly in this reactive mode. So things like, we suspected, a single caregiver who's supporting more than one person with a disability in a house. So you've got, a parent with a child with a disability who's also taking care of an elderly parent, looking at the stressors on that household, looking at things like a child who might have a significant amount of behavioral support or wraparound services in the home through our Medicaid EPSDT program, and knowing historically that those are kids as they approach transition age are very likely to need a higher level of service, and so they need to be prioritized. So made a number of adjustments to the instrument. The other thing that was clear to us is we weren't really capturing what people needed. So I think our that instrument initially was telling us that most people who were on that waiting list needed a residential, a 24/7 residential service, which has massive budgetary implications. So we suspected that probably wasn't the case, and that this was a matter of training, education, and how our supports coordinators, who are the ones that get this information through conversation with individuals and families, how they were presenting that conversation. So we made some adjustments there, and certainly did find out that we do not have nearly as many people waiting for that 24/7 residential service as our earlier data would have said. So we had, a few other areas that we learned. We learned that, which is certainly helpful in family. Certainly helpful for us in thinking about budgetary implications for a day when we are ending a waiting list. But a couple of the other things that we learned is that about half the people on our emergency list are unserved, and about half of them are underserved, so need additional services, but did have some services. So again, significant information for us just in terms of how we think about who comes off next off that waiting list and about the budgetary implications. The other thing we learned is that we have a 4% turnover rate very consistently. It's within that same range. So the larger our program gets, the better we're able to kind of move people into it as long as we are managing it very efficiently. Can't emphasize enough how important those data were in helping us more efficiently manage the waiting list we do have and help us think about the kinds of services that people are looking for in type and amount. And I thought talk quickly about some of the programmatic approaches. And again, you're going to hear pretty similarly to the other states that you've heard from, I think, in terms of some of what we've done. Again, this is an area where we've had very significant stakeholder engagement, very clear messages from our stakeholder group that people want. In Pennsylvania, we call it everyday lives. We have published book recommendations and strategies from our stakeholders about what that means. And one of the critical things that means is that not everybody wants a sort of traditional group home day program, that we really need a service array to support people to live those everyday lives. So to that end, and again, very, very much due to stakeholder input, we adopted the life course principles back in 2016. These are endorsed by the World Health Organization because it really emphasizes the importance of anticipatory planning. And when you have a system that is here to support, in this case, Pennsylvanians, who are primarily going to have the experience of a lifelong disability and are going to likely have some engagement with the system for the better portion of their lives, then we should very well be anticipating those different transitions and changes through the course of someone's life in terms of our program and our programmatic offerings. So some of the ways that we have sort of embedded in how we approach service delivery, that these were some of the programmatic changes, were we did to help embed sort of that life course thinking and principles into how we deliver services. We have a contract, we did put out an RFP, we have a training and technical assistance contract that generally supports our home and community-based service, both professional training and self-advocate, family training. We added to that contract new responsibilities around peer-to-peer training on both home and community-based service topics, but also life course. That is an area where we do claim Medicaid administrative match for that work. Another area we embedded in how we approach this is we added to our targeted supports management. So for people not in home and community-based service waivers and in home and community-based service, the expectation that those targeted supports coordinators or supports coordinators are including that life course framework and that life course planning with individuals. We expanded a number of services. Again, one of the critical things for us thinking about sustainability, thinking about not only what do individuals and families want, but also building a sustainable system in a context where in fiscal year 21-22, the average cost for someone in a residential service in our program was $225,000 a year. The average cost for somebody in a private home or family home was roughly $33,000. So again, just looking at sustainability, we want to do all we can to help support people in their own home or in their family homes. So we have done a number of enhancements to things like our respite offerings. We added to our waiver services, family and caregiver support. We added some additional alternative therapies like art, music, and equine therapies. We added something called participant goods and services. I know the committee seemed to have some interest in the self-directed services. So we did add this participant goods and services, which really allows the flexibility of a non-specialized good or service. We started allowing life sharing services by a relative. We are a state that allows many of our services to be provided by relatives. That was one that we previously hadn't, and we did add to the array. We're an employment first state. Happy to talk, or you can look at the written testimony about some of the ways that we sort of structured and try to incentivize the employment. We are also a tech, we have a technology initiative. And again, a shout out to Ohio. Pennsylvania also consulted with Ohio about some of the work they were doing. We have also included what we call remote supports and enabling technology into our waiver programs. We also include teleservices, which like Tennessee just shared, was something that we really saw an expansion of during the pandemic, and are in conversation with CMS about including that in a pretty robust way in our waivers going forward. So a couple of the other notes I'd make here about some of the changes that we've done. The emphasis on technology, on employment, on supporting people in their own homes or family homes are all both more conducive to integration and less restrictive settings, but they're also less reliant on traditional direct staffing, which, as we all know, is critical anywhere we can kind of provide relief there. Given the current and anticipated workforce issues in the future, I think is an important consideration. Another area that's been big for us is really emphasizing and trying to provide lots of support around people using the self-directed models. Pennsylvania programs do include both employer authority and some limited budget authority. We have about 15% of waiver participants that use at least one self-directed service. Again, we do have a number of mechanisms in place to really try to support people to use that model, and quite a bit of outreach so that people understand that that model is available. So just a few things in closing here. One is we did add in 2018, again, from some of the learning we have from all of that data collection. One of the things that we learned is we had a big gap in 2017. We only had 3 waivers, and we had a capped waiver at $33,000, and then an uncapped waiver where that residential habilitation was available. And what we could see from data is that we had a whole group of folks that was kind of in the middle there who didn't live in a residential setting, and figured if we could give them get a waiver with a higher cap, get a lot of those family support type services in place, really support employment, and that we can probably relieve some of the overall pressure, cost pressure on the program, and meet a lot of needs of individuals. And we were able to do just that. We introduced a community living waiver that was capped at $75,000 a year. That is now at $85,000 a year. But I did share, and you can see in the testimony I provided, that it has ultimately helped bend the overall cost per individual in Pennsylvania. Our cost trajectory had been just upward for a very long time. The introduction of that has definitely helped reduce that trend and bend that cost. So the thing I'd say in conclusion is I just described, and I noticed that Tennessee also started talking about changes that we began implementing all the way back in 2017, 2016. Changes like this do take time. And, you know, part of that time, I think, is stakeholder engagement to make sure that the course is correct. In our case, you know, we needed to do a lot of data collection, corrections to the way we were doing the data collection and analysis. And of course, all of the time to work with the federal government for the kind of systematic changes that would likely be needed through a 1915C waiver. So again, I'll stop there. I'm happy to take any questions and really appreciate you considering me for testimony today.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Very good. Sure. Very good. Committee questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We might call on you again, if it's okay, during our work group participation to kind of pick your brain a little bit more, if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Committee, moving on, we have Bob Beckham. Is he on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for taking your time today. We appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my name is Bob Beckman. I greet you from the land of the Nisqually people on the shores of Salish Sea. I am the Waiver Requirements Program Manager for the Washington State's Developmental Disabilities Administration. And I just have a short presentation on one of our 5 IDD waivers. We'll talk about eligibility and talk about the services and the resources we have, and we'll be available for any questions you have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Washington State has a very broad definition of disability criteria, and that includes any diagnosis of intellectual disability, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, autism, or other neurological or other condition found by the agency to be closely related to intellectual disability or requiring treatment similar to that required for individuals with intellectual disability. This has to exist prior to the age of 18, expected to continue indefinitely, and results in substantial limitations. Obviously, folks have to meet the Social Security Act disability definition. Also, we use the 300% of the SSI benefit amount for income eligibility, and that's for the individual, not the family. And the standard we use for level of functional disability is the Intermediate Care Facility for Individuals with Intellectual Disabilities, or the IID level of care. Next slide, please. All of our waivers, we have 5 waivers here in Washington State for the IDD population, but the cost of waiver services has to be less than institutional care service level. As other people have noted, a person needs to use at least one waiver service monthly or have monthly monitoring by a case manager. In Washington State, we have state staffed case managers located all over the state of Washington, and a person has to agree to receive their service in the community as opposed to in an institution. And for the waiver I'm going to be talking to you about today, the Individual and Family Services Waiver, a person must live in their family home. We have a broad definition of family that includes the spouse or registered domestic partner, a natural, adoptive, or step parent, a grandparent, a child, a stepchild, a sibling, a step sibling, an uncle, an aunt, a first cousin, a niece, or a nephew. So we can usually, I mean, people are, unless they're living with, members not of their family, we have another waiver that can support them there. Our Individual and Family Services Waiver is, I think, a really special and it's kind of our Swiss Army knife waiver. It's our lowest cost waiver. It has no wait list. We currently have 6,103 participants on it. It has a very robust service package in terms of the variety of services. Our average cost per participant, $1,191 a year. In Washington State, we spent $7,561,000 on this waiver. And this was the 2019-2020 waiver year. Most popular service in this waiver is respite for primary caregivers. And that respite can happen in the client's home, in the community, or in a licensed setting like an adult family home. We also have a service community engagement, which is very popular, that allows a person to get support, to get engaged in activities that they're interested in the community. And then we also have a very robust assistive technology. And I love the discussion I've been hearing today about enabling technology. And our assisted technology definitely includes enabling technology components. Washington State had a unique path to create this particular waiver. We had a state-funded individual and family services program for many years. And in 2015, actually in 2014, our legislature said, hey, why don't we convert this to a waiver to pick up the federal match? And in Washington State, our match level is 50%, so that we could expand this program with that extra match. And at the same time, the legislature directed us to do that. They also said, let's take advantage of the Community First Choice 1915K opportunity to convert all of our waiver personal care to state plan service under that Community First Choice program and pick up the extra 6% federal match for the privilege of doing that. So simultaneously in 2015, we launched the Individual and Family Services Waiver. And with that additional match for starting the Community First Choice state plan service at the same time, we were able to add 4,000 additional slots to the 2,500 that we started with when we converted the state plan, the state-only funded Individual and Family Services Waiver program to a waiver. So we went from 2,500 to 6,500 overnight, which was, I thought, a pretty creative way to stretch dollars, state dollars, in a very collaborative way. Participants on this waiver have a choice of many services. You'll see a service list in the future slide here. And if their service needs can't be met on this waiver, we have 4 other IDD waiver for them to potentially transition to. The funding amounts, as you can see, are all determined by assessment. We have a state designed assessment tool that our state case managers use. And one component of that is the SIS, the Supports Intensity Scale, which is a validated assessment tool. And using an algorithm inside this assessment, we assign each participant to a funding level of $1,560 to $46,880 per year. And like I say, based on the numbers that we've seen so far, we're able to well support folks with the additional help of their non-paid supports in their family and their state plan services to keep people supported where they want to be, in their family home. For the same year, for the 2019-2020 waiver year, the average cost for state plan services was $8,156 using the CFC program. So very cost-effective way to support a lot of people. And like I say, we have no wait list on this waiver, and actually we have no wait list on 4 of our 5 waivers, including our most expensive, our residential waiver. So our legislature has been very generous in recognizing the needs of our IDD community, and it's been very responsive to our advocates and to our agency, and have provided the funding and supported our initiatives to develop this particular waiver. And like I say, it's a very popular program. The next slide, please. This is the range of services that people can choose to utilize up to their budget authority in the year. I mean, so it's a kind of a soup to nuts and then some. The therapies in here, obviously, those are extended state plan services because the state plan does include physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech, hearing, and language services. But this would be additional needs beyond what the state can provide with the state plan side. But like I say, from vehicle modification, environmental adaptation, skilled nursing, specialized clothing, person-centered plan facilitation to design a plan that centers on what that person wants to do, peer mentoring. I mean, it's just a very robust service package. We're very proud of that. I'm going to shut up and take any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you for that. That was very informative also. Committee questions? Okay, it looks like you're off the hook. We do reserve the right to contact you in our work groups. Oh, absolutely. I do have a question. Senator Hawks has a question. Hang on, here he is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I just wondered if you ever got complaints for those participants that get the low end of that funding amount. And you indicated your average was only $11.91, and you said your base level was $15.60. So I just wonder what your dissatisfaction rate is. I hope it's zero, but just wondered if what it was.
Yeah, no, we do get complaints about that, and because it is determined by the algorithm, we have several responses to that. One, if there's a clear need that our assessed instrument kind of misses or underestimates, the typical response is, can we transition you to the Basic Plus waiver, which is a much larger package of services with a 6192 annual budget level, and that usually answers the question. And that's also our transition student-oriented employment waiver. So for folks that start out on the IFS waiver, when they hit that transition age at 21, 22, they're usually transitioning to that Basic Plus waiver so they can get supported employment assistance there too. So that's how we handle that concern if they feel like their budget's too small to meet their needs. But thank you for the question.
And thank you for a positive answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Committee, further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Bob. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Way out there from Washington State. Thank you. Okay, next we have right next door, Beth. Are you on?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we can hear you. Beth and Mark. Okay, very good.
Okay. Well, thank you for the invitation to come and share with the committee some of the innovative strategies that we're taking here in Oklahoma to work our DDS waiting list and support the individuals and families that we're serving now. So we can advance the slide. So we are the Developmental Disability Services Division, and we're part of the Oklahoma Human Services Division here in Oklahoma. We also have an aging division that handles our Advantage waiver. I'm going to talk about our waivers in a minute, but we have 6 waivers in Oklahoma. DDS handles, manages 4 of those waivers. And just this past year, we received funding to eliminate our waiting list. I've heard people talking about their waiting list, and we've received funding to eliminate our waiting list for individuals that were waiting since May 2nd of 2022. So a lot of these innovations that we're employing is trying to increase our service
Our people would
rate.
love to be waiting since 22.
Yes. Well, yeah. So actually, our people have been, many of them have been waiting for 13 years. So we received the funding to work all the applications up to May 2nd of 2022. Can you advance the slide? And this is what I was alluding to. So with actually, I'm going to let Mark. I won't do still the whole presentation. I'm going to let Mark Lewis talk with you some about our wait list elimination strategy.
Hi, as Beth said, this year in May of 22, our legislature and state made a huge commitment to eliminate the wait list from Oklahoma. We've had people wait for up to 13 years, and the legislature appropriated $32.5 million, and our agency put together about $19 million so that we could do a combination wait list elimination and a 25% rate increase for our providers. So over the next couple of years, we're going to contact nearly 5,000 individuals on our wait list. And what we're doing, can you advance the slide, please? Let me skip over one. But what we're doing is we're making contact with all of the persons on the wait list. And as we make contact, we're assessing them through the inner eye assessment. We're collecting data that we've not been able to collect before, and we're providing them services while they wait. So it's a very extensive outreach program from us to all of the individuals that are on our wait list. Right now, we have about 4,600 people on the wait list. We have about 5,600 that are receiving services. And that number just recently, the number of receiving services just recently exceeded the number on our wait list from within the past year. We've created a rate increase of 25% that will be effective on October 1st. And you can see here where we've had the $32 million state appropriation, the $19 million that we were able to put in, which buys us about $107 million in federal funding. So the commitment that we're going to make overall to our state will be about $160 million. That will bring us to nearly $500 million in total expenditures for persons with developmental disabilities in Oklahoma. And what we've done is we've divided all the individuals that are on wait lists into cohorts. So each quarter will, of the cohorts that are identified, and this is in chronological order, those are the people that we'll contact. So between between June and September of 22, we started working 340 of our waitlist clients. On Monday, we'll start, and this is on the far right side under processing time frame. On Monday, we'll start the October-December cohort, which will bring in 440 additional people. We started a little low for the first 2 quarters so that we'll be able to test some of the systems out. We have a new financial system. We're working on a new client system. So we're doing a lot of things all at one time, and we're very excited about the future for both our division and for the people that we serve. Can we skip one more? Yeah. And let's see, that's the cohorts.
Well, and that's also our regional events.
Right. And what we're doing also with each of the cohorts, we're holding a regional event. So families can come out, they can, in a very safe environment with their peers and be supported in learning what type of services they're eligible for, what they may be asked to do, and really just to help them navigate through this system, because so many of them haven't been through this. So we want to make it, not only do we want to serve them, we want to help them be comfortable and feel confident in the process as they move forward. And I think that's it. Next one, please.
So just talking about our waivers, I mentioned that DDS serves and manages 4 waivers for individuals with developmental disabilities. We have our 2 in-home support waivers that are capitated waivers, and I was going to mention the limits, but I'll move that page. I'll tell you, I can give you the information in a minute. We also have our community waiver, which is our uncapitated waiver. So our in-home support waiver adult is capitated at $28,914, and our in-home support waiver for children is capitated at $9,283. Our community waiver is not capitated and serves both residential and non-residential individuals. And our homeward bound waiver came out of our class action lawsuit from the 1990s that actually propelled us forward in establishing our community services program. And this is just a slide that's actually on our waiver enrollment process. We'll advance past that. So this is kind of the meat of why we're here. We want to talk about some of our innovative and cost-effective supports and services. Oklahoma is an employment first state. We're going to talk about that. We have used the time during COVID through the Appendix K emergency plans to innovate, as a lot of states have, as I've heard from some other states here today that I got to listen to talk about. And so we were able to implement some remote supports and virtual supervision we'll talk about. And we're also expanding self-direction. We know that since you saw kind of our numbers, our waiting list is now below the number of individuals that we serve, but we know to serve this kind of influx of people well, Oklahomans to serve them well, we have to increase our service array. Next slide, please. So Oklahoma became an employment first state in 2014, and you can see our employment numbers here. Obviously, we were impacted by COVID as every state was, but we have been able to move people back into the workforce over this past year. And we were able to implement a couple of things. One was we've always had a strong vocational program here in Oklahoma, but over time we realized we had set up a system that could incentivize the wrong things. For example, we had job coaching placements up to that could include 8 individuals. Well, there was no difference in the amount of pay per person. So we were incentivizing a group placement of 8 people because that was financially beneficial to the provider. So we decreased the size overall for a group placement to 5, and we even went further to incentivize having a small group placement of 2 to 3 and reimbursing them at a higher rate, and then a separate rate for 4 to 5 individuals. Next slide. The other thing that we did was we were trying to find a creative way to incentivize providers to move either from a shelter workshop setting into a community placement, to move from a community placement into community integrated employment in an independent job. So through stakeholder engagement, we even launched this initiative, but then talking with our providers, it sounded like, if we increase this, it might be more enticing for them to access, because our timing of launching it wasn't great, because it ended up being right before COVID hit. But so we were able to, one of the silver linings of COVID was that we actually were able to engage probably more effectively with our providers and stakeholders out there by using technology. And so, we listened to their advice and are increasing those incentive payments. So just trying to overcome hurdles for employment. One of that Mark mentioned, our rate increases. We're increasing almost all of our services across the board by 25% October 1st. We're trying to shore up our existing processes, as I was just describing, and we're also implementing technology and remote supports into both our vocational residential programs as well as in individuals' homes. And we're looking at and trying to learn from other states creative ways we can increase opportunities for transportation. Next slide. So we launched, and I know people mentioned Shay Tanis on here. We've talked with several of the states that are on here, really trying to learn about, research, and open up options for individuals to really increase their independence using enabling technology and remote supports. And we are hoping, as you can see our numbers, it shows that it will be cost effective for us over time, but we have just started implementing these programs. Next slide. And like I said, so we are just now launching as an Oklahoma technology first state. And Mark mentioned that at the same time as we are moving forward with working the waiting list, we are also rolling out a statewide data management system. I know I heard Kristen from Pennsylvania talking about, how important it is to have the data analytics to be able to make decisions for your state. And so, and for Oklahomans, and we're excited about this. And we have state case management. We are fee for service. We are not managed care in Oklahoma. And we're going to have a statewide system that the providers access, that case managers access, that individuals and families can access their electronic health record. And everybody will be able to see that data, work from that data in real time. Also, one of the other things that we're doing in terms of our Tech First commitment is we're in the process of finalizing contracts so that we can develop 3 smart homes across Oklahoma, where individuals can either go there and actually try out the technology there, or go or participate like in a virtual tour of those homes. Next slide, please. So some of the innovations and supports and services here include providing additional resources to eliminate the waiting list. We are also engaged in a service modernization study right at the moment. So we have brought in someone to help us, a contractor to help us look at national trends and best practices and just add to our service array. I think I mentioned at the very beginning, our service system was really developed out of the class action lawsuit, Homeward Bound. And we have had what we considered at the time state-of-the-art systems, but we've had them in place for a long time. And so we would really like to be able to increase options for Oklahomans, as I've heard some other states mention as well. And one of the ways we want to do that is by really working with both our employers in Oklahoma and then our employment vocational providers as well. Next slide.
We just wanted to quickly compare what some of our benefits were for clients, or offer you that comparison for your own states. So for our class members, we're spending about $153,000 a year on their plans of care, and the community waiver about $82,000. And for our in-home support adults, we're spending about $17,641, which is substantially under the cap of almost $29,000. It's the same for children, where we're just over $7,000 in actual expenditures, but we have a cap of $19,000. One of the strategies that we use to build that $19 million up is to budget closer to what we anticipate to spend instead of budgeting fully up to the plan of care. So that gap allowed us to invest the $19 million in addition into our system, which then translated into about a $60 million increase in services for everyone. The other program that we have available is family support payments, and people are allowed to receive $250 a month for each of their first eligible child, and it's up to $400 total. So if you have a child in Oklahoma and you would prefer to have the $250 per month payment than the in-home support waiver payment, then that's certainly more beneficial to some families, because so many of the children, they don't need the same level of services as others. Next slide, please. And the innovations that we're moving forward with are service modernization. We've contracted with A&M company out of, I believe, Chicago, and they are working with us to evaluate national trends, doing the same thing I think that you're doing there in Kansas. And we're just looking at best practices so that we can create a service array that's most beneficial to our clients and gives us the best value as a state agency. We're also looking to expand self-direction. That's something that we've worked on over the past couple of years. It's just starting. It's a program that's growing. We don't have a lot of information or data on that yet, but we do see that as being a way of the future. And we're also doing some research. So Scissortail Companion is a program where we purchased computers for individuals, provided that to them in their house, and it gives them some type of training or life training that they can work with at home. They can learn how to ride the bus. They can learn how to go to the grocery store, things like that. And then the Wearables project. And Beth will tell you a little bit more about these in some more detail.
Yeah, so we did launch our Scissortail Companion program, and as Mark said, we provided both laptops and cognitively accessible software to individuals in their homes for being able to increase daily living skills, also to be able to have fun, socialize with others, access, their communities, access like museums, things like that. And we did this in participation with Oklahoma State University. So we also worked with Colorado. So I want to give them a shout out. That's where we got this idea to do this. And then the next thing that we're doing right now is engaged in a study on wearables. And so, for example, it could be as simple as your iPhone, a smartwatch, tracking health outcomes, and excited to see where that goes in the future. Next slide, please. Actually, and so that kind of brings us to the end of our presentation. And so we're open to any questions anybody might have.
Very good. Thank you for that. That was very informative. We're getting a lot of information here, guys. Committee questions. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My question is about the waitlist elimination strategy. We've been reluctant in Kansas to put in that much money to eliminate the waitlist because the question has always been, do we have the workforce to support that? So I'm wondering, was that a conversation that you all had in Oklahoma about the workforce shortage?
It's a conversation that we have every single day. Mm-hmm. There is a tremendous, as you know, a tremendous shortage in the workforce. One of our strategies, we knew that we couldn't just eliminate the wait list without making changes to rates. So it was really a two-front approach. One, in eliminating the wait list, and two, in providing our rate increase, which was basically 25% across the board. So we substantially increased the rates, and we are hoping that that rate increase will allow providers and agencies to pay a little bit higher salaries so that they can attract additional staff to serve our clients.
And just to add to that, it's probably like a 5-pronged strategy. So and I know we hit on these things really fast, but it's why we're trying to expand our self-direction opportunities for people, because we don't believe every provider is going to be able to provide, one person for everybody that we're bringing into our service system. And so we know we're going to have to be able to access self-direction. We're also really excited to see where we can go with remote supports and supervision and enabling technology and how we can use that. And some of the contractors that we're using for those are actually out of state. And so the remote support is actually being provided from a contractor out of state. So we've done those things. As Mark said, we knew we had to have a rate increase because we're not competitive. I'm not sure. We're so grateful for the rate increase. I'm still not sure it's going to make us competitive against everybody in this market, but we hope it's going to help. But we know it's going to have to be, we're going to have this multi-pronged approach because we cannot staff one person to one individual.
And just real quickly, one of the benefits that the people on the waiting list have through undergoing that assessment, we're able to identify their needs. And where people may have previously waited up to 13 years without any services, because we're going in, we're meeting those families, we're meeting them where they live, we've scheduled these meetings quarterly throughout the state and inviting these families to come in and learn more. And as they're waiting, they're also the navigation is for them we can identify and we can identify services that they may be eligible for, and they'll be able to utilize those services. So just that process has really helped a tremendous number of families out there.
Yeah, helping to propel us to get to a place where we're more of a state where when you apply for services, we can meet you when you need us. Because of our lengthy waiting list, the second somebody has a child that's been diagnosed with any kind of developmental disability, their family signs them up for services. I understand that since the wait is 13 years. So we're hoping that this can kind of right size our service system, plus give us information about the waiting list like that we've never had before. We've done multiple studies on our waiting list over the past probably 15 years. But it's never drilled down to the individual person. So we have been, as Mark mentioned, using the NRI assessment that has a specialized assessment for children as well. And then actually having a navigation plan for those families, connecting them to available resources that they can access now. So we're excited to see what kind of information that gives us and looking at it down the road, really looking at this data. Now we've contracted that piece out. So we're working with Liberty Healthcare Services to do that for us.
I appreciate the leap of faith that Oklahoma has taken.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you. And I can understand the rate increase because, I mean, we've gone through that as well, but you still got the shortage whether you're dealing in the public or the private sector. So where's the workforce coming from?
We're hoping this I think I heard somebody else talk about the fact about how critical it got during COVID with staffing homes. And so we're doing some recruitment efforts, but we've been working closely with our providers during this period. They seem to feel pretty strongly that they will be able to recruit and retain more staff. Again, we're not going to be able to get to a point where it is one-on-one for each individual that's coming on here. So we're working with them. We're actually putting out some social media stuff too, and in partnership with our developmental disabilities councils, like highlighting direct support professionals. We're going to do it over this next year. They're going to do some actual in-depth videos with them, kind of getting it out there, raising awareness of this is even a job opportunity. We've talked with some of our universities and some tech centers about possibly doing some internships to get some interest in this field. And I think just like some other states, looking at, is there a way, would it be beneficial to professionalize this in any way? But I also heard people talking about, sustainability when you start really increasing numbers. So I don't have a magic answer. And if another state does, I would love to hear it.
We've also set aside some of our ARPA funding that we can utilize for some one-time expenditures in recruitment in professionalism and really to try to solve that problem. We can't utilize those funds on an ongoing basis, but we certainly can create a 1 or 2 year investment to help move more individuals into employment within this space.
Okay, and you talk about not having the one-on-one, which I can understand that. So what is your ratio right now?
Well, now some people do have one direct support professional serving them. Most of our community homes are 3-person arrangements, and then we do have some group homes as well.
What's the number of group homes in your state?
I think we have about 600 individuals in group homes. I could get you that information. I don't have it on top of me.
All right, thank you.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mark and Beth.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's good information. Okay, next we have Angela Brenner. Is Angela on?
Good afternoon. I am here. Can you hear me?
Very good, Angela. Thank you. Welcome to committee. We look forward to your testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and committee. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about Missouri's Medicaid waivers and some of our most current efforts to address the value-based payment care and the workforce shortage and retention. I know you've heard a lot of information today, so hopefully this won't be too much of an overload, but we're always happy to help. With me today on the next slide, do we have slides that we can share? Or I can share my screen too.
We're working on it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ma'am, were you supposed to share? That's what I have in my notes.
Oh, I can share them. Sure. Let me see. Let me. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Very good. It would have taken me a couple of days to do that, so if I could have done
it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, and you just see the screen, the one slide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Today, I'm Angie Brenner, and I am the Deputy Division Director over Administration in our Department of Mental Health Division of Developmental Disabilities, and I have Emily Luberine joining me. We're going to kind of tag team our presentation for you today. So Emily, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hi, thanks, Angie. I'm Emily Luberine, and I am the Director of the Federal Programs Unit. What that means is I have oversight for our 4 waivers, the DD waivers. I'm going to start with providing I want to start by sharing Missouri's waiver landscape to help set the stage for our presentation today. Missouri does have managed care statewide. Our managed care covers the state plan services for parents and caregivers, children, pregnant women, and refugees, children in the care and custody of the state in the custody of the state and receiving adoption subsidy assistance, and MoHealthNet for Kids, or our CHIPS. In addition to managed care, Missouri has home and community-based waivers, otherwise known as our HCBS waivers, which is what we're going to focus on today for you. Here at the Department of Mental Health, Division of Developmental Disabilities, we operate 4 1915C HCBS waivers for individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities who otherwise would be placed in intermediate care facilities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or our ICFs.
Currently, we serve just over 16,000 individuals in our 4 DD waivers. Our HCBS waivers are delivered through a fee-for-service delivery model, and our division works closely with our waiver providers. If an individual happens to also be covered by managed care, the HCBS services are considered a carve-out of the managed care and not the responsibility of the managed care health plan. The HCBS services remain to be the responsibility of the HCBS providers contracted directly with the Division of Developmental Disabilities. Next slide. Yeah, I got it. This graphic shows our current DD HCBS waivers and the timeline for implementation. We began with the comprehensive waiver in 1989, and this is covering all of our waiver services, including our residential services. So like our group home, shared living, and individualized supported living. Our other waivers do not include residential services and focus on keeping people in their homes. Our MOKIDS, for short, our Missouri Children with Developmental Disabilities waiver covers up to age 18 with parental income disregard for the children. And this happens to be also our smallest waiver with only 366 participants or slots. The community support waiver is the next waiver that was implemented, and it is our second largest waiver with a cost limit of $40,000 per person. Our Partnership for Hope was our last added waiver to be added, and this is a new unique waiver that provides the opportunity for the division to partner with local counties to split the state share portion of the full payments, that 50-50 split of the cost that the state shares for our waiver participants. Sounds similar to what Ohio was mentioning for their community or county waiver. Then on the next slide is the Developmental Disabilities waiver eligibility. To be eligible for one of our DD HCBS waivers, the individual must be eligible through the Missouri Division of Developmental Disability with a disability, intellectual disability that occurs prior to the age of 22. They must be Medicaid eligible. They also must meet the ICF or intermittent care facility level of care through our level of care assessment. And this means that the federal definition of the developmental disabilities with 3 substantial functional limitations, they have an active habilitation need and a reasonable indication that the individual would need ICF services without our HCBS services. The level of care assessment is determined initially upon applying for the waiver and then annually after that. Missouri does have a waitlist process in place, which is outlined in our state regulation. The individuals that are eligible for DD waivers will be placed on the waitlist for processing based on priority of need. The priority need considers the individual's priority of need score, a frequency of the need for waiver services, the family's ability to meet the need, consideration for emergency needs, and then if they have access to other resources. If there is a limited access to appropriated funds, or if there are 2 or more individuals with the same PON score, the individual on the waiting list, the longest, will be served first. Today, I'm going to focus on our community support waiver, one of our 4 waivers. And in 2003, Missouri implemented our community support HCBS waiver. The community support waiver is designed for participants who have a place to live in the community, often that's with family members, by providing a variety of services that promote community living and integration, including self-directed option and the traditional agency-based models that you're probably familiar with. This waiver can serve adults and children, and the targeted population for this waiver is individuals with developmental disabilities. Currently, the division has the capacity to serve 6,541 participants in this waiver. We have a little over 5,104 active participants in the CSW waiver currently, and the last community support waiver application was approved by CMS in 2021, and we are our next renewal will be 5 years in 2026. This slide here gives you a visual of all the services that are included in our community support waiver. We have 27 services in this waiver. We just recently added one service called the Health Assessment and Coordination Service that allows for some telehealth 24/7 access to individuals to identify needs for emergency care. The services in the community support waiver are there to meet the needs and the flexibility of the participants supported in this waiver. The CSW waiver provides all the services that the comprehensive waiver provides, except for your residential services. So you'll see all these same services in our residential waiver. And it does not provide dental and family peer support, which are only in our Partnership for Hope waiver with the counties. This slide is just a quick what you need to know about our community support waiver. And this waiver serves over 5,000 participants, has an individual cost cap of $40,000 per participant per annual support plan. And there is also an exception process to exceed this individual cost cap. The community support waiver provides all the waivers services except residential and dental and family peer support. This waiver is intended for individuals to remain in the community so they can remain in the most integrated setting. Now I'm going to turn it over to Angie, who will share more about our waiver programs.
Thanks, Emily. So we shared a little bit about our landscape. We thought that was important, but now we want to share some of our current efforts. And I think it really speaks to a lot of what you've been talking about today, workforce shortages, and we struggle in that same area here in Missouri. And I think it's just kind of a national crisis for everyone, right? We have worked very closely with our provider community and our stakeholders to tell our story. To paint the picture, our HCBS rates are were, I'm going to say were now, historically negotiated rates based on when the provider first contracted with the division. And so if you remember, our first waiver started in 1989. So many of our provider rates were negotiated in the late 80s, early 90s, and then have only been adjusted by cost of living increases over the years. So I think it's safe for us to say that our rates were outdated. We were not standardized across the board. Now, add on top of that workforce shortage, we had a significant problem. So we partnered with our HCBS providers, our waiver providers, to really determine how do we share this story? How do we get the data that we need to support the story that we're sharing? So we do utilize the National Core Indicator surveys here in Missouri, and we specifically are working with our providers to ensure that they fill out the staff stability component of that survey. And this is what has given us the data to really tell our story, share it with stakeholders as well as our General Assembly, and really talk about where those pain points are here in Missouri. So here are some of the results of our 2019 survey. You can see here that the hourly DSP wage, the average was $11.67, which, as we talked about here today, that is not even competitive with the local businesses that were offering at the time around $15 to $18 an hour. People would much rather work for a local store or restaurant at a $15, $18 hour wage than they would, taking care of some of the most vulnerable population at what our state was at $9. You can also see here that our average turnover rate for our providers was 50.1%, with 63% of their DSPs, their direct support professionals, with less than 3 years of tenure. And of those, 20% had less than 6 months tenure. And so that really disrupts the daily lives of those that we serve, causes them an uncertainty on a daily basis, and it's just truly scary for them. We have one individual that works for us, and some days he'd come in, just, I don't know who's going to show up at my door to serve me today because the turnover was so significant. So again, all of this data here really came from the NCI Staff Stability Survey. And again, it's what has gotten us to where we are today to share that story and really address that workforce issue and the rate issue that we had here in Missouri. So now I'm going to share here with you a little bit of a comparison from where we were a year ago to where we're at today. So after using that data and really sharing our story, talking about how we need to move our system, we've also been receiving technical assistance from CMS and then also the Office of National Coordinator for Health IT, ONC, to really determine how do we modernize our system. And so that's what's depicted here on this slide. You're going to see there's two hexagon flowers. There's fiscal year 22, which is our first flower, and that represents our landscape, kind of where we were prior to this last legislative session. The second one represents our future state and really where we are this fiscal year and what we're working on. And our overall goal is really to get to a value-based care model with value-based payments, something completely new in the fee-for-service world. Common in managed care, but again, we run our HCBS system in fee-for-service. So if you look here, green flower petals means that we have implemented it. The orange means that we're in progress, and red means that it was not implemented. So as you can see on the fiscal year 22 flower, we have two areas that Missouri was already doing: acuity-based payments and value-based planning, payment planning and research. We've been in the planning and research stage for several years, and that includes like data interoperability. And when I say several years, I'm talking like at least 5 years. I remember coming to the DD world. I was in managed care before. We did value-based payments, we did risk efficiency adjustments, and so when I came here, I was really excited to move forward with it. And whenever I heard that it just takes longer because it's new, I was discouraged, but I appreciate every minute of it now. Anyway, so you can see also in our hexagon flower that we have a flower petal for baseline wages for stabilizing our workforce as an effort. That was in red, and then standardized rates was in orange. Prior to our most recently approved budget, many of our rates, like I talked about, were historically negotiated rates. And remember, I said that those were implemented late 80s, early 90s. We began moving our historically negotiated rate to standardized rates with our residential services over the last few years as funding allowed. The fiscal year 23 budget, most recently passed by the General Assembly and approved by our governor, includes rate standardization for all of our services to increase the support for providers to pay a standard direct support professional wage of $15 an hour. So we're really thankful and excited about that. While $15 an hour may not make as much of an impact to the workforce shortage as we hope, it is really a significant game changer of moving us in the right direction for our HCBS system. So you can see in fiscal year 22, 2 additional flower petals have turned green. And then our last 2 petals are orange, and that's data for outcomes and performance, as well as IT infrastructure. And those are areas where we began the researching and learning and developing since our first technical assistance with CMS and ONC. And we really see these 2 petals as always staying orange because we're going to continue to work on having the most up-to-date IT infrastructure and just the best available data to support positive individual outcomes. So again, you can see this shift with our final fiscal year 23 budget, shifting to a more modernized VBP infrastructure. And so we are excited about that. It's a lot of work, but it's exciting. And so I want to share with you now some of those changes and the shifts in our system. On this slide, you're going to see up in the top kind of a circular picture here. And that really shows us the 3 domains that we are equally focused on as we move towards value-based care and identifying our priority areas to accomplish. We want to improve individual outcomes. We want to reward the facilitation of quality outcomes. And we want to be great public stewards of our dollars. And these 3 domains are equally important, and they have to work in harmony. So the quality of life elevates along a trajectory, continuously elevating, accomplishing the vision of a good life and avoiding complacency, stagnation, regression. But to improve those outcomes, individuals need to be achieving outcomes and climbing to new heights within a time frame which is customized to their specific needs. To improve those outcomes, we have to have service providers that can facilitate and deliver services that support the growth and accomplishments. But as a service provider, they need to have staff retention, they need to have professional acumen, capacity, and adequate financial resources are absolutely necessary. So to ensure adequate resources are available to scale that provider capacity and quality, there are necessary state expenditures, rates, and policies. And each of these components we have built upon with full stakeholder input. So our priorities are based really on the social determinants of health. We have sub-bullets within each of our areas that we are currently working through, working for budget appropriation and policy development. So with the improving outcomes, individual outcomes, your first column there, we have healthcare access, social community inclusion, economic stability, and environmental accessibility. Several states have mentioned that they're technology first state. We are as well as an employment first state. So those are efforts that we're working on. In the second column, within rewarding that facilitating quality outcomes, we have factors which have to be present for providers to be successful. We've got to have a skilled workforce. We have to have stable and accessible workforce and adequate cash flow. So you can see within there we have built DSP training levels. Missouri has developed a registered apprenticeship model. We worked through the staff stability survey. We have some paper reporting. We've implemented our rate standardization. So a lot of efforts happening there. Now, although the third on this list is great public stewards, it's just as equally important, and it's related to every one of these areas. So those include accountability, efficiency, and transparency. So we are always posting out our dashboards. We're looking at implementing a provider scorecard. We're working on data interoperability between all of the providers within our Medicaid ecosystem. We're reorganizing our own internal division on how our regional offices and our central office work together, and we're very transparent with that with all of our stakeholders. So with those domains in mind and telling our story, this fiscal year, Missouri took the opportunity to really leverage the HCBS Enhanced FMAP funding through the Section 9817 funds. And so these are items that we've really been talking about for several years and what we've really needed. On the next 3 slides, I'm going to kind of walk through those initiatives and the funding that we received that are going to make a significant change in our HCBS system starting with fiscal year 23. Again, as I mentioned, our rates were historically negotiated. They were not standardized, developed late 80s, early 90s with just the COLAs. Our General Assembly passed $375.1 million to standardize our rates and build them at a $15 an hour direct support professional wage. 90 million of this is leveraging the enhanced HCBS FMAP funding. In addition to the funding for the rate standardization, the budget includes value-based payment and enhanced FMAP efforts that we've included in our spend plan submission to CMS. It includes $36.5 million for outcome-based incentives and workforce recruitment and retention. Excuse me. So this includes $4.3 million for behavior support incentive payments, to include a quarterly incentive payment based off of providers implementing evidence-based behavior supports aimed at reducing behavior risks and costs. So that benefits the individual as well as the state and the system, less staffing on them, and a reduction in the cost. Implementing a remote support shared savings model from the expansion of remote supports, which provides residential clients more independence. And then $255,000 to help support providers to utilize the EVV system, electronic visit and verification, to submit to our state's aggregator. And then we have $21.2 million. That's using $7.2 million of the enhanced HCBS FMAP for rate increase when a percentage of a provider's workforce attains one of 3 levels of training above the current required training. So it's a 1% increase when 100% of the providers attain level 1, a total of another 1% increase when 50% of their workforce achieves a level 2 training, and then an additional 3% when they meet level 3%, level 3 training. So it's a total of 3% on top of a 3% incentive payment based off of their Medicaid claim submissions. Then $250,000 for incentives to incentivize providers who hire a DSP apprentice with the goal of keeping that continuous talent pipeline. And that's a DSP apprentice that goes with the Missouri's DSP apprenticeship program that was recently launched this last summer. And then $98,000 to expand the current capacity of that apprenticeship program. And then we have some funding that they've also built in to help us build training modules. So it's also to support the IT system to build those training modules. And then we also have an additional $500,000 one-time cost to conduct an analysis of barriers that are preventing that cross-sector career paths within the various sections of the healthcare industry. So what are our requirements here at the Division of Developmental Disabilities, who has 4 HCBS waivers, compared to what our sister agency, Department of Health and Senior Service, has on their 4 HCBS waivers? So what are those career paths, and how can we leverage them? Of that $36.5 million, we also have funding for baseline data for us to continue value-based payment. So we're providing incentive payment to providers who complete that National Core Indicator Staff Stability Survey, which I showed you earlier. That will continue to help us tell the story. So we should start seeing a shift in that staff stability survey with those wages, and hopefully we'll also see a shift in the impact that it's making, the turnover, the tenure, and that's what we will use to continue to tell our story with the General Assembly and our stakeholders, to see, did this rate increase really make an impact? Do we need additional funding for the rate increase? Are some of our other efforts making an increase as well? We're also providing an incentive payment to providers for completing a health risk screening tool assessment, and this is really to help us determine where an individual's health risk score is, and kind of developing kind of a medical health plan within their person-centered plan. We've also included this in our waiver application as a requirement starting in May of 2024. Providers can also receive a rate increase, an incentive payment for submitting data to the division, so that way we can start benchmarking performance outcomes. And then we have funding for additional support to help us to continue to build our VBP information technology. So again, like I said, we've worked with CMS and ONC over the last 5 years on researching and building this, and so we're going to continue to look at what additional capabilities can we find. We're enhancing our DD case management system. We're going to start connecting our providers through interoperability through the health information networks. We'll have support for our HCBS providers to interface with health information networks. We have some funding to help them bring their system, the providers' IT systems up to date so they can connect with the health information networks. And then finally, we had $14.7 million in our budget, again leveraging the enhanced FMAP, to enhance our HCBS system in general. So we have increased our home modification limits to $20,000 over a 2-year period without having to go through an exception process. We are building and developing additional training and implementation design for individuals, families, division staff, and our contracted providers on risk mitigation and effective plan implementation. to really focus on individual rights, dignity of risk, and effective plan implementation of their person-centered plans. We're also going to be contracting for provider or service compliance reviews. We have a lot of initiatives, but we never get enough staff, right? So we have funding to be able to contract for a vendor to help us with some of those service compliance reviews, looking at annual performance reports for providers, developing a provider scorecard, helping us with clinic mortality reviews, with due process, and just other validation reviews to really kind of help look at our landscape to look to see where are our additional gaps and what can we do to make it more efficient and really enhance that quality. And then we are also looking at developing a DD health home model. And so we have additional funding to build our health risk screening tool as part of that DD health home design. And here, I know that was a lot of information, very quick, but here we have some links to some additional resources. We'll make sure that everyone has that, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have now or afterwards. But I also want to show you that on the next set of slides, we have just kind of an appendices of all of our waivers, kind of what Emily walked through on our community support waiver. We have our comprehensive waiver, all the services provided there, as well as our MOKID waiver and the applicable services. And then our Partnership for Hope. These are the counties where we have Partnership for Hope. And then we talk about what services they have within that one as well. And that is what we have today for our presentation, but we really appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Very good. Thank you so much for that presentation. We're getting a lot of information today, folks. I mean, a lot of good information too. Committee questions. I think they're kind of getting worn out.
Yeah.
And I might be sitting here by myself here pretty soon, but anyway, good work. Thank you very much. And again, can we call on you when we do our work groups for information if we would like to?
Yep, absolutely.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks again for presenting.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, we have written only from Christian Moran and Bonnie Silva from Colorado and Wisconsin. And then we have virtual. So are these folks gonna answer questions, Orida, of the folks that are on the 315, the Tamara Jackson? Are they gonna present or? Okay, very good. Is Tamara Jackson on?
I am.
Very good. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. I realize the lateness of the day, and I will try and be a little more lively and also brief. How's that?
That would be great.
So I may have the distinction of being from one of the few states, if not the only state, that is speaking to you today that has no wait list. Wisconsin has 2 waivers, home and community-based services waivers. The family care waiver, which is our managed care waiver. We serve 56,000 people in that waiver. And we have our IRIS waiver, which serves an additional 25,000. And the IRIS waiver is for self-directed. So we serve a lot of people in long-term care with a full benefit package, all 57 services. And we've been doing it now for a while. We ended our wait list in 2018. So I am here today to talk to you about how we got to where we are now and some of the things that we're thinking about now that we have a mature system that needs to evolve again. Because once you change something, you got to keep changing it. So our path towards a statewide managed care waiver began in a room much like what you're sitting in right now. In the 1990s, then Governor Tommy Thompson and the legislature saw an impending crisis with an aging population that was had no alternatives except for nursing homes. And it's important to know that this was perceived as a fiscal crisis, unsustainable. You know, we were spending a lot of money in nursing homes, and that was just going to keep projecting to go up unless something changed. But it was also a very human and compassionate reaction, because there was recognition that there were a lot of people who were going into nursing homes who really didn't need to be there, but they needed a little bit of help to stay at home. And that was really the problem solving in which our legislature and governor's office came together with counties and providers and advocates to think about how do we do things differently to avoid an unsustainable cost situation, yes, but also to have a better option for the people of the state. Prior to family care is our managed care waiver. In Wisconsin, we love local control, and we delegate a lot of important government functions to our counties. We have 72 counties, and prior to family care, each of our 72 counties, as partners in the state's waiver system, operated, and in some cases partially funded, county-based long-term care programs. And in those days, before family care, we too had multiple enrollment cap waivers that served separate populations of elders and people with physical and developmental disabilities, which is much like the one you have now, multiple waivers, different populations. I will say that some counties did a great job. And whenever you have 72 counties with 72 county boards and 72 versions of priorities, some counties do a great job, some counties do an adequate job, and there were counties that really did not do a particularly good job running their long-term care program. In the places where they saw, had a deal of investment and commitment to long-term care, those counties had developed really robust and specialized provider networks, and a lot of counties had that. In other places, their provider networks weren't as robust because there wasn't the investment. So in the 1990s, counties were actually a really important part of the stakeholder group, because they were seeing the people coming into their offices and families every day and had a very, very good pulse on what were the realities of people's lives. And when we thought about family care, it was very helpful to us that we had places where there were already robust, locally driven, successful provider network groups. And we were really able to leverage that when we thought about how do you design a system to bring those providers along. In 1999, we started with a pilot project. We also love pilots. We like to test things out before we go statewide. And we started with 5 counties. We had multiple locally grown managed care organizations that kind of took in those providers that existed. And over time, we saw more and more counties vote to come in and join family care. It took us about 20 years. And in 2015, Governor Walker and the state legislature expanded family care statewide to end the wait list for services. And our last county wait list ended in 2018. So today, adult long-term care services enjoy entitlement status for those who functionally and financially qualify for them. And our family care waiver serves 3 populations of people. It serves frail elders, people with physical disabilities, and people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we do not have population-specific waivers. We have the managed care, home and community-based service waiver, family care, and we have the self-directed waiver, and they serve all 3 of those populations of people. There's an advantage to serving all 3 populations. Many individuals have similar long-term care service needs, and a lot of providers work with clients across the 3 populations. There's also been some unanticipated side effects. We got really good at delivering a high volume of general services, but there are always populations of people that really do need specialty provider networks. There's complex, aging disabilities, highly variable. And I think, as our family care program has gotten bigger and we have gotten a consolidation of our managed care organization, maintaining a robust provider network that really can deliver the specialized services for the few people who need it has become more difficult. So here we are, a state that has no wait list, but we still have all the other challenges that come with operating a program filled with vulnerable people who have high needs. And we're starting to think about how do we now evaluate where we are in this mature program and move forward in the future. As I mentioned, I think one of the things that we're seeing, you know, like Kansas and most states, Wisconsin geographically is largely rural. You know, we have population pockets, but you get outside of those cities, you don't have to go very far, and you're in a rural place where you need a car. So it really is necessary to have a robust provider network everywhere. And we're thinking about how do we build up a robust provider network as a workforce strategy. A number of years ago, we did a little bit of analysis and discovered that the family care program, you know, the number of people that are employed because of the family care program, especially in rural areas, is huge. It is a workforce driver in terms of money into areas and professionals and people providing services. So, you know, some of what we're thinking about is a lot of the rural professional and direct service jobs, family care funding supports those jobs. And we have to think about that in terms of a public policy strategy of how do we incentivize to make it financially worthwhile to start up and run a service provider agency in the most rural and remote parts of the state. Some of the things that we're thinking about as a council might mean increased rates that reward certain geographic areas or areas where the proportion of the population needing care is higher or projected to grow, and rates that reward providers with special skills, expertise, and experience. We're actually thinking about, within our current structure, how do we put in rate bands to reward especially direct service professionals who have a lot of expertise in special populations like people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In my written testimony, I've included a number of other things that we're thinking about when it comes to how do you encourage and incentivize a greater network provider adequacy. I won't bother you with that, but we're also thinking about how do we use our pay for performance standards within the managed care contract to incentivize outcomes. And that's certainly a strategy that could be used to increase provider capacity and ensure Kansans and Wisconsinites have a choice of quality providers no matter where they live. We do have pay for performance standards and bonus payments as part of our managed care contract now, and largely trying to improve access to fully community integrated services. So we're rewarding our MCOs that are having greater community integrated employment outcomes for people and families, for example. There's been a little bit of a touching on the workforce crisis, and I'm actually going to talk to you about the hidden workforce crisis. Lots of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities are now relying on aging family caregivers. And I say this is the hidden workforce crisis because in our state, even though we don't have a wait list, we do have a shortage of paid caregivers, just like everybody else. For all the same reasons, they can get a job at some place that isn't as hard, that pays more, and maybe even offers benefits, all of the things that you've probably heard about already. But what we're really thinking about is, when there's no paid worker to hire or they don't show up, what's happening is unpaid family members are stepping in to try and fill that gap. And they're already doing a good portion of that care themselves. Lots of times families are providing unpaid supports in caregiving as part of them living within the family home and as part of the care plan. And I think that's gone unrecognized. And with the shortage of of paid caregivers, family caregivers either have to step in and fill that gap or the care doesn't happen. And I think it's really behooves systems to think about how reliant are you on unpaid supports from families within care plans, because if you don't recognize that there's a large volume of unpaid work that is happening, it's really hard to accurately evaluate the care needs and provider network capacity if that goes away. And I'm going to say that there are a lot of our system assumes aging caregivers will be able to provide the same level or type of unpaid support in perpetuity. That's really not a realistic assumption. So, one of the things we're thinking about with our Department of Health Services is how do we project, a depreciation and ability for family caregivers to provide the same level of support, and how do we think about what does that mean for, what we need for provider network capacity. And also, we have to understand that when unpaid family caregivers are doing the caregiving, we're now starting to understand that means they're leaving the workforce. So the second piece of the workforce crisis is somebody's providing the care. And we've done a number of surveys in our state in the past year that's really revealing there is the service system infrastructure is really critically important to the private sector workforce, because what's happening is inadequate provider networks and services are actually a big driver for family members having to leave jobs or working under their potential. Our recent surveys statewide found that about 40% of family caregivers reported having to leave the workforce completely in order to provide care, or decrease their hours to part-time, and a lot of other things where they had to work within a certain geographical area or only certain hours, so that they could make sure that the care needs were being met for their person. So in some ways, I think, as we're thinking about, how do we do this in the future when we have the twin challenge of aging caregivers who may need care themselves pretty soon, and as well as a fairly stable long-term care population, there really is a incentive to kind of figure out how do we make sure that people who are unpaid family caregivers are able to get to work, and how do we incentivize our provider network to really reflect what the actual needs of our citizens are. So we are in the process where we have a mature long-term care system, and that doesn't mean it doesn't need to continue to evolve. So now we have, in addition to needing to solve the real problems that all states have, we're also thinking about our service delivery has to evolve to reflect the expectations that people living now have. Our biggest expenditure in family care is residential services, which is our group homes and adult family homes. It's a huge driver for the family care budget, and lots of families do not want that to be where their loved one lives. They want people supported in their own apartments or with roommates or independent living, or are willing to think about technology or remote supports that reduce the need for more intensive staffing. And all of those things are things that we are actively talking about as a strategies to evolve the system, because it's very clear, just like when Tommy Thompson saw the nursing home costs going up and said somebody needs to do something. Well, we can't have people who are going back into nursing homes. And we also need to recognize that the cost drivers of family cares are our congregate settings, and that folks are looking at ways to avoid doing that. So I think there's still a lot of opportunity for us, even without the wait list, to significantly change our system and make it much more reflective of what people want and much more cost effective. And with that, I will conclude my speech, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. Committee questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Thompson. Or no.
Close enough. It's a long day. Thanks, Will. Mr. Chair. Tamara, great presentation. You mentioned the hidden workforce, the aging caregivers and stuff. Have you, do you have any possible solutions in mind? Recognizing that is one thing, and then doing something about it is the trickier part. And I didn't know if you had any specific ideas.
I think the direction that we're thinking about is, again, incentivizing development of direct service professional organizations, all around the state. That idea of how do you have a robust network everywhere, that will mean the state needs to think about a package of incentives. We're already thinking about how do we use rate bands to kind of make sure that direct service personnel have a career progression and pay rates. There's been a lot of discussion. We had a governor's task force on caregiving that came up with, I think, 36 recommendations, including how do we provide, medical and health benefits to direct care workers, and had a number of ideas on strengthening the paid workforce. I think that where we are right now is we're just beginning to see that the unpaid workforce has consequences. And now that we see how many people are really being supported by family caregivers, there is a lot more interest, at least on the technology first side of things and on the housing side of things, to try and do more family future planning earlier, to make sure that folks are transitioning into the kind of situation that is more permanent for them, that is outside of the family home. It is going to be a lot of work and a process. I'm not saying we have the magic bullet right now. It took us 20 years to end our wait list. I think this is the next, at least the next 10 years to begin this transition, but we've got to do it because 10 years is a lot of time in a aging caregiver's life. And we are at the point where we will have crisis and have people going into nursing homes because they have lost their care.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Tamara, thank you very much for presenting, and we may be in touch with you. Is that okay, as we have our work groups?
I would love to hear from our friends in Kansas at any time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, next we have Brian Keller. Is Brian on?
Yes, hello.
Brian, we're running kind of late on time here. If you could kind of help me out here before I lose everybody.
Absolutely. I definitely am not as upbeat as Tammy, but hopefully I can, when I lack in upbeat, I can make up for it in pure speed.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm the General Counsel and Director of Public Policy for the Tennessee Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thank you so much for having me. We thank you for having my slides ready to go. We can move to the next one. I see a lot of folks from the councils on developmental disabilities on your agenda, so I won't linger on this slide. Hopefully you guys know who we are and what we do. If you have any questions about our role in public policy, I'd be happy to answer those for you. We can move on to the next slide. In 2016, Tennessee launched a new HCBS program. It's an 1115 demonstration waiver called Employment and Community First Choices. I'm going to call that ECF Choices for the rest of my presentation. It's the first managed care program for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And in opening the new program, we closed enrollment in our historic 1915C waiver program. And all new enrollment was directed toward ECF Choices. And I believe you heard presentations from Jordan Allen earlier today from our Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities. They run the 1915C waiver. Our Medicaid agency, TennCare, runs the ECF Choices, the 1115 waiver. We can move to the next slide. ECF Choices allowed Tennessee to serve more people with IDD in home and community-based services. It added about 5,000 people since 2016. And eligibility now included people with developmental disabilities who don't also have a co-occurring intellectual disability. So that would be things like autism or cerebral palsy that have a developmental disability but not a co-occurring intellectual disability. That's a big step forward for us. And ECF Choices was designed to prioritize people who are not in crisis and who wanted to work. Some challenges we found in implementing the new waiver. Obviously, funding cannot keep up with the need. This is, I am sure, a story you guys have heard over and over today. I'm not breaking any new ground here. In prevalence data tells us about 2.3% of the population needs services. In Tennessee, we only serve about 1 in 10 of the people who really need services. And that includes about 12,000 people total receiving services. And so we just need as much money as we can get to try and make an impact on that number. I'll also note here, well, I'll catch that in the transition part. I apologize. We can move to the next slide. Again, this is an infographic. I won't linger here. This is, I'm sure, a story that you have heard over and over. That there are many, many, many more people who are not connected to the service system than who are. We can move to the next slide, probably even skip it. It shows mostly the same thing here. Some challenges, workforce shortages. Again, no surprises here. We're going to do HCBS right. We've got to have the right workforce for it, adequately equipped, folks who are ready to do the job. Moving on. Difficulties during the transition period. More people need ECF choices than you're serving. I'm going to linger here for a second and add to the slide that when ECF Choices was designed, it really was designed for people who are not in crisis, who are ready to work. So that ended up, we thought was going to look a lot like folks transitioning out of high school, right? Younger people not in crisis, ready to work. And what happened as we implemented ECF Choices is that our state legislature passed a law to account for folks who had an aging caregiver, required them to be enrolled in ECF Choices. Definitely people who need to be kept in mind at all times. We also had more people in crisis. And so the population of people we wound up serving after implementation wound up looking a little bit different than what we thought it was going to look like during the design phase. And so it took a lot of flexibility post-launch to really get to a place where we were serving everybody we needed to serve through ECF Choices. So we've made great progress this year in addressing our wait list. Our legislature made a significant investment in reducing our wait list. I'm sure if you would like those numbers, I'm sure I can try and get those for you. My understanding is it's not a significant number right now. And then reaching people who need HCBS but are not connected is a continual problem for us. Stakeholder concerns during the process. Primarily, we have a lot of concerns with communication. We work really, really closely with both Medicaid agency, TennCare, and the Department of Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities to try and produce high quality, plain language, easy to access and understand information for people and families about what HCBS is, what it offers, who it's for, how they can take advantage of it, what it means for them. And telling those success stories of home and community-based services is a continuous project for us to always make sure we're communicating at a high level. And I believe next is questions.
Very good. Thank you very much for that, Brian. Committee questions? Seeing none, I guess you're off the hook. Can we call you if we need some help at some point in our work groups?
Absolutely.
Hey, hang on just a second. Senator Hawks has a question.
I thank you very much, and thanks for being here with us electronically. As you look at that large population, 83% that's not served, and then you probably got at that, and maybe I missed it, but and they don't have services. What's your guess in terms of the variability of the people in that population and how they're managing to survive in their local communities? And I assume they're probably nearly all cared for by their families.
Yeah. So nationally, that number is about 80%. Every state you talk to today, they're talking about 80% of folks are just not connected with the service system. In Tennessee, it's about 90%. Yeah, a lot of it's family caregivers. A lot of it, sometimes they're getting the services they need, sometimes they're not. There's a lot of variability in terms of services they might need or might benefit from if they had access to. It's a really, really wide range. And getting our arms around who exactly those people are and what they need is something we're trying to do, but it is definitely a challenge.
Do you know any state that is somehow trying to assess the severity and the variability of that population?
That I don't know of any state that's working on that specific question. I can try and find that answer and get it to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, Brian. Thank you very much again for being here. Okay, next we have Lisa Tesler. Lisa, are you online?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And again, can you help us out by shortening things up just a little bit, just so I'm not here listening to you by myself?
Absolutely. So
All right.
Yeah, you have my full
Thank
written
you.
remarks, so I'll just kind of go through the highlights. Good afternoon, Chairperson Carpenter, members of the committee. Again, my name's Lisa Tesler. I'm the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Developmental Disabilities Council. Prior to working for Council, I did work where I provided training for other family members around navigating through the waiver system in Pennsylvania, and I also worked for the Pennsylvania Waiting List Campaign. So ending the waiting list is near and dear to my heart. So I'm going to speak to you from that perspective of the individual and the families who are on the waiting list and what it's been like in Pennsylvania over the last several years as we've made some progress. So when I started working on waiting list issues in Pennsylvania, there was about 25,000 people waiting. There's about 12,000 or so waiting now. So progress has been made. And you learned today from Deputy Secretary of the Office of Developmental Programs, Kristen Ahrens, about some of those changes that we've done. The creation of the community living waiver was the most significant change made. That waiver allows for individuals who are living in private homes, mostly supported by their families, to receive up to $85,000 worth of services in their homes. Prior to the addition of that waiver, there was a waiver that served people for up to about $40,000, and then there's the comprehensive or the big waiver that provided residential and everything else. And so there was a huge need to find something to meet the needs of folks who to serve people who had exceeded what they could get in the small waiver, but didn't need the full comprehensive package. So that was really helpful. So moving people into that middle waiver built capacity in the small waiver to take people who had no services off the waiting list, and also created capacity to serve students graduating from high school. I will note, though, that one of the things we needed to remember was no one was permitted to enroll in the small or medium or middle waiver unless the state could assure that all of their health and safety needs could be met within the capped amounts. So if someone had needs that exceeded those caps, they had to be on the waiting list until the big waiver or the consolidated waiver was available. So along with the new waiver, new services were created. The family caregiver training and support uh, service is vital because those waivers rely on the family caregiver. It's important to maintain their health and well-being and longevity for the long term. Advanced supported employment and benefits counseling is a nod to the employment first efforts in Pennsylvania, and also not counting employment services towards the cap in the small waiver was really helpful so that people could look to work in competitive jobs in the community, which is a priority, and not count against that $41,000 worth of services. So it was a really incentive for people to try to get jobs in the community. Also, getting the new housing service in place was really helpful. People don't want group homes, community living arrangements, or facility-based services in Pennsylvania. They want to live on their own. They want to have their own jobs. They want financial independence and security. They want lives like the rest of us, everyday lives. And so getting that new service in place is going to really help people and families live the kinds of lives that they want. So that's been really, really great. Another thing Pennsylvania does well is they collect data and they use it. As an advocate, I use the state's data to our advantage. I'd walk into a legislator's office like you guys, and I'd have the data, and we'd have people from the waiting list, and we could say there are this many people in emergency categories living in your area, in your county, and we could tell you exactly who they were, what they needed, and how long they were going to be waiting. And that kind of data and that level of detail is really important if you're going to plan to address the waiting list. So everyone who's on the waiting list gets a PUNS assessment every year. It's updated and it's shared publicly. I mean, not their personal information, but the aggregate data is shared publicly. And then the other thing we did really well was the high school graduate initiative. So every year, because of advocacy and ongoing investments through the state budget, high school graduates are assured that they'll enroll into services when they leave school. And that initiative has been really essential to make sure that graduates don't lose skills and fall off that cliff that you sometimes hear about of no support at one of the most crucial transitions in a person's life. So we've made great progress, but there were some challenges. So one of the things about our waiting list that's challenging is that we have both people who are unserved and underserved on the list. So because we have multiple waivers with varied caps, people can be on the waiting list because they have no services at all, or they have some services but not everything they need. And so you could be on the list because you have nothing, and then you get something, you get the small waiver, but then your needs change, and then you have to go back on the list to wait for a slot in one of the bigger waivers. And so that creates frustration for individuals and families because they've waited to get in the first place, and now they're being told, well, you've got to wait again, and then potentially maybe even wait again to get the comprehensive waiver in the long run. So that's frustrating. The other thing that's frustrating is the lack of individualized services. As I mentioned, most of the families that are coming up are not interested in facility-based or provider-managed homes. And so they really want individualized and customized services that are fully community integrated. And we just don't have enough providers that offer that type of support. And so you have families that might have waivers and they have services authorized, but they don't have providers that provide that type of service for them. And so that's a frustration. Now, we do have the opportunity for families to direct their own services and hire their own staff, and that's great. But that can be challenging, time consuming, and it's not always the best option for all families. We also have the direct support crisis like every other state in the nation. Even with rate increases and some incentive and investments, it's a problem that is persistent. So our waiting list is big. We do have a prioritization process. We have emergency, critical, and planning. The state budget annually typically enrolls about 800 people or so, has been the trend over the last 5 years or so. Those 800 people are getting into the new middle waiver, or that's the capacity is for the new middle waiver, and there's not any new of the small waivers, but that has demonstrated enough to enroll, to continue that high school graduate enrollment, which is good. But that's essentially just keeping us level. So because there's about 800 graduates every year and about 800 new waivers every year, we're kind of just sticking at 12,000. So we're not progressing and reducing the waiting list. We're just kind of staying the same. So I think we need some more investments to make some more progress there. So yeah, so I talked about the having to wait more than one time. The new services are great, but it takes a lot of time to get the providers to get interested in new service delivery models and get the capacity to train and get the qualifications for new services. The council itself has invested in developing supports brokers and support broker networks to increase the number of people who are directing their own services. We've invested in housing demonstration projects and the training of the new housing service providers. But even with that, it takes years for the availability to meet the need. So those are some of the challenges. But even some of the traditional services that have been around a long time, like respite care and in-home community support and transportation, are hard to find in many parts of the state. The other challenge we have is that there are limits for services within the waivers. So some services might have a daily limit, other services might have an annual limit. And so those limits force individuals and their families to settle for less than what they need. And that helps the overall system manage their costs, but it has a negative impact on people and families. So families, often those aging caregivers, struggle to maintain the level of care that their loved ones need well into their 60s or 70s or 80s. And as their stamina, strength, and health diminishes over time, they end up requesting residential care. And that's the most expensive model. And it requires the big waiver. And the big waiver is really hard to get. Many families, it's commonly said, someone will have to die in order for me to get that. And that's heartbreaking. And so those are the families that I think many of us worry about the most. So to wrap up, bring people and families to the table. I think my recommendation is don't make assumptions that more of the services you already have is what families and individuals will need. As a supporting family state, we ask people to write a vision for their good life. And I don't want to speak for the folks of Kansas. I think they can speak for themselves. So bring them to the table, ask them what their vision is and ask them what they need, and then design the services to meet those needs. So creating services that are adequate to end the waiting list is a goal. But success would mean that those services actually create the kind of lives that those people want. And so you want to make sure that they are at the table for all of your conversations and deliberations and decision making as you move forward. The second recommendation is collect data. The more you know about who's waiting, what they're waiting for, who they live with, where they live, what they need, and when they're going to need it, the more information you have, the better you'll be able to plan and make informed decisions about what resources you need and how much investment you'll need, not just now, but going into the future. And lastly, make investments so that you can address those needs as students transition to adulthood. Stop the waiting list where it starts and that's at the end of the educational entitlement. If you can do that and invest in employment and transportation and educational supports, we have educational supports that support young folks to go to college, and those people get competitive jobs at much higher rates than their peers. If you can invest there, then you are setting up those people for a lifetime of success, and they tend to use services at a much lower rate over their lifetime compared to those who don't access those services at that important time. So that's my summary, and I'm certainly open to fielding any questions at a later time or whatever you need. So thanks a
Nope.
lot.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Lisa. I do have one question here. Senator Hawks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing what you've done in Pennsylvania. On your last page, you mentioned that Pennsylvania has invested in youth and ensured that every graduate transitions into a waiver. So I'm assuming those graduates of high school do not get on a 4 or 5, 10-year wait list, but they're going right into a waiver and getting services when they're 18, or if they stay till they're 21, when they're 21. Is that true? And if so, how did you manage that, and what are the problems with that?
So it's at 21. So the state assumes that they'll take advantage of the educational entitlement till the age of 21. And the way they did that was over the years, the legislators' waiting list initiative typically included about 800 slots. So there was data collected in the Department of Education that showed how many people would be graduating. And then the waiting list initiative would cover that number of waiver slots in our small waiver so that the legislators would allocate the funding for the small waiver, and that's would guarantee the enrollment for the high school graduates every year. And then when they introduced this new middle waiver, many of the people who had exceeded the needs in the small waiver moved up into the middle waiver and created openings in the small waiver. Now there's enough capacity in the small waiver that even without creating new slots every year, there's enough turnover in that they can accomplish serving every graduate without adding new slots in that waiver. But they are adding new middle waivers every year. So there is always a waiting list initiative, well, at least for the last 5 years, that serves about 800 people a year. So
And you're saying some of those young people who are graduates actually need a middle waiver and can move into that if they need it? Or do they have to?
If they have a higher level of need, they can't be, and their health and safety can't be assured in the small waiver, the state would then, if there's capacity available, offer them one of the bigger waivers. There may be cases where that does not happen. So it is not an entitlement. It's just something that has been assured. And if there are cases where there are some people who can't be served, that is possible because it is not an entitlement, but it has been the trend over the past few years since the new waiver was developed that every high school student through this high school initiative with annual investments from the legislators of about 800 people or so have been able to enroll in the waiver.
So it's sort of treated as a separate waiver then that is dedicated to that age group.
So in the state budget, the funding was identified for high school graduates for many years. Now the funding is just a waiting list initiative, but it also captures all of the high school graduates and it creates the new middle waivers.
And
So,
final question. when you first initiated that, were some of the people who had been on the waiver several years who were older than 21 years old, who might be in their 30s or 40s and had been on the wait list a long time? Was that group a little miffed at what the legislature did?
Oh, so, well, so you mean the high school initiatives?
Yes. So,
Well,
if you had been on a wait list and when you were 21 and 5 years had passed, I assume that the new 21-year-olds would have priority.
so typically the waiting list funding in the state budget would not just, it would be broken down and there would be a high school initiative, and then there would also be other waiver capacity. So it wasn't like that was the only people getting served. Our legislators also created waivers capacity and funding for other people on the waiting list. They weren't the only categories. So for some years, there were initiatives that identified elderly caregivers. So if there were people in the emergency category whose caregivers were over 60, then if you've been waiting longer, it might become problematic, that somebody might feel like they've been shorted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that answer, Lisa.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lisa. Very comprehensive. I just want to make sure, we lost you there for a second, but so as I understand it, there is no wait list for those who have not graduated. Is that the way I understand that? And then once they graduate, they go on the wait list for the middle level if needed? Maybe I'm a little confused with how you described that.
So the service system serves birth to death. However, so you could be a child and need services and be on the waiting list, because there are no waivers available for you, no services available for you. But what we have been able to do in Pennsylvania is that at 21 years old, when the education services end, there has been enough capacity in the small waiver that the graduates from high school can have a slot in the small waiver upon graduation. There is enough capacity in that waiver to serve them.
Oh, I think I understand. So up through the end of high school or age 21, whichever comes first, then the school system handles it for the most part, and then once they drop off of that, that's why I'm trying to clarify. I'm just not clear. Yeah.
Yes, for most people, that's how it works. Yes.
Okay. And then if they continue with the small waiver, if that's all they need, fine and dandy, you've got the capacity. But if they need more, then they can jump onto a waiting list for that middle waiver. Is that how I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Lisa, thank you very much for being here, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Do we have Tally Wells? Is she on?
This is Tally Wells. I'm here.
Okay, very good. Thank you for being here. And sorry. Hold on just for a second here.
Sure.
I have a representative that had a question, and I forgot about it, of staff. Hang on just a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I'd like to have happen is, with all these different states that we've heard from, is do they have any provisions for moving people up or provisions in order to separate out services, because one of the things we run into is a person may qualify for 5, but only need 2. That keeps 3 unavailable. Is that correct? And how does that get resolved with these other states? And I don't want to go back and ask all these people that, but I think if you just shoot them out an email, and if you need more clarification or either, you can just take and give me a call on it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Tally, are you still there?
I am, thank you.
All
And I'm
right,
noticing,
sorry for that, but welcome to the committee.
well, thank you. And I'm not used to the WebEx, so I see my virtual background is backwards, so I apologize for that. I will be pretty quick because I've heard the questions and the presentation. I do have a PowerPoint that I could share real quickly, if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, so I will do that. I'm Tally Wells. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Council on Developmental Disabilities. And I think what is useful for the purposes of your of interest here, and I have to say, I'm going to go back and I don't know if I can listen to the whole recording, but I'm going to get somebody to listen to the whole recording of your day today, because I think this is so critical for all of our states as we struggle with the sort of the twin issues of the workforce shortage and the reality of people who have been waiting and waiting for services on waiting lists. What makes North Carolina interesting is that we have a seismic change happening for IDD services through something that the legislature mandated prior to the pandemic, which they've called and we're calling Medicaid transformation. And there's 2 sort of sides to Medicaid transformation. One side is for all of Medicaid and for folks who have more typical Medicaid, and we do not have Medicaid expansion in North Carolina, but folks who have sort of more typical Medicaid are being put on what's called standard plans and getting hooked into managed care. And then for folks with behavioral health disabilities, developmental disabilities, and mental and substance use disorder and traumatic brain injury, they're now moving in as of December 1st into something that we're calling the tailored plan, where the regional MCOs will actually choose the sort of the wellness insurer that will be for that region. And then there will be tailored care managers. But for the IDD community, the big change is that the state is also at the same time electing to use 1915I. So the home and community-based services, and you may have, I haven't been with you all day, but most of the home and community-based services, the waivers that we've been talking about, come under 1915C of the Federal Social Security Act, the Medicaid statute, the federal statute. There's an additional provision called 1915I. And what's different about that is rather than being a waiver, 1915I is actually part of the state plan. So it's an entitlement, which means that if the state elects, which North Carolina is doing as of December 1st, it will be providing as the select services under that they choose, which are the 4 services that I've got listed here. And those will be available to everyone who meets the intellectual and developmental disability eligibility criteria, as well as individuals with traumatic brain injury. Right. And so what North Carolina has elected to do, because we have, and I'll show you in a second, approximately 15,000 person waiting list. We don't have an accurate number right now, but I'll walk you through it. It's right around 15,000 people on the waiting list. Has elected to have this be sort of a bit of a thinner amount of services that will be available to everyone who has an intellectual and developmental disability and has Medicaid. And those services are community transition, which are one-time funding to transition from an institution. Oh, we will. Community living and supports, which is really similar to the sort of the basic service under most Medicaid waivers. And individuals will be able to get up to 28 hours a week for adults and up to 15 hours for children, but that will be based on assessed need. But 28 hours and 15 hours will be the max. And then for children with IDD, when they're not in school, they can get up to the 28 hours. There'll be supported employment, and if supported employment and community living and supports are combined, that could be up to 40 hours. And then respite up to 300 hours per year, or 24 days with 24-hour respite during the year will all be available under this entitlement service of 1959. And as I said, our innovations waiver right now, well, in 2020 had 15,585 people on the waiting list, which is the last sort of accurate number we've been given. 1,000 additional waivers were authorized and funded by the General Assembly in 2021. So just doing that math, we know that there's at least 14,585 probably on the waiting list. Based on our growth numbers, our growth numbers prior to the pandemic, we're growing about 1,500 about 1,000 a year. So I actually think it's higher than that, but that's at least sort of the minimum that we estimate. And we actually have fewer people who actually receive Medicaid waivers right now in North Carolina than are on the waiting list. We have about 14,138 slots as of 2021, after the 1,000 additional slots were added, and over 14,500 who are on the waiting list. And as everyone has talked about, as you know, in Kansas, we're experiencing that same workforce crisis. Up in the upper left-hand corner is my colleague, or my council chair, Brian Dooley on the left, and his one direct support professional that he has, Dave Owen. And Brian has allowed me to share his information. Below is another one of my council members and her DSP. Brian is in crisis. He lost his mom last year to cancer. He basically has as his only safety net his 85-year-old grandmother and 88-year-old grandfather, and his 85-year-old grandmother just broke her shoulder. And Dave has just told Brian that this is going to be his last month being his DSP because he needs a different job that pays more. We pay something similar to what I heard with others, around $11 or $12 an hour. And so Brian has asked me to get a meeting with the governor, and he really is sort of the governor's representative. And so we are working through the Department of Health and Human Services and the head of Medicaid to really sort of raise awareness of what we are experiencing in North Carolina, but know is a national issue of people really in crisis because we don't have the direct support professionals because we're not paying them enough to serve these. And of course, if we're adding a lot more people to the amount of each of the services who have eligibility for services without raising rates, we're going to just have a larger crisis here in North Carolina. But we are still excited about the 1959, the opportunity for people on the waiting list to be able to get access to services. But we are also working very deeply on with providers on a pretty substantial rate study to really be able to tell the North Carolina General Assembly what the need is for rates to be at a competitive rate with, as you see in the sign here, Bojangles and Target and McDonald's and others. And we really need to be more competitive for that because of the really difficult work it takes to be a direct support professional. Thank you.
Very good. Are you still there?
I am.
Oh, okay. Okay. Very good.
But that's the conclusion. I gave you my written remarks, and I know I'm the end. So I was trying to give you the.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Committee questions. Okay. You're Senator Hawks' hero. So,
good.
Yeah. Well, very good. Well, Tanny, thank you very much for coming to us from North Carolina. It's probably almost dark there by now. Are you going to get anything from the hurricane maybe here in a few days?
No, but my parents live in Orlando, so I've been texting them pretty regularly.
I hear you. I have a son in Pensacola, so I get it. Well, very good. Well, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, O'Reilly, does that finish up our list then? Okay, very good. Well, you're my heroes out there in the audience for sticking around for this. I think there was some fantastic information there that we should be able to use very well on our road from what other states are doing. So I look forward to that. Any of those resources that you would need, if you didn't pick that up in your packet, Orida can certainly get you the links to those, or we can have them printed out. And I'm not sure exactly what the time frame is for the work groups to happen here in the next 2 weeks, but anyway, thank you so much for hanging around, and I hope it was worth your time and effort. Senator Thompson?
Just had one quick comment. I was speaking to one of the members of the Ways and Means Committee the other day and let him know that I was on this committee, and he said one of the challenges they have is knowing what number do they need to plug into the budget to fit with this sort of thing. And so I realize those answers aren't going to come easily, but maybe with regard to some of these work groups, to the extent that they can look and see, you know, what kind of information can we provide to Ways and Means and the budgeting process so that they have some kind of a guide as to how to start fixing some of the problems. Not that, you know, we can promise that it'll be fixed, but at least give them some sort of a guidance. And I think that'll be a good suggestion. That's one he suggested to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Baumgardner, thank you for sticking it out with us. Do you have a question?
Just want to first of all start by saying thank you. And I think that the materials have been uploaded, and so I was able to access those. So the work groups, when do you anticipate those are meeting?
You don't know yet?
We don't know yet. Sometime here, probably in the next week or so, because we want to have at least one work group and maybe two meetings before the next meeting, which is the 14th of October.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for great presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know. 13th, sorry. Yeah. Don't pay attention to me. Pay attention to what Orida says. Yeah, 13th. Very good. All right, anything else? Anybody else has anything? Okay, very good. I sure hate to let you guys out of here before 5 o'clock, but yeah, I know. But anyway, all right, thank you very much. Thank you again. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys hanging around, and we're adjourned.
Thanks, Will. The 13th.